think it worked. I'm not sure. Oh, I'm close to making it work. Why can't I control C? Okay, there it is. Yeah. Gonna laugh your ass off when you see how I managed to calculate this. Okay, I think I have the calculation or the estimate.
Okay.
So it should be at minus 4.79 kilometers, or twice that. So 4.79 times 2. That's what it should be at, kilometers.
Okay.
I can show you my lovely work in GeoGebra.
Right. I don't have any problems with it. If you just convert it from miles into kilometers for a distance to the horizon, it seems about right.
Okie dokie. Wait, so has the experiment been conducted with that distance?
Yeah, that's what the video shows.
What? With like, wait, what?
What?
How many? What was it you said?
That's what it shows in the video I posted. So I posted it ages ago now.
Sorry. I'll find it.
Right, 56 minutes past the last hour.
That is okay. Oh.
2047 flat Earth.
17.
Yep.
Welcome
miles.
to the
What if I fall off the Earth?
Let us know what happens when you do so.
You can pull a
So-
parachute.
So wait, like,
No way.
so if like the Earth is flat, does like the
Mm.
Earth come to like an end?
Don't know.
But like,
What?
aren't you like the flat Earth believer guy?
Yeah, but that's. I'm not making a claim
So,
to
like-
the end. I'm not making a claim to the end of the earth.
What
You're
if I'm
saying
like
that.
Jesus, and if like, what if like I climb to the end of the Earth? Like
This is a
you know those like
hypothetical.
like Roblox
Just leave it
maps
at
where you
all.
just fall off like once you get to the end?
Let's
Is
just
it like
imagine,
that?
right? We'll just
She
imagine
falls
it.
off- She falls off.
Is it
maps.
like that?
It's just
Maybe.
like that.
Who knows?
Who knows,
Can
right?
I?
Wait, so like what happens? Like do I just go oof and then I respawn?
No one
Nobody
knows.
here has ever been to the end
No
or
one
the
knows.
end of the earth. That's never happened.
Oh.
That's an assertion, by the way. There's nothing to actually back that up.
Wait, can I ask?
Wait,
why
so
do
like
you
is
Flat
there like
earthers
a
say
wall
that.
that keeps us from like falling off the Earth?
That's
Yeah,
one of their
no
claims.
one knows.
Because like I'm actually curious.
No one knows.
Can you send me
No
clips
one
of the
knows.
flat Earth?
No one knows.
Yeah, go outside and have a look at some water. You'll
What do
notice
you
it lays
mean?
horrible.
You're the
That's
flat
the
Earth
response
believer.
that
You
we
should
get.
debunk what I'm
Telling you
saying,
what to
faggot.
fucking do, you already horrible. Bloody hell.
I'm reporting you.
Wow. Oh, that
I like this girl.
Disgusting loser.
she couldn't even
One way to approach people, geez.
crack tear glasses.
Here's the whole flat Earth possession, right? I'm not making a claim, therefore I don't have to explain anything. The end.
Well, okay, so I mean, if you want to keep the conversation honest, then you can't make like what is the stuff in the sky? Go ahead. Who wants to answer that question?
You see, this is just ignorance, right?
No,
I
it's not.
can't know anything, therefore nothing is true.
No, that's not about not knowing anything.
Yeah,
But in this particular instance, we don't have first-hand knowledge, so we can't make a claim to knowledge.
to say that we could just be land in the middle of a puddle, right? How can you claim an edge if you're in?
Hold on, you understand our claim, right? It doesn't sound like you do. You understand that we claim that water lays horizontally, so the Earth is flat because the water measures to lay horizontally. Not making a claim to size, not making a claim to shape, not making a claim to anything else.
Right, you're
Just that the
ignoring
water-
all other claims, right? You're saying that all other claims are invalid except for this claim, right? Which is not it's not a very rigorous form of argumentation, right?
What, that the Earth measures flat?
It's a reductionist argument.
It measures. So that's what it is.
The debit machine.
I'll take it, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Just say sorry.
So can I ask? In the video you sent, right? They keep showing an image of like 2 points over land, like along some railroads. But then, I mean, I kind of wanted. I don't know. I was more interested in like conducting this experiment over water, and it seems like
Okay,
overnight.
no worries. You want one over water. I didn't realise that the land was too much. Okay, I'll go and get you one over water. No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Usually they don't like them over water, so when you give them over land, now they want them back in water again. How many do you want? I've got like 20 now.
If
Just one.
If there's one with some really recognizable landmarks where they stand, that would be awesome. Like maybe if there's like a golf, right, and they have like I don't know, like a lighthouse.
There's actually a really simple. There's a real simple way to kind of look at this, right? Like if a ship disappears over the horizon, and the flat earthers claim that it's because our optics aren't good enough to basically see the ship, right? We can't see the ship past a certain point due to like a lack of optical technology. Why is it the case that we can fly an airplane, right? That'll just
Yeah, this
you know,
isn't as simple as you thought it was.
Hold
Bruce Cope.
on.
Well, is it simple or not? Because you're just
Why are
tangling
you
yourself up
interrupting
in
me?
your own knot.
Right. So if you
I
fly an
was doing you a
airplane,
favor. Just keep it
Okay.
simple. You said you were going to be simple. This is
Right,
your
this
fourth
is usually
sentence.
what happens on this server is that someone just starts spurting out
All
right in
right,
the middle
start
of someone
over,
else trying to
Bruce.
make a point. Right. So
Well,
if a
start
ship
over, Bruce.
disappears over the horizon and we can send an airplane to catch up with that ship, right? How do you explain that? Right, the ship's there.
What?
Right?
You're
The
at some
airplane.
point air show, water show. It's a boat air show. I don't know what you're talking about, Bruce. That was not simple.
How do we get the boat to catch up with the ship? Oh my god!
No. The plane catches up with the ship.
Yeah.
This video is actually pretty good.
And your
Yeah.
point?
So the boat.
My point is they both
Airplanes
eventually
are faster, I
disappear
guess.
over the horizon.
What's the
Right,
horizon?
but they don't actually disappear, right? So where do they go? Right?
Beyond your field of view. What's the horizon?
The horizon is basically, it's like the limit of your field of view.
Okay, awesome stuff. So the horizon is the limit of your field of view. That field of view being how much you can resolve of a surface you're looking horizontally across. Awesome. So that's an optical phenomena, right? That's optical.
Right.
It sounds like you agree with what you said you didn't agree with.
No. So that's what I'm saying now is that now you have to start using other factors, other methods of measurements, other methods of instrumental
Bring some
measurement.
birds.
Like what?
Right? Because if your only claim is that our optics fail to see past a certain point, and that's why the Earth is flat.
No, that's not our claim.
That's definitely not our claim.
Well, your claim is that the water is always flat, right? That water somehow like reaches some sort of flat equilibrium.
Yeah.
Right. And
does it not?
Yeah, water measures to lay horizontally. Key word is measures.
Right, but everything we know about physics seems to contradict that claim, right?
What, that water is measured to lay horizontally? And what you know about physics, sorry, you're saying that the Earth is a ball, so the water doesn't lay horizontally,
So
even though it measurably does so.
So explain like a drop of dew on like a leaf. How is that water not flat?
That's surface tension. Add more water, like within a bucket, a body of water. Then describe the surface of the body of water at rest.
So you're saying what
you're really stretching the term body of water there, Bruce.
So you're saying
put water in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Water can crash, water can flow.
So you're saying that at a certain level of resolution, if there's not enough water, then it violates your rule of flatness.
What?
You're saying
when measured,
we're not talking about surface tensions.
Yeah, we're talking about measurement over distance, not a few millimeters for your dewdrop. We're talking about miles and miles and miles, hundreds, if not thousands of miles of measured and practically used horizontal water, mean sea level. So hundreds of miles.
Yeah, but you can't demonstrate that, right? Because everything has been demonstrated.
Sure you can.
It's been demonstrated that, in fact, the Earth is a geoid, and in fact, that there is some.
Well, then why do you have to point to a dewdrop?
Well, first of all, because it quite obviously violates your universal law that water
we're talking about. Well, dude, you don't get those surface tensions at sea with all the currents and waves and winds.
Yeah, you get other things, right?
Are you claiming the globe and the water of the globe is held there by a surface tension?
Well, it's held there by gravity, right?
Are those surface tensions of the dewdrop?
Well, they're forces. I mean, they're both forces.
Okay, so just be honest. Does it have anything to do with your example?
I mean, it has to do with my example insofar as it violates your universal law of water being flat.
Oh Lord!
The dewdrop is a clear
surface tension.
Right? So if it fails at like a small if it fails at a small scale, why wouldn't it fail at an incredibly large scale, right? You're just saying
Because
that in
we
the medium,
measure it.
dude.
We measure it.
you're saying that
Measure it.
saying that it exists in the medium scale, but you're completely
We
discounting
measure
completely
it.
discounting the large and small scales.
We measure it. How many times do I have to tell you we measure it? Do you want the distances? I gave those to you as well. Hundreds and thousands of miles of measurable horizontal water.
Yeah, I don't think you've personally measured, right? Because you're always saying
I
first-hand
can do it.
accounts. You
I can
haven't.
do it right now.
You
So, do
can
you know
you can right now measure
Yes.
over hundreds of thousands of miles of open water. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, do you know what an angle is?
I think so. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So I can measure the angle of Polaris above the horizon. Depending on that angle that I measure, that will be my latitude. And I can convert that measurement into 60 nautical miles per degree. That's going to be a distance given in miles. It's going to be a flat Earth measurement.
No. That's
This is how you get latitude.
No. That's
Yeah,
a coordinate
you measure
system,
an angle to
right?
Polaris.
In which you're converting polar coordinates to cardinal or to whatever to flat
We're
coordinates.
measuring
right?
angles. We're measuring angles.
Right, but
Above
you
the
can
horizon.
it's just a mathematical transformation, right? From like a round to a flat.
No, it's
surface.
an angle measurement. What is an angle?
But you can measure angles.
What is an angle?
On a globe?
What's an angle? Define it for me.
I mean, my mathematical definition is probably not going to be sufficient, but like a functional definition would be.
Definition.
Yeah, the geometric definition is that it's like a. I mean, it's like it requires a triangle, right? It requires like a triangle, right? You need You need 3 points to which you can measure an angle, right? Like that's how it works, right? That's
okay. So an angle, you're right, bringing up a triangle with 3 points, is the deviation of those two straight sides. 90 degrees, 45 degrees, two straight sides.
Right.
Now we're utilizing this measurement of an angle from the horizontal plane that we're standing on up to Polaris to get our latitude, 45 degrees, for example. Now, all I've got to do is convert that into a distance measurement, 60 miles per degree. That's how you get latitude. It's a straight line, horizontal angle measurement. You wouldn't be able to do this if the surface was curved. It wouldn't be an angle anymore. It wouldn't be an angle.
It would be an angle.
No, it wouldn't.
Of course it would.
One of your lines is curved. No, if you've got a triangle and one of your lines is curved, can you measure two angles within that triangle?
Yeah, they do that in like basic calculus all the time.
Yeah,
it's like an arc. It's like an arc tangent. Right? You can still measure.
Dude, we're not doing that. We're measuring the deviation of two straight sides. If you're going to measure the deviation from one straight side and one curved side, well, by definition, that's not an angle anymore, and you definitely can't measure.
No. The two sides are straight, right? It's the
Yes.
It's like the tangent, and it's not the tangent line. It's like the opposite line, right?
Here when I measure, there's no tangent here.
Right. So, like by definition of a triangle, right? Like the third side, like you can measure an arc, right? In terms of two like straight lines, right? The third kind of line that you're trying to measure can be an arc, right? We have a way to measure that. It doesn't necessarily have to be straight.
No, they do have to be straight because you're measuring the deviation between the two straight lines. One straight line, that's the Earth that you're standing on. The other tangent line is the imaginary one that you draw from your eyes up to the star. In this case, Polaris. This is how you get latitude. It's a flat Earth measurement. You can use it for terrestrial objects as well, like lighthouses, to do navigation, to do charting and make maps.
It's hard for me to like argue from a flat Earth perspective, right? Because
it's hard for you to keep up with your own bullshit. You brought up triangles,
Don't make it emotional.
I'm not, bro. But you brought up triangles, and then you denied what a triangle is.
No, I didn't. Definitely not.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
did.
You did.
So you can definitely use triangles, right? You can definitely use triangles to measure
Not in
the
lines of
length
curve.
of an arc. Let's just think of it from the
That doesn't
most.
sound like a triangle to me.
Hold on, just
Do
it's
you
really
have
not
to
that
now
hard, right?
define triangle?
It's really not that hard.
You dropped the ball on defining angle, and then you finally got around to it. So why don't you define triangle?
Right. So if you draw a circle on a piece of paper, right, and then you draw a point somewhere outside of that circle, right, and then you draw two lines down onto the radius of that circle, or sorry, not the radius, the circumference of that circle, right? You can measure the length of that curved arc, right, using the Pythagorean theorem, right? But there's like an extra step there, right? There's an extra step where you have to use arc measurements, right? And so you can technically convert that measurement to a straight line distance, but it doesn't change the fact that the measurement itself, right, occurs over a curved path. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's not what we're doing. We're measuring an
But
elevation.
that is what you're doing from my perspective, right?
Excuse me.
If you assume the Earth is a globe, right, then that's what you're doing.
From your perspective, bro, you were lost in the water ball.
No, we can make two assumptions, right? We can make an
You have a
assumption
mouse in
based
your
on it.
pocket?
We can make an assumption based on the Earth being flat, and we can make an assumption based on the Earth being round. And all we have to do, right, is see how those like assumptions scale, right? So if you can't scale the flat Earth past some relatively short distance, right, which you guys are claiming you get from first-hand measurements, right? If you can't scale that out to
24,901 miles. 24,901 miles. Is that big enough for you?
Yeah, I don't know, right? I'm not going to I'm not going to claim to be like an expert on the flat Earth argument because I'm definitely not. Right, but I'm saying but that doesn't like scale out past, right? Like you guys have to ignore, for example, you have to ignore, for example, that like other planets are round, or you have to like ignore a model of the solar system.
Making the claim that there are other planets and that the Earth is a planet.
All right, I mean that's crazy maybe here, but it's not so crazy outside of this room.
We're trying to clarify that claim.
Belief, dude.
So is the Earth like those things in the sky? Oh, when we measure it, no, it isn't. It measures to lay horizontal. So the Earth is not like those things in the
You know what's really entertaining is Embo in the chat saying that he has an experiment demonstrating that gravity is the cause of water finding its level. So I guess gravity is the cause of the flat Earth. But anyway, I'd like to see that experiment. Okay, I'll just kick him out because the only use I have for him in this chat is to get numpty clips from him. Sorry to interrupt something that was ongoing, but just wanted to get a numpty clip or two off him before I send him packing.
You seem to be very heavily triggered today. What happened?
Okay, yeah, so you're talking about me. So what,
Yes.
water finds its level due to gravity?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for the gravity on the flat Earth. Do you have an experiment that demonstrates that?
Gravity? The Cavendish experiment demonstrates
Oh,
gravity.
okay. What's the natural observed phenomenon for Cavendish?
The acceleration of objects falling down.
Oh, objects falling down. So it wouldn't be water finding its level.
I mean, water finding its level is a specific case of that. It's just the water falling down.
Okay, so it won't be water falling down, or will it? Water falls down in Cavendish and finds its level? Is that what you're telling me?
No. In Cavendish, you have an acceleration between bodies.
Okay, so this won't be an experiment that validates the cause of water finding its level then. Was that all you had to say?
Because water finding level is a specific
No, it won't be.
example.
No, it won't be. Because you're going to have a natural observed phenomenon, then in your experiment, you're going to test what you're supposed to be the cause of that phenomenon. If that phenomenon doesn't even make its way into the experiment or the hypothesis, then you won't be testing the cause for it. You got it?
No, I can just generalize the phenomenon, saying that it's just...
No, you can't. No, you can't. So water has to be finding its level, and you're going to test whatever you're supposed to be the cause of that.
Yeah, I test for the cause of acceleration between massive bodies.
Not
Then you
begging the
can
question.
point.
Not begging the question. No, you're begging the question that acceleration between massive bodies is the reason why that happens. Water finds its level. That hasn't been demonstrated at all. You're making too many logical leaps. You need to just take the phenomenon, then directly test whatever you suppose to be the cause of it. Do you have something else other than this? Because this didn't do it.
Yes, I would be testing for acceleration of things falling towards the Earth. So we have two objects. You have the Earth, and then you have another object. And we can observe that things accelerate towards this Earth.
So you're talking about things falling down.
Yes.
They're not water resting level, though.
Water resting level is when it's already fall down.
Okay, it's already fall down. Okay, it's already falled down, so that's already happened. So there's another phenomenon where it levels out at rest. Neither of these phenomena are present in the Cavendish knot experiment. So would you stop putting your foot in your mouth and actually find an experiment for what you claimed?
No, because obviously when something stops something falling physically, then it will stop falling, but it's still...
That's really nice. So what is the phenomenon that you claim to know the cause for again?
The acceleration towards the Earth.
Oh, okay, so not water finding its level, which is what you said initially.
Water finding level is an effect of acceleration. Even when it's already
it's an effect of acceleration. Okay, you're going to vary and manipulate acceleration and show that causes water finding its level?
Yes, I can see that when I remove something
how does that experiment go? Give me the DV and IV for that experiment.
Yeah, I can remove something that is below the water and then it will continue accelerating again. But even if it's stationary, you can still measure the force that it exerts on the bottom of its container. Because it still has that force that pushes it downward.
That's great. Yeah, pressure on the bottom of the container. That's really cool. You said that you knew the cause of water finding its level and you could demonstrate it via experiment. Still haven't heard any such thing from you.
Yeah, again, it's acceleration. Because we can observe that water is accelerating, it's falling down.
The cause of water finding its level at rest is acceleration?
Yes.
Okay, post the experiment for that, you goofball.
Yeah, I have water that...
No, post a citation, I said. Do you understand?
Nobody will be doing...
Okay, nobody will do that, eh? Well, then what are you talking about? You've got nothing to cite. It's just psychobabble over the Discord.
You're just trying to require from me...
No, I'm just trying to get you to back up your shit. You said acceleration now. Okay, anyway, you're already done because your initial claim was gravity is what causes water to find its level. Now you've just changed it to acceleration. You don't have an experiment for any of that. Obviously, it is just psychobabble.
I have already won because
I have. Well, go Google it and then cite it in the chat since you have.
Yeah, the experiment would be the water falling down.
Okay, that's an experiment? That's just a natural observed phenomenon, I think.
It could be both. For example, you could have water that is...
You're going to need a causal mechanism, and we're not talking about the causal mechanisms of water falling down, you utter idiot. We're talking about the causal mechanism you claimed of water finding its level, which already defeated your globe anyway, because you're conceding that water finds its level, where it would be finding a curve on the globe. But anyway, I'm just doing this to entertain myself.
It is obvious because it always falls down until something physically blocks it, and only then it finds its level.
Great, it found its level. That's great. That's great. But you screwed up. You screwed up right in the first place by conceding that it finds its level. So you got a level, flat, horizontal plane because it's mostly covered in water. You wouldn't have that on a globe. It'd be curved. It'd be finding a curve. And the other place you screwed up is in claiming gravity. You can't actually show that to be the causal mechanism of water flattening out at rest, but thank you for admitting that it does it.
I can, because I can show that water is always accelerating, that needs a force, unless something other physically stops it. And then
that means a force. So well, gravity's defined as a pseudo force, so you just threw it away again. Thank you.
Yes, pseudo force is something that still has effects of force.
Yeah, I don't care. You won't be able to vary and manipulate a conceptual force to show that it causes water to do anything. But again, thank you for the concession of a flat Earth with water that is level.
I can manipulate the variables where the magnitude of the force depends on, like the distance between the objects and the masses of the objects. I can measure the relationship between these variables, how the change in one variable changes the value of the other variable.
You're going to do a test for Newtonian Cavendishian gravity now. Is that it?
Yes.
Oh, so you're defeating your paradigm again. So no solar system then, because you'll need Einstein to explain that.
No, a solar system is perfectly explainable.
Oh, it doesn't matter. You threw away the globe. You threw away the solar system. You're going back to the 1700s for parlor tricks there to demonstrate a force that hasn't even been relevant within your paradigm for over 100 years.
It's still relevant. It's still used in daily applications.
It doesn't matter. Why are you trying to validate the existence of a force that doesn't even exist in your paradigm?
It does exist. It's just a worse
Oh, it
approximation
does.
of force compared to
Okay,
Einstein.
so bending and warping of space-time doesn't exist.
It's a better approximation of the phenomenon.
No, it's supposed to be a causal mechanism for the phenomenon. Don't you remember what you claimed? Gravity causes water to seek level. The phenomenon, water seeking level. Gravity, cause. So I think that you're not really going to be able to do anything here because you can't even differentiate cause from effect.
I mean, every cause is at the same time an effect of something less.
You're an idiot, dude. You're an idiot. There's a specific cause and effect relationship that you claimed. I don't need you to waffle on about how causes can also always be effects.
Yeah, so gravity, it causes the acceleration and the
You don't know what gravity is. I'm not asking you to show something causing an acceleration, Goofy. I'm asking you to show it causing water to find its level. Which doesn't matter, because you already conceded a flat Earth just with that alone. I'm just saying that I'm just doing this to embarrass you, because you squat in here all day and say stupid things, so we might as well at least take a few numpty clips from you and then kick your ass out.
No, I think you're actually doing the opposite thing, because you're exposing how emotionally unstable you are, publicly.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, but you're the one who can't differentiate cause from effect. You're the one who's demonstrating right now he can't differentiate cause from effect. You're the one who makes a claim and then, to back it up, has to make 10 other different claims from the one that he actually initially made. So I don't know. I mean, if you want to project your embarrassment onto me, I don't really care. That's your own psychological issue.
Again, I can repeat, the gravity, it causes the acceleration, and the acceleration causes water to fall and find its level when it's
What's gravity? Yeah, what's gravity?
It's an attraction between massive bodies.
Oh, okay, so it's not the bending and warping of space-time then.
Well, it's a phenomenon of this happening, and you can have different explanations.
No. So you're an Einstein denier. It's a phenomenon. I thought the attraction of massive bodies was the cause of the phenomena that you observed, which would have been water finding its level.
Yeah, one phenomenon is the cause of another phenomenon.
Oh, that's nice. In this context, you're trying to elucidate a cause and effect relationship, and you keep getting confused about which is supposed to be the phenomenon. You're going to have one phenomenon in your experiment. Do you understand?
I mean, the word phenomenon doesn't have anything to do with a cause and effect. It's just a
Wow.
model for something happening.
Yeah, wow. No, the phenomenon will be the effect.
No, it would be both things, because phenomenon is just a word we use to describe something happening.
No. It's going to start with a natural... See, this is how fundamentally lost you are. It's going to start with a natural observed phenomenon. Do you know if that's the effect or the cause?
That would be the effect.
There you go. You got it.
And then you
So what's the
induce
cause?
another phenomenon in order to cause a change in it.
No, you're going to very manipulate what is supposed to be a cause of that phenomenon. You're not going to go natural observed phenomenon. Okay, causal phenomenon of natural observed phenomenon. You idiot.
Yeah, we call everything that just happens naturally a phenomenon.
No, we don't. You do that, and you're putting your foot in your mouth because you're going to keep doubling down on the stupid shit that you said already.
We absolutely do. For example, when you try to test if the heat boils water, then both the heat and the boiling of water are phenomena. Just one phenomenon is causing another phenomenon.
That's great. That's great. So you got one natural observed phenomenon in a hypothesis, and then you've got one cause, or supposed cause, your independent variable for that phenomenon.
Yes, basically.
Okay, but you're so confused about which is which that you can't give me a coherent hypothesis at all.
Yeah, the hypothesis would be that there's a force, the acceleration, right? and that it depends on the masses, for example, on the masses of the object. So you can put more massive objects and see how quickly they accelerate, then you can put less massive objects, and they will accelerate
Okay.
less.
You're going to use this to demonstrate the cause of water seeking its level, and therefore
Yes.
demonstrating a flat Earth? Yes, okay. So water seeks its level. What are you supposed to be the cause?
Gravity.
Okay, so you're going to vary and manipulate gravity and show water seeking its level and not seeking its level?
No, that's just an application of the law we've already discovered to this specific case.
Okay, so
Having
that's, you're just
already-
begging. Okay, so you didn't never do the experiment to actually demonstrate the causal link. You're just begging. Got it.
How is that begging the question? We've already established a universal.
No, you haven't established that. That's what we're trying to get you to establish with an experiment. You can't just attribute whatever you assume gravity, magical, Newtonian gravity, which has been superseded in your own paradigm for over 100 years, to whatever phenomena you like. That's the whole point of doing a scientific experiment. So you can actually validate or falsify what you suspect to be the cause, not just go, I established it, now I'm going to quantify it. You idiot.
I mean, you quantify it already on the step of the experiment, because you're manipulating one variable that causes a change in the value of another variable. So we know the proportionality constant. And we know that because the Earth is very, very massive, it's also
There's a variable. Wait, there's a variable you changed. Which was that?
The masses of the objects.
Oh, I thought you were going to vary and manipulate gravity.
Yeah, gravity is the name for this thing. For the fact
gravity is
that
the name for the. Okay,
masses.
gravity is the name for the masses of the object. And what was the variable that was affected by the variance of masses of objects?
No, it's the name for the fact that the masses attract other masses.
Oh, okay. It's not just masses of objects. So you're not actually very manipulating the imagined, presupposed attraction.
I'm manipulating masses, and masses attracting masses with this ratio is what we call gravity. In short, we just have a specific word for this entire thing.
Okay, so just to be clear again, for like the 5th time, you are throwing your entire paradigm under the bus by first conceding water seeks and finds its level, not a convex curve. You're throwing Einstein under the bus because you're going with attraction, not the bending and warping of space-time. And you're even throwing attraction under the bus because you're just begging the question of it. You're not actually directly manipulating or showing it to exist in any way.
Well, I can show it because I observed the acceleration. Which
Well, how do you know it's not the bending and warping of space-time rather than an attraction?
Well, in this case, it would give the same effect, so what's the matter?
Right, that's my point. It'll give the same effect, won't it? So how do you know which one it was?
I don't have to know, because both of these would already demonstrate that gravity...
Oh, okay, you don't have to know, so that would be a concession that you don't actually know what's causing any of this.
Oh, both of those are models of gravity, and I was supposed to prove that gravity causes it.
Models? Okay. Yeah, but you couldn't tell which model of gravity did what, so you weren't able to really show gravity doing anything. You're only able to just assert it. You couldn't even figure out what gravity was, to be fair. So I don't think you can prove it does anything.
Both do the same thing. They cause an attraction between bodies, but one is more accurate, and the other one is less accurate in the numbers.
Okay, they both do the same thing, so how do you tell which one actually did it?
Well, that's a nonsensical question. Both of those are just approximations of what is happening.
So you can't tell which one actually did it?
Well, I don't even know if these models, either of those, is ultimately correct. I just know that one is better approximation of the
that was the whole point, is you were going to show that some form of gravity actually caused something. Now you can't even know which form of gravity is true.
Yeah, but we can observe that it is true to the measurement accuracy we have already.
Okay, so you just be begging the question.
Altogether.
Yeah, so you just be begging the question.
How? How is that begging the question?
You just told me that you can't tell which concept of gravity is actually true and causing anything in reality. So that would be how you just have to assume it's whatever you thought it was.
Yeah, but both of those would give the same effects in this example.
Yeah, that's my point. They're both going to give the same effect, so how did you rule one out to determine it was the other? How did you directly manipulate and vary one to determine it was that?
I don't think it's necessary in this case because...
Right, I know you don't, and that's the point of what I'm doing here, is to elucidate the stupidity of your thinking. You do have to very manipulate what you think to be the cause in a scientific experiment to show it actually does have some causal relationship with the phenomena. And you're telling me in spades that you didn't do that, that you can't do that, and that you don't even think it matters.
I can do that. I can show that mass causes a change in acceleration.
No, I didn't ask you if mass did it. I said gravity. Is the definition of gravity now mass? Are you going to change it again?
The definition of gravity is a force that is proportional to the product of
Right.
masses of objects.
Right.
And
So you didn't, you didn't very manipulate a force because you don't even know if it's a force or if it's a pseudo force, if it's some sort of ether or space time or what have you. All you varied and manipulated according to you is mass, not the thing that you said was the cause, and then couldn't even figure out what that cause was.
Yeah, but I already know it's a force from the definition of the force, because force is just mass times
it's appeal to definition. Okay.
Yes,
You
appeal
know
to
it's a force.
definition, exactly.
Okay, so then we know that it's not bending and warping of space-time, so you have thrown Einstein under the bus.
Well, in Einstein, it would still cause a pseudo force, right?
Yeah, so not a force. You know what pseudo means, right?
Yes, but still giving the same effects.
Okay, so not a force, but giving the same effect.
Yes.
So how
So
were
you
you
could
able to
say-
tell then that it was a force instead of not a force when both of them will give the same effect?
I would say that that's irrelevant to the original question, and that's moving.
No, I would say it's completely relevant because your whole claim was that you knew the causal mechanism of something, a phenomena occurring, and you said it was gravity,
Yeah, and gravity.
which you can't seem to define properly.
I can define it. All of the definitions I gave are common in both of these models. It's just an attraction between massive bodies.
Okay, so it'll be a force.
Yeah, in Einstein's model is also an attraction, because the object.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That'll be a force. It's not a force. You just said it yourself. Pseudo, right? You know what pseudo means?
It means that it gives similar effects, but isn't the same. That thing exactly.
No, it means that it's not an actual force.
Yes, but it still has some property of the force. That's why there is the component of the force there in that word.
Okay. So which one is it? A force or not a force which caused the effect?
I would say it's a phenomenon that can be approximated by different models.
A phenomenon. Okay, well, with experiments, you're going to test the cause, which is what you claim to know. So I guess you didn't do that because all you have is a phenomenon that you're going to speculate about and then just try to quantify whatever you speculated to be the cause.
Yeah, I don't even have to care about the deeper cause of the law itself. I can just measure that it exists.
Yeah, you can just throw your claim under the bus completely, which is why I called you out, because I knew you would do that. So you don't know the cause. So you don't know the cause.
I'm still claiming that there is the phenomenon of gravity and that it causes the water finding its level. I just say that the cause of gravity itself existing is irrelevant to the question.
No, I'm not talking about the cause of gravity existing. I'm talking about what gravity is, and you can't seem to really figure it out, even though it was your claim. And you don't have a natural observed phenomenon to actually test out anyway. Because water finding its level didn't find its way into any hypothesis you tried to give me. But thanks for telling me that water finds its level. That was a handy concession.
Again, water finding its level is just an effect of it falling down.
That's fine. Whatever it's an effect of, it does it. It doesn't find some sort of convexity, so... You've thrown your whole paradigm under the bus, right from the globe itself.
How? Again, I gave you an example
You don't
of how
know?
to demonstrate gravity exists, how to demonstrate what variables
Well,
affect it.
that's a phenomenon that's not even possible on a globe. It'd have to be finding its curve, not its level, not a flat horizontal level. So right there, you shot yourself in the foot.
So that's a false dilemma though, because level can be defined as curved if you have a curve reference. It just means an equal
Yeah, I'm
elevation.
not defining it as curved. I'm defining it the normal way, level, synonymous with flat, horizontal, straight.
Yeah, I would say that this definition doesn't apply to surveying, which is the field that we're trying to talk about here. So that's kind of irrelevant.
I'm just talking about the physics of water, actually.
Yeah, and you're going to test the physics of water by doing surveying.
Really? Okay. Well, why didn't you do that then?
because that wasn't the question if the level is flat or not. The question was just what is causing water to form a level.
That's what level means.
No, it doesn't. It's actually
Yes, it
defined.
does. Yes, it does.
It's actually
Synonymous
defined
horizontal.
It's actually defined as a surface normal to the vector of gravity in surveying.
Okay. Well, you already told me that water finds its level, so normal to that, I guess, would be a horizontal level.
No, it would be a level, a curved level.
A level. Oh, a curved level. So double speak. Okay. Any measurement to show that level is actually a curve with respect to water?
Yes.
Hooray. You gonna post it?
Yes, I am going to post it.
So you might just want to come up with another term besides level, because that's obviously not what you mean. Just Google the definition for level and you'll see what I mean.
I don't
You're
have
using
any
the wrong term. Well, level is horizontal and flat, but you didn't mean that. So you should have been clear with your words to begin with.
I don't have any obligation to redefine it because our definition is already was used in practice in mainstream. You're the one that is redefining words for your agenda.
I don't want to distract you. You were going to show us measurements of water actually seeking a curve, not a level. So just get that.
Ooh, curvy water. Double checking, level is in fact perpendicular to plumb, right?
Well,
Yes.
he's trying to... Oh, yeah? Well, he's trying to define it as perpendicular to the gravity vector. Which, I mean, fine. I guess it'll just be up and down, vertical and horizontal, really. He's just trying to use fancy terms just to say those simplistic things.
If Get gets off deafened, Imbo, he'll tell you, he'll be glad to tell you about nano measurements of parallel verticals to create planes as an occupation.
I just posted one. It is a measurement of a drop of water from horizontal. It isn't the measurement of parallel verticals, but you can infer the diverging verticals from that. Because if water is always perpendicular to the vertical and the water itself curves, then the verticals also have to diverge logically.
You'll never see the water curve, will you?
I just posted a measurement of that.
No, you didn't. What did you actually? What was actually measured?
The drop of the water from horizontal over distance.
You're lying. What was actually directly measured? What was the tool that was used?
Theodolite.
Oh, okay. What did theodolites measure?
Angles.
Zenith angles.
He's measuring dip angle correction.
A zenith angle in this case. But it's kind of equivalent because you can just subtract a 90, then you have a depression angle.
Water's not going to curve. Water's never going to display convexity upon its face.
What are you measuring to, Embo?
No matter
a couple
what
of
size
targets on the surface of water.
Okay.
They are like perfectly in the on the sea level. They are like elevated.
Okay. So you're already talking about an angle, right?
Yes, a zenith angle.
Cool.
I agree. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know where the curve is, dude. Where's the curve?
Because when you have a zenith angle, then you can use trigonometry to calculate not the angular but the physical distance between this point on the water and your local horizontal. And logically, if your local horizontal is parallel to the surface of water, this will be constant for distance because, if you have two lines that are parallel to each other, the distance between them will always be the same because they are diverging. But if one is dropping from another, that distance will be increasing over well distance. And this was measured, basically.
So you're measuring a dip angle correction from the horizontal.
Yes, basically.
When you say the horizontal, are you referring to 0 degrees?
It's parallel to the one he left behind at mean sea level. He's correcting for one horizontal that his height of eye is at, measuring the angle to correct to the parallel horizontal below. That's what he's doing.
Is the horizon going to be 0 degrees to the observer?
No, it's going to be below.
Yeah.
So that's our dip. But when we correct for that, is that a straight plane?
Yes, it's a straight plane, but that guy isn't measuring to the horizon. He's measuring points that are closer than the horizon, to a set of points on the water. And measuring the dip angles to these points.
See, that's all you ever see, Embo. That straight plane. Anything past that is your imagination. You realize that, right?
I don't think that sentence carries any substance.
This is the same method that we used for cartography. Measured angles, right?
0 degrees means something.
Yeah, but in cartography
means something.
Yeah, in cartography we just measure with
means something.
Yeah, but in cartography you don't measure the vertical angles, the zenith angles, you measure the azimuth angles.
You measure the vertical angles and the horizontal angles, the height of the object above mean sea level, and the distance between objects, another angle.
Yes, that's true.
Yes,
One
so
height
this method that we use is because the Earth is flat. So we use this method. We use it for cartography and navigation.
I don't think so. I don't think.
Yeah, it's called taking a running fix from one position to another up a coastline. Sure, we've had this conversation before. If not you, it was with Bacon. So yeah, this methodology uses very simple trigonometry because we know the height of the objects above mean sea level, like the lighthouse at 250 foot, or the mountain at 3,000 feet.
But that is the opposite. There you don't measure the height of the object, you already know it. Then you reverse engineer it to know your distance to the object. So it's basically navigation, not surveying.
Yeah, it's the same principle.
Yes, that's true, but the difference is that in surveying you need precision. There you don't need that much precision. You just need to know where you are relative.
So you don't need precision when you're doing celestial navigation. You don't need precision when doing any type of navigation. You don't need precision when doing cartography. It's the same principle as the theodolite, right? It measures angles. That's all we're doing.
You do, but in celestial navigation, in celestial navigation you don't do that. You do that on terrestrial navigation. Terrestrial navigation is over small distances.
Yeah, so in celestial navigation we're not interested and can't verify the height of the star above the Earth. Because no matter our altitude, the angle doesn't change. We know this, right? But what we are interested in is its ground position.
Yeah, so
we're measuring angles.
You just use the circumference of the Earth for the distance.
We're just measuring angles, dude.
Yeah, and then you convert the angles to distance using the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, you'll solve your PZX triangle in the sky and calculate that curved distance in the sky and transform it with Haversine. Yeah, of course you will.
Using
the angle measurement.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Jay.
Sorry, I was just going to say the angle measurement is taken from the Earth. That's the horizontal plane.
It's taken from the horizon.
Yeah, until you do your correction, right? Your dip correction takes you down to a sea level reading at 0.
No, it takes you up. It takes you above the horizon.
No, dip angle correction takes... No, the correction, because you're above the horizon and you're correcting for the horizontal that's parallel below you, you want to be on the parallel that's below you. So you correct for that. That's why it's called height of eye, above that parallel. You're saying that when we correct for that, that's now a tangent, not the plane of the Earth.
That's 0
yes,
degrees.
It would
That's
be
your
a tangent.
baseline, and it's a plane. Yes.
If navigation is based on an actual circumference of the Earth, then the horizon will be a tangent, like he said. So it'll be a geometric horizon, in other words. Are able to show us that?
I mean, it wouldn't be the tangent as you think it is. It wouldn't be like you looking down towards the horizon, that type of tangent. If you have like horizontal already with the deep correction, then it's the tangent at the observer's location. So it's touching the Earth at the observer's location, like a flat plane touching the Earth at the top.
That's what I said, yeah. So it's not horizontal. Sorry, both objects, you, the observer, and the ground position of the object is not on the same horizontal.
That's true.
But you measure them as if they are.
When? When exactly?
When you measure the angle of the star above the horizon.
But how does that measure that? You just measure it relative to your own horizontal, and that doesn't tell you anything about the
Your
orientation.
own horizontal, sorry, your own horizontal that you correct for to place you at a sea level reading. So 0 on the horizontal plane of the Earth. You say that this plane is a tangent, only intersecting the Earth where you stand.
Okay, so you used your own horizontal, and what does this tell you about the orientation of your horizontal to other horizontals?
Just parallel to the horizontal plane of the Earth is what it tells me. And so there's no tangent, just parallel horizontals.
How do you know that? Again,
Because we've got a distance from point A to point B, the ground position of the lighthouse. We did that earlier. That's horizontal over a 20, 30 mile distance. You're saying what now? Because our celestial objects, that now the Earth's a ball. No, we're just measuring angles off of the horizontal plane. It wasn't a tangent along the coastline. It's not a fucking tangent out to sea.
Yep. No tangent. You'd have to have a geometric horizon to show a tangent, right? You know, that would be a consequence of the circumference that you think that you're drawing tangent planes to and so forth.
So firstly, yes, in terrestrial navigation, you can assume it's flat and the planes are parallel to each other at the lighthouse location and your location, because it's at a small area, so the Earth approximates as a plane, that area, without like significant distortion. But in celestial navigation, you don't do that. That's why you don't use trigonometric functions to do that, because you don't have a triangle, you don't have a flat baseline. You just have a linear function that converts your angle to the distance using an arc on the Earth.
No, the arc's in the sky. Sorry, no, the arc's in the sky. It's the line. Sorry,
elevation.
I mean, it's both at the same time.
Which can extend thousands of miles on a horizontal plane, and someone can be within your radius, and they have their own radius, an angle of equal elevation, like a Venn diagram. So if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, then A is parallel to C.
Are you aware that the word elevation in this context doesn't mean the physical elevation of sea level, but an angle?
Elevation, equal. That's the key word.
Equal elevation means an equal angle, not an equal physical distance.
An angle is a straight line as well.
No, an angle is a
0 degree horizontal
baseline
is the baseline of that angle of equal elevation. And that can extend out thousands of miles. So you can adjust the baseline hypotenuse there. You can wiggle that sucker.
The baseline.
The baseline. Your buddy can have one as well that's right next to you. Your buddy 100 miles away can have one. Yeah.
The baseline.
See how you share
the first straight line.
There's no curvature there on the baselines. They're of equal elevation.
Can I now speak, or are you going to say something? Because you're kind of making these long gaps in your speaking, so I don't know when you're going to finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, angle is composed of two straight lines. So your first straight line would be your local horizontal, and another straight line would be your line of sight to the star. So where you see the star, both of those are straight, but none of those uses the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, you're going to do that when you use height of eye correction to bring your horizontal down to the plane of the Earth.
I don't think that's bringing any horizontal. It's just subtracting an angle of dip, and then when you subtract this
Yeah,
angle of dip,
which is
then you
height of eye
horizontal
above the
desert.
surface. Yeah.
That's
So
how high
basically,
your eye
mathematically, you're going
is
to bring your
above.
sextant down to the floor. Is all you're doing.
Exactly.
Is
To the zero. So that you can have the vertex for your angle. You see, you can get a 90 right there. Right?
It has
your zenith. So if you have a 90, that baseline is going to be straight. As you said, it's two straight lines. That's the definition of an angle. But that bottom line, that's a 0-degree plane that can extend out for thousands of miles in total disregard of any curvature. Complete disregard.
Yes,
And your
because the Earth isn't.
buddy's angle can overlap yours. And your third buddy can overlap both of those. Now you're covering just enormous distances, aren't you? Of equal elevation. Yes. The same zero. But that's about the sum of everything that you need to know.
But again, your baseline wouldn't have anything to do with the surface. You only use surface to indirectly derive it.
Would. It was absolutely would. Because that's the way the Earth presents itself. That's why we use that. We'd be using arcs. We'd be using arcs, wouldn't we?
It's the surface when we measure the distance, which we want to do between the boat and the thing we're measuring to. It's a straight line distance. Conversion's really simple.
Yes, always your straight line will be a straight line distance.
Yes. It's not a curved distance then.
Really trying to drive that one home, man.
Yeah.
It's a straight line.
It's not curved distance because at that distance where you would see a lighthouse, the difference between the curved distance and straight distance would be negligible. Like the arc that this water would be tracing would be like basically straight.
Basically, what you're saying is that no eye ever sees curvature.
No, what I'm saying is that you're cherry picking examples where you wouldn't expect to see
You're
curvature.
never going to see anything curving, are you?
But you would, though. We were discussing the measurement of that previously.
How big is local for you? So within your local area, are things parallel, like verticals?
Like 100 square kilometers. I think that's the limit for the planar surveying. After
that, how big is that for you?
Again,
so are you saying that I can get vertical parallels in that local area?
No, you perfectly will never get them vertical, but there will be a point where the sensitivity of your instrument will be too little to detect this.
You're saying it's indistinguishable from parallel.
Basically, yes.
No, basically or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
It's indistinguishable from parallel. So, parallel. See, you see how you have to talk? So, within this local area, the verticals are parallel, correct?
They are almost parallel. The sensitivity of the instrument is too low to measure it. Like
what instrument detects that they're out of parallel?
Theodolite.
How do you know when you're in parallel?
Because
you orient to say that you're out of it.
Because you orient two theodolites towards themselves and you measure the zenith from one to another.
What you're saying that you get is an ever diverging angle when you drop two verticals. As you rise in altitude, they will diverge more and more. So you have, if you're building a building, it's going to be, say, like an upside down pyramid. If you follow your plumbs, you go high enough.
The buildings don't really cover that big areas.
Okay, but basically what you're saying is that, though, right?
Yes, if you want to,
if you follow your plums, you're going to diverge like that.
yeah, if you want to.
That's
How can that happen when he has?
Not even locally you get parallel plums. Is that what you profess?
Yes, I mean the fact that the instrument is too little sensitive to
When someone
measure it
builds
doesn't
something,
mean it's fake.
when someone builds something in architecture, and it's a mastercraft, and words like true and square are achieved, does that actually mean anything?
Yes, it means a figure with four sides which are equal in length. That's what a square means.
When something's true and square, are its sides parallel?
Yeah, the opposite sides are parallel. There are two sets
So
of parallel sides.
you can build parallel verticals.
Yes, locally.
Locally, you can. How do you know you're parallel?
I don't know that. I only know that they are parallel to the margin of error.
Would your plums verify that those verticals are parallel?
They would verify that they are parallel to the margin of error.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere slowly. So locally, I can drop vertical plums, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a radius of vertical plums, correct? Let's say I drop 10,000 plums in my radius, and I have a center point. Okay.
So what?
Is that too much?
I don't think it's a matter of the amount of them. It's a matter of how big the distance is between them, because then the curvature.
Tell me what's local for you. How much radius do I get from a center point?
Again, if I remember correctly, the former border between planar surveying and geodetic surveying, where you have to control the curve, is 100 square kilometers of an area.
100 square kilometers of parallel plums.
Of plums that can be used in practice as parallel.
Indistinguishable.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So they're completely in character of being parallel. You can't tell the difference. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. So now I've got my radius of plums. My buddy drops his radius within mine. At the edge of mine. That's his center point. Now half of his radius overlaps my radius. Are all of his also plum?
Yes.
So if one side of my edge is A and the other side of my edge is B, and one side of his edge is C and the other side of his edge is D, are all of these plums parallel?
They wouldn't be parallel. You're taking my word when I say they would be parallel to the margin of error.
You said all local plums are parallel. Now he's got a set of local plums and I have a set of local plums. I have a radius of plums and so does he. Are they all parallel?
You don't have like a magic moment at which they snap from being completely parallel to being divergent. You have a gradual change, and after some
that's
area,
over distance, isn't it? Over distance, isn't it? But you like to isolate local. You like to isolate local things. You like to avoid relating things one to another. That's part of your trick. But now, as we see, if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, what's the geometric law for that? What's the rule, the proof that you come out with that particular geometric math?
The proof
means A is most necessarily parallel with C, isn't it? Yes is the answer. So
And
all
like
of our plums are parallel. All of his plums are parallel. We share a radius. We can have a third guy overlapping both rings, a fourth overlapping. They're all going to have parallel plums. And every single one of them are going to be parallel. Radius to radius, one to another. Absolutely.
There wouldn't be, because if you took the person from one side of area and then person from the other area, if one was looking at another, then there would already be enough divergence probably to detect it.
You have to believe there's a divergence. You'll never see it. You'll never measure that, will you?
I mean, I've already sent a measurement
You'll
of that.
never measure that.
Do you want me to
Just like you'll never, just like you saying that when I ask you if you can build a level wall, you have to say no, you can't, can you?
I can, but do you want me to buy an equipment that's
No, you
unrelated
can't.
to my
You
profession?
can't. You don't have a tool that can measure level, do you? When I say level, I'm talking about a horizontal vector that does not slope.
That isn't what I mean by level. That is what I
Okay,
mean
so
by
when I say build a horizontal level wall, I mean one that does not slope. You can't do that, can you?
I can.
You cannot.
I can.
How will you know if you're in level? How will you know? How can you keep a horizontal vector?
Because
What
I
tool,
know that
what
by
tool are you going to use?
A spirit level, for example.
So will that always have a perpendicular 90?
To vertical?
Yeah. To your
Yes.
level wall. You say you can build a level wall. Will there always be
Yes.
a perpendicular, a perfect 90 to that level horizontal vector?
Yes, always.
So it doesn't curve.
It does curve because in
You just
reality,
said it does curve, and then you said it doesn't curve. You can build a level wall with plumb verticals and verify that with tools. You say you can build this wall, yeah?
yeah, if you build a perfectly straight wall, if this is what you mean by
Yeah,
level,
that's what I'm talking about. Retaining the horizontal vector, yes, as you build. But with your
yes,
levels equidistant from a center point, you don't get to do that. Because you're going to descend from the original horizontal vector in slope, aren't you? As you go in distance. That's called
yes, that's
drop.
absolutely
Just like you say the boats do. Drop.
yes, that's true.
That's true. So you see now? You can't
Okay,
build a
but
level
then
wall.
I can because all of your arguments are just photos. So in order to have impact in reality, you would have to give me an example where was this actually done, like a perfectly forced horizontal wall. Then, if you could go there and measure that it diverges from your local vertical, then that would be like a proof. But for now, it's just a thought experiment, and saying that it sounds so ridiculous that it cannot be true in reality. Nuh-uh. It's basically like an appeal to incredulity, but not even based on like physical argument. It's just you making up a scenario.
I want you to point what you just said to yourself.
I said what I think.
We know what you think, man. It's nothing new. Just trying to point out how, it's thought of differently.
So where in reality do I find a perfectly forced horizontal wall that is built on enough distance to detect the curvature?
You know what? I'll guarantee every one you drop, every plumb you drop will be parallel to the next one you drop. I will guarantee you that as a man.
Okay, how
You
not?
can trust that at any altitude, at any depth, at any angle, anywhere you want to go with it, man. I will absolutely ironclad guarantee that for you. And that
Would you
water
be
you can trust to be level. to give you that level. If you want to build a wall, water will be your guide. I'll guarantee its loyalty 100% through the job.
Will you be able to bet money on that?
Oh yeah, you want to put some money on it?
Yes, why not?
You're going to have to purposely build out of square.
No, it wouldn't be building a square. It would be measuring it with a surveying instrument.
You need to build. I need to see what you can do when I say build a square. I want to see what yours is going to look funny. Yours isn't going to look like mine.
I don't have a land to build a square from one city to another, and while being sure that it's perfectly straight. That's absurd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
people would media.
Now
would
you're in a
be
place of
perfectly
you're in a place of
straight.
your mind where your resolve rests in this way to believe what you say, that you're going to get diverging verticals, that you're going to get wedging water. Okay.
I think
You've never seen any of that, and no one ever has. All right, but you easily go there, don't you? That's okay. It's good enough for you just to be told this, given some math, how to take like angles and then turn them into arcs and stuff like that. Somebody gives you a pathway into that, and you're like nodding the whole way, saying, yes, that's good enough for me. These curved baselines make sense in the world I want to be in. You want that to be that way, but that's not the way it really is it? That is not the way geometry works. These things that you fancy are not real, actual geometric issues, are they?
You don't think spheres are a part of geometry?
I'm saying that you have to take leaps of logic a lot, don't you?
Name the leap of
logic. A lot
logic.
of things that the human eyes have never observed that you claim are.
I would say something, but I think it would get me.
Well, I wouldn't say that then. But the reality is what I'm saying. What do you think about that?
I think that what you're saying is baseless. It's very sad for me to say that to you, because you made a very big effort in describing that, but I think if what you're describing as a concept doesn't have a proof in reality, then it's kind of meaningless.
I'll guarantee reality.
I'm going farting at the micro.
And that you can build parallel and level and square and true.
Yeah.
Huge, reliable structures.
Have fun with your parallel squares, I think, because I've already been discussing time. I will go to eat something. So,
okay.
Good discussion. Amazing. Goodbye.
I wanted to ask him a question before he left, but my mic didn't work. I wanted to ask him that if the engineer who just drawn the World Trade Center was thinking that he were drawing upside down pyramid, because that's what it would be. The plan lines that were used to build those towers were just a conversion toward the center of that sphere Earth. So engineer have to take a.
Yeah, I'm talking to some retard flat earthers. Hold on. Hello? Oh, is anyone there? Hello?
No, we're all retards.
Did you hear me say that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, retard.
Yeah, you're talking to some retard flat earthers.
I'm not a flat earther though. I'm just here investigating, trying to figure out what exactly it is. So it's interesting to hear you guys speak about it, and not sure what geometry and mathematics has to do with it, but I'm interested. So I'm gonna stick around if that's okay.
Well, it's a claim of geometry. It's a shape claim, right? It's a sphere. That would be a shape.
Right, that makes sense.
Yep. So that's what it has to do with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. My mic wasn't working a second ago. Did that other guy drop out? The one calling us retards? Okay, he must have.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you have any questions or?
Oh, me?
It was that guy, the mind. It's
Dang, that sounded fun.
it
Oh, well.
changed to the voice chat below this one. The mind.
Well, we can just have maybe a stable, level-headed conversation with transparency instead then.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good to me.
So, what are your thoughts? What are you thinking?
I'm trying to figure out exactly what flat earthers believe in and how just kind of investigating. I'm not quite sure what it all means and what you guys believe in and what you are arguing.
Well,
I'm not quite sure about all of it.
our claim is that water is level, flat, horizontal at rest. The majority of the surface of Earth is covered in water. Therefore, it's not curving convexly as would the surface of a sphere. Therefore, it's some sort of planar thing, not a globe.
Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So would gravity keep the water, if the earth is round, then wouldn't the water be flat as it is around the earth, but because of gravity?
Well, no, it would be curved if gravity was conforming it to the surface of a ball, right? The water would actually have a continuous curve over the surface. It wouldn't level out. So gravity is kind of made up to make the ball work, right? To have things sticking to a ball antipodally, upside down and right side up and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and gravity is also used to make believe the heliosexual system.
There could be something like gravity in existence, but we don't make a claim to it. It's not a cause that you would be able to test for anything with a scientific experiment.
Women's
Or the-
breasts, they sag over time. That's gravity.
Ho!
What? Okay, well that's. Yeah,
listen,
go ahead. Sorry.
Listen,
Yeah.
that's just density in air. That's okay.
Take more iodine and you won't have that problem.
Now,
Yeah,
but
they're
check
not
this
buoyant
out. See,
enough in the medium.
Gravity seriously has some issues as far as its existence, and its key note is that it claims that things have a downward bias. But the reality is that not everything does it? Not everything goes down in air, does it? So now you get, when you really start peering into what gravity may or may not be, what you start noticing and disseminating is that things that are lighter than air float, don't they? And things that are in air that are heavier than air come down. And then we start noticing, hey, wait a minute. What happens in different mediums? Do these same things float in water? Do they go down? What makes things go up and down in water? So then what we really come away with is the relationship between things and the medium that they're in. So the differences in their densities. determine whether they go up or down in the medium. It has nothing to do with imagining that there's a gravity.
Well, there's a lot of different definitions of gravity, which is maybe where we should start. If you're just talking about the effect of things going down and calling that gravity, yeah, absolutely, everybody knows that happens. Where the argument lies is when a baller says that gravity is mass is attracting, or the bending and warping of space-time, like Einstein said. Those would be causal mechanisms for the effect of things going down, and that's the part where they can't provide any validation. That's where the argument is.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Mind blowing. Okay. It's
Well, you can't prove that your tits are sagging because of the bending and warping of
mine
space-time,
aren't.
right?
Yeah, mine aren't. Mine are fine. But they will.
Yeah.
So they
Not to
probably-
make it personal with you, just in general.
Yeah.
It'd be impossible to prove that tits sag due to the bending and warping of space-time, right?
Well, if you ask every woman, they'd probably tell you differently. But yeah, you're right. You're right.
I mean, sorry, but you went there, not me. So
Yeah. No problem. I understand. Okay.
So I watched this YouTube video a while back, and I'm gonna post it. Have you guys seen this about gravity? Like two dense balls, do they attract to another two dense balls? Non-magnetic.
Okay. So what are you going to be using this for? Is this going to be
I thought it was topical.
Is it going to be a measurement or an experiment?
Those aren't two different things, right? It can be both. It can be either.
Well, it's Cavendish, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
You can use Cavendish to quantify and measure something, or you're going to be using it to test the cause of an effect.
Neither. I was just bringing it up.
Okay, well, it's often brought up as a claim experiment for gravity. There's no valid hypothesis for it. There isn't even a natural observed phenomenon to test with it. So it's not an experiment. Knockin' Futz is writing garbage in the chat. He doesn't know what a hypothesis is still.
Yeah. There's absolutely no evidence that two things hanging are attracted to each other, except for some of you Globers' private lives.
I guess if it's not gravity, tell me where I'm going wrong. But if it's not gravity, in this Cavendish experiment, or I'm probably already tripping up on words here. But why does this happen? In the Cavendish experiment, why do they seem to attract to each other, two massive objects?
The claim from the people that gave us that so-called experiment is that it's Newtonian, gravitational attraction, which was superseded in the Baller's paradigm by Einstein. So, I mean, which one is it? Is gravity the bending and warping of space-time? Is it mass is attracting? It sounds like they're just begging the question. They're just asserting that there's a cause for what the balls are doing and then just trying to quantify the strength of that cause. They haven't actually done any experiment to show that any conception of gravity is what's causing the balls to do what they do. I guess your question was, what causes them? I don't know. It's not my claim, it's theirs.
Fair. But that is I'm trying to be good faith here and just being like, hey, this is like a mainstream YouTube video.
Leave a small section for deceit as an answer. Okay.
I heard you. I don't think I understood you.
Well, I mean, do you believe that parlor tricks exist?
Yes.
Do you believe people would purposely do something in manners to deceive like that?
100%.
Okay. I mean, just leave a little, room when you're trying to disseminate all the
Okay.
possibilities of all the whys that you might be looking for. It'd be as simple as that. Why when you see something like that, it appears to work. Does it really? You look closer, I bet it doesn't.
I have a question when you get a chance.
Yes,
Go
please
ahead.
go ahead.
Okay, so during a lunar eclipse, the Earth always casts a shadow on the moon. The shadow is always round, which kind of indicates that the Earth is spherical. And you can see it at any lunar eclipse. So, how do you explain that one, just out of your perspective?
Yeah, I got it. So check this out, friend. You may be surprised to find out that it's not the case that you can model a sphere casting a uniformly circular shadow on another sphere. That doesn't actually happen in reality. So the claim that it's a sphere casting a shadow on a sphere is false. Now, what it actually casts is an oval and then a sinusoidal shadow. So in other words, an oval, which you understand, and then an S-curve. That's what actually happens when you model it in reality. The only way to get a consistent curved shadow is for one of the objects to not be a sphere. Now, you may be saying, well, I'm scratching my head. Well, I'm glad you're scratching your head because I'll post some graphics for you that you can look at.
Yeah.
Which are but one more thing. They're not simply graphics, they're actual demonstrations, like real life stuff, models and objects. So give me a second, I'll post that, but you can go ahead and ask another question.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, so another one that I've been thinking of, because some flat earthers come into my server all the time and I don't really know too much about it, so that's why I'm here. So I was thinking the last few weeks, so as ships sail away from shore, right, they gradually disappear from the bottom up. So the hull disappears first, followed by the mast, which is consistent with a curved surface. So you can literally test this observation by watching ships leave a port or other places. What do you think about that one?
It's true. You will see that. That's part of perspective, and it depends on your height, of course, as far as how far into the distance you will see that. But that's an angular resolution. So what you'll notice is when you zoom in past that point, when it's past your line of sight, you think it's gone over the edge, you simply widen the aperture of your camera, zoom in, and it comes back into focus with a new horizon behind it. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I did post a gift
Go
to you.
over an edge.
Dumb this down for me for a second. What does widen your aperture mean? And I'm not a photographer.
Well, you obviously knew it had something to do with photography.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the eye lens.
Which, if you widen that, doesn't that just allow for more light to hit the lens?
He's talking about the angle.
Aperture is
angle.
basically a hole that light passes through.
And if you widen it, that just allows for more light to pass through, right?
Zoom. It's zoom. Let's not get lost in aperture so much. It's zoom.
No.
When you zoom in from your location, and you supposedly watch this ship go over the edge, and you zoom in, comes back into your line of sight with a new horizon behind it, and it will then reach that horizon and disappear from sight again. And if you could zoom in even more, it would come back in again.
What about What about all the satellite imagery we see? Why do you think the government is lying to us then if the Earth is round? I mean, flat, excuse me.
But we have ex-aerospace engineers
hold on.
talking about photo.
All right, let's make some corrections. First, I posted that moon data. Second, increasing the zoom does not indefinitely increase or is necessarily related to the angular resolution. They're completely two different things. So it's not the case that you can simply just increase zoom and you'll always get a more resolved image. Eventually, you have to increase the size of your aperture. It's the only way to get more data. All right, you can go ahead.
Okay, agreed. That he went more specifically with that, but nevertheless, you're still going to be dealing with the object in a straight line of sight.
Hmm. Okay. Huh.
If you search satellites in space, you don't get one single photo, real photo.
I don't doubt that.
Well, like the most famous one is admittedly a Photoshop. It has to be, he said.
Okay, how about there's one more that I looked up the other day that I'm curious about. And I don't understand it too much, but maybe you guys do. It's called the Foucault pendulum. So the Foucault pendulum demonstrates Earth's rotation, obviously. As it swings, its plane of motion appears to change due to the rotation of the Earth beneath it. This effect provides evidence for both the spherical shape and rotation of the planet.
So then why doesn't the Earth deviate underneath a helicopter or a plane or a drone? Shouldn't it deviate beneath everything that leaves its surface? Doesn't. With planes and helicopters, they say that the atmosphere is turning together with the globe, and so it's as if it were stationary because everything in the air is just turning with the globe. But then with this pendulum, they say it's not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Pendulums can lie at rest, completely vertical.
What I can say,
Power cranes, any plumb bob, it's the same weighted line aspect.
what I can say about that pendulum and that precision that the pendulum is doing is because of a successful start made by someone or something, a mechanism that they do for launching that shit. So they have to do it and redo it again and do it again because it fails every time. So that precision would be caused by a successful launching by someone or mechanism, not by the Earth or anything like that. Because we know that if you leave a pendulum just hanging there, it won't do any precision and it won't start moving by itself.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Interesting.
Tell me it makes logical sense so far.
I don't think any of you are off out of your minds or anything at all. I think you have very good points and you're giving me a definite different perspective to think about. It's interesting and fascinating actually. But I'm just wondering why we're being lied to. That's what I worry about. That's what I wonder about.
The most important question, if there is lies, if you find that there is some lies that you were told, that's the important thing. You found the lie. The motive is not really interesting for me. Doesn't matter for me. The motive, if the motive is just money, power, control, spirituality, it doesn't matter. But what matters if you find that there is a lie. If you find that there is something that were done purposely, just it wasn't an accident. It was purposely done, and the story were just modified again and again and again, and science and physics just reconstructed. It's not science; it's just pseudoscience. Reconstructed many times, just to hold that belief, make it work.
I told you're a meaningless speck of dust in a void. Maybe somebody wants to take a creator out of the picture, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's a motive, but it doesn't matter. Maybe one, they have just one single motive. Maybe they have them all. Who knows? That question, it would have to be asked to the one who lied to you.
Yeah, because
someone else will just assume.
That's all I can really do is assume, speculate, interpret. I don't know, but we can guess.
Right. Yeah, take all the data in and, study it and research it, and then talk about it. That's pretty much what we can do. I asked a question in the side chat, but I didn't really get an answer. I was just kind of curious about the North Star and different latitudes and things like that. So, for example, the North Star is not visible in the southern hemisphere. But the change in visibility can be explained by a spherical Earth, as various positions on a flat surface would not yield such differences. So different constellations are visible from different latitudes. Like, for example, the North Star. And that's one that I'm kind of wondering about too.
Well, that's actually how latitude is derived with angle measurements to Polaris, right? That's how you get your latitudes in the first place. So the minimum elevation angle to Polaris is going to be what's called the equator. That's how they got that in the first place. And those Polaris is on the horizon at what's called the equator. That's what latitude is. As far as it being caused by a curved surface, water is demonstrably level and flat at rest. And that would also necessitate what's called a geometric horizon, a maximum distance over the Earth that you can see because it's curving away from you. And we can show that you can see way further than that. So maybe Polaris is dropping due to something to do with perspective, or maybe just not just that, but I don't know the way that the celestial bodies behave. But if it's due to it being a globe, then the surface has to curve.
Wow.
I wouldn't go all in on it just being plain perspective. I think there's probably something more to the way that the stuff in the sky works than just that. But again, to do with the globe interpretation, then you'd have to measure a curve of the ground in order for that to be the reason.
Oh, you hungry? It's very calming in here. The chat that I joined before this was the regular politics chat, and there was about 10 people screaming at each other all at once. And then I was like, I cannot handle this. I can't even get a word in. I don't even know what they're talking about. So I came over here, and everybody's muted up, and quiet and just calm and chill, and it's just
Well,
such a
don't worry.
different.
It'll get rowdy,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
but it'll only be like maybe 2 or 3 people screaming at most. We'll never have 10.
Yeah.
That's
And thanks for being so welcoming as always thinking the earth and is round. That's what I've always been taught. That's what I've seen. Satellite images, declassified documents, things like that. And so this is totally new to me, but I have an open mind and I'm into it. So, and
we
the
were
more I
all.
learn,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
the more I learn, the better, because when the flat earthers come into my server, I can talk to them a little bit more and kind of get their perspective and see, maybe talk to them a little bit about what we talked about and what I learned here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were all taught the same thing. We all grew up on the globe, heliocentric model. So it was new to all of us coming into this. Like, we all got slapped in the face with this information. So we're not like
When
trying to force you to think anything or anything. Just, we're here to provide the information, answer whatever questions you have. And if you want to argue, we can do that too.
Yeah, I heard you arguing.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you going to ask?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. Stop by anytime.
Okay, you have a good night. Take care.
You too.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for being cool.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello, hello. I recognize some people in here I was talking to the other day.
Nice.
Yes, I just have a question.
Shoot.
What's the deal with like amethyst, like crystals and like stuff in the flat earth community?
I can defer to someone else.
Oh, okay. Because one time, I was asking about like the edge and stuff, and someone showed me like a cross section of like an amethyst crystal in like the chat that like allegedly like showed like Satan or something. So I wanted to know what's the whole deal with amethyst crystals or whatever.
Relevance.
To the girl that was just here, beware of flat Earth questions that, for example,
She's
revolve
gone.
around amethyst crystals and such. It's just for anybody, just to show how quickly that this can get off track, right? When you start step-siding the fundamentals of the nature of Earth, this is the kind of stuff that we're going to be entertaining. Amethyst crystals.
Well, I mean, it was someone I talked to in here. I mean, showed me an image. So I mean,
Oh, I know. It's that D-Ife guy, right?
it was a while ago. It might have been.
Yeah, he's always talking about stuff like that, and he's kind of on his own path. I really have no idea what he's talking
Okay.
about.
I mean, it's like a religious
whatever,
sort of thing or something.
I guess he's got some sort of understanding of how everything works. I don't
Okay.
know.
I don't trust anybody who tells me they have it all figured out. No way.
I totally agree with that, Flatsy. And the deeper parts of knowledge are probably going to be fairly private.
Hey, imagine you would have had figured everything out. Wouldn't that be a very boring life if you know everything as a human? That would be very boring. I think the very reason why we mostly are still figuring stuff out in that very short period we live, and it's not enough to actually figure everything out in the first place, is the reason why life is so exciting sometimes. But if we would think we know everything, then life gets boring very fast.
Kind of goes into merit as well. and value of knowledge. It seems like, right? That when I say merit, it needs to be earned in a certain way by the seeking of it. It's there for everyone, nice and free, right? But there's this seems to be this element to just the whole experience of living that there's a cloaking side to life that is about deceit in its nature, in its very nature. And how what better way to do it than with knowledge, right? So well, there's pockets of truth here and there, and whoever really wants to get to the bottom of things, I guess maybe they'll feel more comfortable about things. But I think truth really resonates in simplicity, and that's what a lot of people here have in common. Uh, Getting to this side of the logic of things, right? I mean, this really is keeping things to one a higher standard, one and more just the simplicity of the fundamentals of the nature of Earth, right? That makes more sense, right? I mean, it feels better to understand it this way, liberating in a lot of ways, right? Because it truly is kind of simple, you know. And then when you really kind of see how they what they do with the info to turn it into something else, I don't know what that is to know that. It's a graduation in life, kind of. And then so what do we know now? Now we see people that do and don't know. And what's weird is the people that hang on, even though they do know, they want to keep eating the steak, right? They protect it and they guard it, right? The lesser logics. Amazing what people do to me. America. Fuck yeah.
Why does atmospheric pressure decrease with altitude? Sounds like somebody has a claim that they tried to turn into a question. I don't get that. If the claim is so solid, why do you have to make a question out of it and try to get someone to make a counterclaim? Can't you just state your claim and then go ahead and prove that? I'll state a claim. There's a gradient because there's pressure, because the antecedent for gas pressure will be containment. So ultimately, in some way, there's a gradient because there's a container in order to have pressure, and then in order to have a gradient of that pressure. You need the pressure in the first place, that's X. The gradient will be delta, that comes after. What else do you need to know? The dynamic system within a container.
So do you have an example of a container of air with gradient pressure?
Yep. You can post a video where a guy takes a barometer and he measures pressure differentials inside a tank because he's unevenly heating the tank and showing that the pressure changes where there's heat applied. So if you add energy into a system, whether it's contained or not, you can create a differential, cause a differential.
So is pressure greater closer to the heat or further away from the heat?
The pressure would be greater where there's more heat.
And where does the heat come from on Earth?
I think it's a thing in the sky called the sun, but don't quote me on that.
So shouldn't air pressure be greater closer to the sun?
I don't think so.
You
Maybe
just said
right
it would be greater closer
I
to
don't
the
know.
heat.
I don't know that the sun is in the air. Could be outside the container.
So then there is a source of heat inside the Earth?
No, I didn't say that. The sun is a source of heat. It's in the sky. The Earth is made up of solid and liquid materials which retain more energy and more heat than, say, the thin layer of air, like, thousands and hundreds of thousands of feet up.
Well, you said atmospheric pressure would be greater nearer a heat source. And if the sun is a heat source in the sky, then shouldn't atmospheric pressure be greater the higher you get?
Okay, listen, I've already addressed that. So I said where the heat is applied, you're going to cause more pressure. The heat is being applied to the surface, and more of it's going to be retained there than it would be in a thin layer of air. You understand that, right? You understand there's more insulation on the ground, the water, the oceans, all these things are going to retain much more energy. I also told you that I don't claim that the sun is even in the air. Could be outside of it. Could be outside the container, I don't know.
Okay, so the heat doesn't actually become hot until it gets to the Earth's surface. Is that right?
So you know the relationship between heat and pressure, right?
Well, I'm just going off of what you said. You said further away from heat, the lower the pressure, right?
Well, where there's less heat, there should be less pressure. There's going to be more heat at the surface. That's where the heat is going to be retained the most. Plus, you're also going to have an exchange of gases at the surface level, too.
But the heat doesn't originate in the surface, right? It gets to the surface from the sun.
Yeah, and then it gets there.
So as it is traveling to the surface from wherever the sun is, shouldn't we see pressure respond to that?
Maybe you do.
We don't.
What are you talking about? If the heat is being applied to it, then there's going to be some kind of effect. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be way higher pressure up in the air. Most of the pressure is down here where the gases are exchanged and where most of the energy is retained. I don't see the problem. Anyway, did you have a claim about pressure gradients?
No, I was just curious about yours.
Well, I would say that there's pressure in the first place, right? It's the only way you're going to be able to have a differential of it is to have it to begin with, right?
Oh yes, there's definitely pressure. Yep, and it
Right.
seems to
The
get smaller the higher you go.
That's great. You keep pointing that out, but you don't have a claim about it, so I don't know why. Anyway, the antecedent for pressure, or gas pressure at least, would be containment. So we know there's a container. Gradient or not.
The antecedent for gas pressure is a container or containment?
A container.
A container, a physical barrier.
Has to be some sort of barrier.
Okay. Where is that defined?
Within gas pressure. Do you know the definition of gas pressure?
I mean, I guess I could look it up. Will I find that it requires a barrier when I look it up?
Well, it says container specifically in the definition.
All right, but you went a little stronger. You said a barrier, a physical barrier.
Yeah, so that would be a container, right? How is that a little stronger? What's the difference here?
Well, gravity can act as a containment mechanism, but you're talking about a physical barrier, which is not gravity.
Does gravity have walls?
No, gravity is not a physical barrier.
So then the definition of gas pressure won't be referencing gravity then, because it doesn't have walls.
Right. So you said the antecedent is containment, but then you strengthened it by saying a physical barrier. So that rules out gravity from your stronger definition.
Of course it rules it out. The stronger definition is basically what's applied in the definition of gas pressure. It says container. It doesn't say containment. It says container and the walls thereof.
So then you must be claiming that there is a dome or a physical barrier surrounding Earth. Is that correct?
I'm not claiming there's a dome. I'm claiming there's a container.
There is a physical barrier surrounding Earth.
There has to be a barrier of some sort. What form that barrier takes, I don't know. It could be the literal extent of reality, the embedding space that we're in, and that's just it. That's all there is to the space for the gas to move in. I don't know that it's necessarily made of glass or plasma or whatever. But there has to be some sort of finite extent, some sort of wall there for it to run into. I mean, maybe the container could be it could be out at the expanding edge of the universe, but then you're going to need a lot more gas than the ballers say to fill that up. Nah, I take that back. It can't be an expanding container because the gas would never run into the wall.
Yeah, you can't really fill up that Baltard.
Yeah, I take that back. Sorry.
No.
That was a ball-tarded claim on my part. I own it.
That's all right, Heretic. We love you here. You're good.
So is everything that we see in the night sky, like stars and planets and the sun and the moon, are they all within this container?
I told you first off that I don't claim that they are.
I guess maybe he's asking. Are you asking Heretic what his opinion is on that statement?
Yeah. What's your opinion? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, are they within the container or like somehow embedded like inside the container? What question you asked?
Is everything that we see in the sky inside of this container with us, or is the container translucent and we can see through it?
I have no clue, dude. They could be outside of it. It could be translucent. They could be somehow embedded within it. They could. I don't know. Don't know.
I find it kind of odd that, whenever a Glover comes along and makes a few claims, then you guys start interrogating and they say, oh, well, I don't know the specifics. You give them a really hard time about that. But your entire position seems to mostly just be, I don't know.
I just don't make
claims. What's wrong with an agnostic point of view?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no way to test.
I didn't know that was an issue.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. The problem is that Globers are not taking an agnostic point of view where they should. They're making claims that they can't verify. I'm just not doing that, that's all.
Oh, so how did you verify that there is a physical barrier?
So the antecedent relationship between gas and its container.
So that's just an inference. How did you verify the inference?
It's more of a deductive conclusion. There's no other way to have gas pressure.
So you've ruled out every other possible way to have gas pressure.
There isn't another possible way. That's why it's an antecedent.
Well, how did you rule out all other possibilities?
That's how it's defined. Gas pressure is defined by the walls of its containment. So you have to define gas pressure and then demonstrate how it's defined, how its definition stands to reason that that's why they define it that way. Now, if you're saying that it could be defined in another way, what you'd have to do was define it in another way and also demonstrate that by the definition it stands to reason that your definition is demonstrated to be what it is. Can you do that?
Well, so this is why
I need to ask you a straightforward question. You need to answer straightforward. Can you demonstrate that?
The interrupter is back. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, you are done.
It's like what I thought. You couldn't demonstrate the fact that if you have any other claim that gas pressure is can be explained without its containment, then you don't have an answer to that. But if you do, then go ahead and show us how you have a demonstration and then define exactly what you mean by that demonstration.
Yes,
you can't do that.
So gravity can
or else it
act
just goes to my point. Okay, you're
without a
going.
physical barrier.
No, it can't.
Which is why I pressed Heretic specifically to say that it is a physical barrier surrounding Earth, which gravity would not qualify for.
You have to have volume.
He's made a claim of gravity
for gas pressure.
Yeah, now he says you can achieve a volume for gas pressure just using gravity. So now what Alpha said, demonstration, please.
What he's trying to say by gravity, he's trying to give a container that he's not going to.
I know what he's trying to do. Yeah, now we need to get a
he's a
demonstration.
living example of someone living and breathing within gas pressure.
I know.
Yeah, we know Rotor. Rotor, we know that. We want him
there's
to
no
explain.
way. There's
Rotor.
no way.
Yeah, we get it,
We
brother.
want him to make his
We want
claim,
him
dude.
to do it, not you. We want him to do it, not you. I get what you're saying, but we want him to do it. Go ahead, Nucking.
Sorry, what am I supposed to do?
Stand by your claim. Gravity's a container. Show us a demonstration. Yeah.
Gravity can act as a container, and the demonstration is the gradient of atmospheric pressure that corresponds with altitude.
Wrong. Gradient pressure is already begging the question. It's the x. It's the x, not the delta x we're asking for. Pressure is already in gradient air pressure. So you need to demonstrate how pressure was achieved in the first instance, and then you can have a gradient of pressure.
Told you that already, Nuckin. You should have listened.
Yeah, so in a gravity containment well, the heaviest elements will fall to the bottom, and the lighter elements will hover near the top, which is what forms the
What do
gradient.
you mean, gravity containment well? Where'd you get that from? Demonstrate that part first.
Yeah.
You mean demonstrate the atmosphere that we live in?
No, the gravity containment that you're talking about. How can you science that? Give us a science test for that. How can we test for the gravity well?
You want an experiment that demonstrates gravity?
A gravity well, as you so said yourself. Now we need a demonstration of a gravity well. How do we science that?
Well, we can do an experiment to demonstrate gravity, the force of gravity.
Okay, you used these words, not us. You said gravity well. How can you demonstrate a gravity well?
Our atmosphere demonstrates it.
Really? Where?
Everywhere.
Okay. Well, there's that, right?
You notice that you just have a circular claim, right?
Yeah. All claims are ultimately circular. So.
Really?
Really? Yeah. Haven't you listened to any pre-suppers?
So you have a circular claim and you admit it, and you just throw every other claim under the bus to go with yours.
All claims are ultimately circular.
Okay.
You know that.
Whatever, dude. Do you have a demonstration of gravity causing air pressure?
Yeah, it's called our atmosphere.
That is a complete circular claim.
He's gonna keep saying it over and over, heretic, no matter how many times you ask.
Yeah, you're just asserting the thing in question, you doofus. Do you know that? Do you understand that's what you're doing even?
So when you ask for a demonstration of a phenomenon, and then I point out the phenomenon, and you say, "Oh, well, I want a different demonstration."
Dummy. I didn't
How
ask
is
for
that a fair
phenomenon.
counter?
I asked for a demonstration of the cause of the phenomenon. We all know that there's a phenomenon of air outside. Asking for your demonstration of the cause.
Okay, so you want a demonstration of gravity.
Now you're just gonna ask that question again.
Well,
Yeah.
gravity is what's causing the gradient in our atmosphere. So if you want a demonstration of the cause of the gradient, it would be a demonstration of gravity. Is that what you want?
Yeah, a scientific demonstration of gravity being the cause of air pressure.
Well,
Oh
it's
yeah,
more
I'd
than
like to
that.
see that too.
Gravity is the cause of all acceleration.
That's a claim. That's a claim.
Yeah.
Now show us how that's true. Demonstrate.
Well, the Cavendish experiment is a great demonstration of it.
Oh God. All right. If somebody wants to take this,
What's the natural
Fucking
observed
Cavendish.
phenomenon for Cavendish?
Gravity.
Okay, so it's not even gas pressure then. So we won't use that. Next. Anything else, or was that it?
Yeah, gravity is not exclusively applied to air pressure. It's applied to literally all
Dude,
mass objects.
you screwed up big time. You were supposed to say gas pressure. You said the cause, which would have been gravity. So that's the wrong thing. That's not even the observed phenomenon.
The cause of the gradient of atmospheric pressure is gravity.
Okay, so atmospheric pressure, is that the phenomenon?
The gradient of atmospheric pressure is the phenomenon.
Gradient of air pressure. Okay, where's the gradient of... All right, that's your observed, fine. Where's the gradient of air pressure in Cavendish?
The gradient of air pressure is caused by gravity.
Dude.
Cavendish is a demonstration of gravity.
Okay, so you're going to do an experiment to show that gravity causes gas pressure, right?
No, I'm going to do an experiment that shows that gravity is mass attracting mass.
Okay, yeah, that's all right. So that's not a demonstration of gravity causing gradients of gas pressure. We can throw that. Anything else?
Once you've established that mass attracts mass, then when you have Earth, a very large mass, and air, which is very small mass, you can conclude that the Earth is going to attract the air.
No, you can't. Show that it is doing that.
That's the atmosphere.
Okay, so the observed phenomenon then is the atmosphere?
Correct.
Supposed cause of atmosphere?
Of atmospheric pressure gradient, the supposed cause is gravity.
And how was gravity varied and manipulated to show that it's the cause?
The Cavendish experiment offers you independent and dependent variable to manipulate in order to show that mass attracts mass.
Your dependent variable is atmosphere, right?
Okay, so it sounds to me like you want an experiment that's...
Question, is the dependent variable atmosphere in Cavendish?
No.
Okay, so that's not going to prove... All right, yeah, so that's not scientific... Yeah, that's not a scientific demonstration of your claim of gas pressure being caused by gravity. Has nothing to do with it.
Oh, I agree. Cavendish does not have anything to do with atmospheric pressure.
No, so I don't know why you brought it up.
Because atmospheric pressure is caused by gravity, and Cavendish demonstrates gravity.
Okay, does Cavendish demonstrate gravity causing atmospheric pressure?
No, Cavendish demonstrates mass attracting
stop
mass.
talking about it. Then stop talking about it. I'm looking for the demonstration of gravity causing gas pressure.
Are you tracking, Nucky? I don't think you are.
Oh yeah, it's very clear.
He's like, oh yeah, okay.
You know, in an experiment, the dependent variable would be your natural observed phenomenon, right?
It doesn't have to be naturally occurring.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
it does.
No, it
Yes,
doesn't.
what are you talking about? Yeah, it does.
So atmosphere isn't naturally occurring, is that it?
No, atmosphere is naturally occurring. Yeah. But in the Cavendish experiment, the dependent variable is not a naturally occurring thing. It is a structure that you set up, and it's maintained by tension.
There's
That's
nothing
the
to
problem. The problem is it's not happening in nature. We're looking at something happening in nature, which of course you said is the atmosphere. Now, looking at the atmosphere and looking at something that's not something that's natural, then how are you going to compare that? You're going to vary and manipulate something that's happening in nature to cause a reaction and find out if it's the cause. You're not doing that.
Are you familiar with the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah.
What is the dependent and independent variable in the Cavendish experiment?
You don't have a natural phenomenon in the first instance, so it doesn't matter.
Sorry, what is the dependent and independent variable in the Cavendish experiment?
Where is your natural phenomenon observation of something happening in nature? So if you say it's gravity, listen, if you say it's gravity, what in nature is causing things to attract to other things? What do you see in nature?
Sorry, you said you were familiar with Cavendish.
What do you see in nature, sir? If you're asking the question within the Cavendish experiment, as you so call it, what did you see in nature that you're asking the question as to why you're doing the test? What did you see in nature?
So I just want you to tell me
What did
the
you
dependent
see
and
in
independent variable.
nature? Nothing.
Okay, so
What
you're
did you
not
see in
willing to
nature?
answer the question.
You don't understand that the premise is faulty if you don't understand where you got the information to substantiate the test. Where is the naturally occurring phenomena of the Cavendish experiment happening in nature? What are you testing for?
Sorry, so do you not know the dependent and independent variables?
Nothing. What are you testing for? What do you see in nature that you're testing for?
Are you going to tell me what the dependent and
Oh
independent
my
variables are?
God, dude, we're not going to go back to this
So he
argument.
doesn't know?
If your premise is faulty, yeah, he doesn't. That's why he's going back like
So
a
you don't
broken
know
record.
what the DV and
It's
IVs
not
are.
about me not knowing what it is. It's about you understanding that the premise is faulty if you don't understand what in nature we're asking the question about. See, natural science has to deal with how, why questions. Why,
So
how is this happening and why? So you want to know what is,
know?
hold on, Nucking. You're asking the question, what is happening outside that I want to know if I can cause a reaction by changing these variables. So what in nature is occurring that you want to know as you're investigating, the researcher, right? What are you trying to figure out? What's happening? Do you understand now? I'm making it very clear for you and very plain. All you got to do is make an answer. What do you see in nature? And then you can move into the Cavendish and talk about the dependent and independent variable that you're trying to figure out how you're going to cause a reaction. So
Great.
what are you seeing in nature?
In nature, we see mass attracting mass.
Like what?
Like when you drop something and it falls to the floor.
Okay, so where in nature is stuff like that happening? You got to look at nature first. Start there.
A rock rolling down a hill.
A rock rolling down a hill. Okay, so when you see a rock rolling down a hill, now move forward into Cavendish using that because it has to be something that you're asking questions about. So you see a rock rolling down a hill. Now, how does that compare to Cavendish?
Well, hang on. I answered your question. Now you answer
I know,
mine.
but it ties into the test.
What is the IV
Listen,
and the
it's
DV of Cavendish?
It's directly linked. It's directly linked to the test. So you see something in nature. Yeah, that's the point. This is the reason
If you
why I'm
refuse to
asking.
answer my questions, then this isn't a conversation.
Nucking, this is important, right? If you're asking the question, then you want to know why a rock is rolling downhill. So is the Cavendish test the answer to that?
What is the dependent and independent
You're not going to keep
variables
asking your
of
question
Cavendish?
over again. You're not going to keep asking the question over again if you don't understand what you're seeing in nature compared to the test. You have to figure out in the test what's happening in nature. So if it's a rock rolling downhill, is that what you're testing for in Cavendish?
I answered your previous question, but you refused
You need
to answer
this
mine.
one. It's
So
all
I'm going
linked.
to head out. Thanks for the chat. Oh, by the way, I did all the math you guys wanted yesterday. I'm happy to show it whenever you like.
Yeah, just post it in
What
the
was the
text channel
observation?
before you leave. Post it in the text channel before you leave.
I think I'll wait to show it in real time. But next time we chat, just ask me for the math and I'll
You
post it.
said any time, so that was already proven to be a lie.
Yeah, next time we chat, ask me for the math and I'll post it. I'd like to actually be on chat while you look at it.
Fine.
Why don't you
Whatever.
just post
We're
it
here
right now?
24/7.
I'll be
Go
back
ahead,
in a
man.
few hours.
Okay, wonderful. 28 minutes past the hour, and I think I've lost about 5 brain cells since then.
Wait, this is the same guy. We got him on a clip, on a soundbite. He said that flat is a shape, and he said he could draw it too, straight line.
Yeah. I hate to tell him it's a plane. Hate to say it. Yeah.
Hey, don't break his heart, man. We just got him.
I'm gonna tell him it's not flat. A plane is technically not flat. Dimensional analysis would tell you otherwise. So, see, I think a lot of, and by the way, I think this speaks to the broader argument that the Globers come in and make, which is that, well, we can't physically in nature have a flat Earth, right? But I don't believe any of us have implied that when we say that there is a flat Earth model, or that that's what we derive it from, that it's just a line, like you draw on a fucking piece of paper. It's not what that's. You know what I mean? I feel the perception's very elementary, if you will.
Very difficult to have conversations with people that are being obtuse because they just want to be right. But I mean, you can try. I know it's going to help. Maybe if you use your credentials and then give them the answers, that would work. That seems to sometimes have an effect. I don't know. Either that or they'll just throw you under the bus as some crazy kook. You know? He's just some weirdo. Yeah, he might have a degree, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. Because they do that often to some of the scientific communicators that come in here. Like ITR. He's a astrophysicist, or at least he's going to school for that. And he agreed with us on one of the arguments, and they threw him under the bus. They're like, yeah, he's a flat earther. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So it's just like, I don't know. He still hasn't provided. It's been 3 days, Heretic. He still hasn't given you the math.
He has to go learn it first.
Hey, we're all for learning, to a degree.
He told Heretic he was going to provide the mathematics, but he never did. We're like, just show us. Show us the work. He did an experimental skydive. His claim to his argument of being in this room was that he saw curvature at like 30,000 feet jumping out of a plane.
Hey, Alpha, I saw curvature this morning when I was driving. I saw it with my own eyes. You know?
When you were driving?
Yeah, the sun came up. Well, you just
Was
had
it when?
to be. Well, you just had to be there. You know, like I don't know. You just had to be there to see it. You know.
Obviously. They say that the
Yeah.
sun only works on the globe according to most of the Globers that come in here.
Yeah.
Only works on the globe.
According to their Lord and Savior, Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Oh, they throw him under the bus, along with Neil deGrasse and Michelle Thaler and all the rest of the scientific communicators.
The gas ball sun they made up only works with the globe they made up. Oh, wow.
Yo, Chase. Is Chase in here? God damn it. Chase. No, I'm agnostic, Chase. No, that's not fair. No. I hope you didn't record that. That's not cool.
Well, why are you doing that then?
Okay, so Chase, just some background since you decided to sneak up on me. So I have I think befriended's the wrong word. Well, I don't know if that's the right word or not. Alpha and I go way back. Me and Jedi go way back. The moderators as VC. And they know that I'm still a globetard, but my purpose of being here is to argue against other globetards that make the same argument and regurgitate articles without reading them. So that's my purpose. But yeah. So, but Chase, welcome to Flat Earth, man.
Thank you.
Glad to have you.
I wanted to debate Mr. Cardinal that came in last night. He sounded like his head was on right for the globe, but he just met some people in here that were just, kind of fighting with him. I actually wanted to have a debate with him. Hopefully he comes back. Chase is a pushover. I don't really think he has what it takes.
Hey, that's my friend.
Are there any flat earthers in this chat?
Yeah, it's okay.
Who said that?
He's
yeah,
an
like
numpty.
all the retards
Your
that
friend's
are
a
in
numpty.
here.
Hey, Chase. That's not nice.
Is there
He
like a
can say
single
whatever
one
he
here?
wants. It doesn't matter because in the end, he's gonna be standing there saying, "I don't know," like everybody else. Guarantee it.
Oh, Alpha, you're a flat earther, right?
You want to see who's this?
Hi.
What's up, man?
Can you help me?
Can I help you?
Yeah.
Help you with what? Can't think for you.
Could you help me see the light? Like if I was in the cave, metaphorically speaking, could you draw me out?
Well,
Literally watch a lunar eclipse. Literally look at other planets through a telescope. Drop the same object from different fucking heights. Gravity would not change the further south you get on a flat Earth. You fucking retards. You guys are fucking retarded.
Yeah, you're really upset. Yeah.
This dude's mad.
Chase, did some?
I can't hear you, bro. You gotta stop talking on a fucking walkie-talkie underwater, bro. You gotta do better.
What?
Wait, so what was
you moron?
Bro has no idea what to say. Get the dick out.
I can't tell if Chase is a flat earther or not.
Test. Can you hear me? Good.
Yeah, I heard you. Chase just touched Phil and ran.
Oh my god, I got mute tactically. You're all messed up. Hot micing. You guys hear me still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I ran away.
He got muted and ran.
Real Alpha.
Yeah.
Can you help me though?
I told you, yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
What do you want to know?
Well, this channel is called 24/7 Flat Earth, right?
Yeah, of course.
What is Flat Earth?
It's a planar topographical surface that we look to when we're describing what the Earth is. We're going to say that we reference the the horizontal plane of the Earth. So when we say flat Earth, we're talking about the plane of reference, right? So we're talking about when we take our measurements from mean sea level off to any place off into the ocean or back onto land, the reference that we're using is going to be a flat Earth measurement. So from mean sea level to any place on land, we're going to have an elevation profile that's going to show us that we're going to be above or below mean sea level. So that planar surface that extends from that vertical point that you take mean sea level from to any part of on land is going to be a flat Earth, straight across horizontal.
Why should I believe that?
Because that's how you know what elevation you are. Couldn't work on a globe.
No, not about that. Like, why should I believe in this planar topology? Did you say topography? This planar topography? Why should I commit to that?
Well, because like the surface of the Earth has elevation changes, like from like land, but you're going to only establish that from a horizontal reference, which would be the flat Earth that we're describing. Well, at least I am.
So why should I commit myself to this planar topography?
There's no other way to describe it. If you're saying that if you're going to describe it in any other way, as it's defined, you're not going to be able to get elevation from any other. Like if it was a spherical surface and you'd have curvature to deal with, then that would have to be taken into account, as in how did they derive that curvature in the first place. So you'd have to be able to tell us how it's curved and then how you get elevation profiles from that curve. But that's not able to be done unless you're just using math. Calculations is the only way that that exists. Outside of that, it doesn't exist. In the physical and natural world, you'd have to use just planar surveying to establish.
Is this like that argument for God that's like God is real because every other worldview is false? Are you familiar with that? It's called like it's like the SCP or some shit. What it's called. But
I'm not sure.
It's popular in this Discord server. It's like it's like God is real because all the atheist worldviews are kind of shit. That's the argument. Is that kind of your argument here?
No, it's more of like how things are derived from a reference point. So when certain observations are being made, we have to establish a reference. So the reference for like let's say planar surveying is going to be horizontal, perpendicular from from vertical. So horizontal would be the surface that we're going to be measuring off of. So from any part of land you are to like the mean sea level, that's going to establish a horizontal plane.
Right, but you're telling me like I should commit myself to flat Earth because one other world model is cringe, I guess? Is that your argument?
No, listen. So the Earth is observed, it's measured, and it's practically used as flat. I usually have 3 points when I go through this, right? Observationally, do you notice?
Sure. It's generally useful to think of it as flat. Sure. Okay. Next.
Yeah, locally, right? Like just practically even. So we can cover the practically and observably.
It has utility. Right? Okay. What's 2?
So 2 would be the measurement, which is what I was just talking about right now. So
measuring what? Sorry.
Huh?
What are you measuring?
You're measuring elevation profiles on land, or you're trying to use.
What is an elevation profile? I've never heard that word used before.
So if you're standing above sea level at a specific arbitrary amount, it doesn't matter. 1,000 feet above.
Right, you have an altitude that's
no, it's
you
not an
know
altitude. It's an elevation.
Wait, is that my understanding? Wait, can I clarify terms?
Hold on. Altitude is actually above the surface, and elevation is on the surface. So you have to use the correct terms to actually denote what you're talking about. So elevation would be the thing that you're speaking of. So something above, at a certain point on land. So like a mountain has elevation, right? So if you're saying that the elevation of the mountain is a specific amount of feet, how did you derive that? You have to have some reference that you're deriving that from. You can't establish.
Can I say thank you? Sure. Like one thing, I didn't know that like because I think commonly people use altitude to mean just height above sea level, but it seems like in geography, at least according to Wikipedia, they do prefer the term elevation. I didn't know that. Thanks for teaching me that.
Listen, hold on, Alpha, if I may, 1 second.
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Listen, buddy. If you're going to be if you're not going to engage in good faith and you're going to be a smart ass the entire time, there's no point in having this conversation. Like clearly,
I agree.
you're coming in.
That's why I'm not doing that. Okay, thank you.
No, you are. You're still doing it. You're still doing it, right? So if you want to have a pissing contest, you can go to the other VCs. But if you actually
Okay,
want to,
well, I would trust the moderation decisions to the moderator in this room, not you. You're kind of some dude hired off of like
Alpha, go ahead
eBay,
and
but
mute.
like okay.
Yeah, you're
He's
done.
actually
Thanks.
Like that's fine talking to us, the moderator. If he didn't find it respectful, he would like deal with it. I don't know why you're like
Okay,
backseat
still,
moderating. It's a bit
you're
weird.
resorting to having a pissing contest, and you're not having a discussion.
Yeah, I was asking him to clarify what he was saying, and now you're yapping. You're interjecting.
He just did, and
No,
you
you're
go,
you're an embarrassment. You're a
blah, blah,
backseat
blah, blah.
moderator and embarrassment.
All right. So basically, he made his statement. So I'm just trying to show you right now that
Okay, so
when we have the
what is
when
an
we have the-
elevation profile? I'm sorry.
So when we have these conversations, we just want there to be like at least a bit of reasoning happening between both
Yes.
parties. So
Yes.
we're not being too obtuse with each other and just like calling each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Wait, so what was the elevation
Yeah.
profile? I think you got interrupted. I'm sorry.
It does, like, we can pick an arbitrary thing, right? It doesn't really matter. So wherever somebody is on land, whatever elevation that's going to be established by the horizontal plane that's been referenced. So you have to establish a way to measure at what height somebody is above sea level. And the only way to do that is to have that horizontal plane that you're referencing. So let's say
I hear you.
we can just say that you're, however many feet inland, or, excuse me, not inland, feet above sea level. So when that happens, you're just going to say, okay, I know that I'm, 1,000 feet above sea level. And that's only because I've established my elevation profile from mean sea level. So the only way you know that is if the horizontal plane extends from where you
Right.
actually where you actually had the vertical point taken on the rise and fall of tides, and then you move from that point off to where you're standing on land at 1,000 feet above sea level, and so you're going to have a horizontal plane that extends from that vertical point to where you're standing, and then of course down on beneath your feet all the way down to where it meets the horizontal plane that you're referencing would be that establishment of the elevation profile that you're standing above.
Okay.
Of
So
course,
quick point of clarification. Your number 2 here, your second argument is like tag. It's like the transcendental argument for God. It's like flat Earth must be true because all the other models don't make sense. Is that essentially your argument here?
No,
Just to
it's
clarify.
it's how you establish elevation.
No, I
You
mean,
can't-
like I'm asking
you
about is
can't-
like the. Okay, go on.
You can't establish that just by using any idea that you live on anything else other than what we're saying. So as it extends off into the distance, right, the horizon will be met at your eye level. So you're going to be able to see the horizon, and that establishes that plane of the horizon, right? So that plane
No,
is going to be like.
You're repeating yourself. I just heard you. I could finish your sentence for you even because you just said it. But like, I'm just wondering, is this like the same type of argument as like the tag or the transcendental argument for God, which again just says that God must be true because all other like worldviews are kind of shit, the ones they've seen.
No, that's how you establish, elevation. That things that you
Wait.
establish, like measurements, things that you establish measurements from are going to be taken from.
Outside.
Wait, can you clarify that? I'm just a little bit confused.
Hold on, Eggshells, you're jumping in. I gotta mute it. All right. So yeah, so basically, all you're doing is just taking planar measurements from surveying. So you can do that, right? And in order to do that, you have to establish how you're going to be able to take those measurements. So in order to take those measurements, you're going to have to establish, a plumb. So plumb would be a vertical meeting horizontal. You know that, right?
I'm just asking about sure, maybe, but like, I don't know that terminology. I'm not a geographer, but just I'm just asking about the structure of your argument.
Yeah, it's simple, right? So vertical and horizontal meet at an intersecting point.
Maybe can you engage with that or no?
Huh?
I'm just asking about the structure of your argument. Is it like the same structure as the tag?
Hey, I don't know what this other argument you're trying to correlate with the one I'm making right now.
I give it to you. No, the other argument is God is true because every other non-God worldview is kind of dog shit. At least the ones they've seen.
No. It's just, listen, if I was to say that God is established by nature being, intelligently designed, that would be
I'm not asking you like
That's a
do you have a
different
different argument. No, what I'm telling you is like, are these arguments the same in structure?
I don't think so, because I don't know that other argument, number one. And number two,
I just gave it to you. Did you not hear?
I know, number two, the way you said it, it doesn't even sound like it's the same. It doesn't, because
is that a no?
Yeah, of course. It doesn't sound like it's what you're saying.
Wait,
So
but like
therefore,
to me, wait, how is it different?
because I'm telling you, when you establish how people measure off the surface, it's through the horizon and also mean sea level.
No, but
So
that doesn't speak
everything,
to the structure of
everything,
the argument.
it doesn't.
Because
Listen,
my question is, how are these structurally different? Are they?
it doesn't matter. Like you're comparing apples and oranges at the moment. We're not doing that.
Well,
All
I'm
we're
asking you,
doing
are they
is,
both fruit? That's my
oh my
question.
God. Like I said, I don't care about that other argument. All you have to do is be concerned with how we establish people measuring off of the surface of the earth, and that's through planar surveying and people establishing a mean sea level and then moving off from that mean sea level and saying, okay, what's above or below that?
Wait, but can you
don't
engage with the
it's so
question or
simple.
no?
Once you realize that you're doing that, you can get elevation profiles on land. You're able to know how much distance from where mean sea level is taken and where you're at on land. You're going to be able to say, okay, I know I'm this far away from mean sea level, and this is how high I am because mean sea level is established at this point.
Wait, why can't you engage with the argument? I'm just a bit confused.
Oh my God, dude! If you're not going to listen to what I'm telling you, then I mean, you can stop this little gimmick that you're doing, because I hate gimmicks. If you're not able to have a discussion like the gentleman was just saying before, then I mean, maybe this isn't the discussion for you.
Well, you just presented an
It's a
argument. I'm
gimmick,
asking about
sir.
the structure.
This is a gimmick. You're running a gimmick, and I don't like gimmicks. Stop
Wait,
doing
what am
that.
what am I doing? I'm sorry.
You're actually using a tactic. This is a sophist tactic. It's a gimmick.
Wait,
You're
what did I
you're
do?
Using an idea. You're using an idea that you're thinking about some other, debate, whatever little field that you're going on, and you're trying to correlate it to something I'm saying, but it in no way has any reference to what I'm saying, because it doesn't. You're saying, well, it's like saying that every other answer doesn't prove God, so then therefore God must be true. No, we're establishing how we actually understand what elevation is and how you can derive it. So something is being established. You're missing that point, for God's sakes.
Well, to me, they seem like the same structure. Can you tell me where they
Sorry
differ?
that you feel that way, but it's not the same.
How can you say that? Sure, do you see a single
Because we're
difference?
establishing something. We're not saying all the other things don't add up. Therefore, this is true.
Well, you're
I'm
telling me
not saying
that elevation doesn't make sense in other
Cool.
models. That's what you just said.
No, I didn't say
Are
other
you listening to
models.
yourself?
I did not say other models. You ignorant fool. I'm saying exactly what I'm saying about how people understand that the world is being measured, and it's through planar surveying. It's through understanding that the horizontal is taken from mean sea level. I did not say any other model is being taken into account. I'm not even talking about nothing else, but only flat Earth.
But you're telling me that this survey methodology is incompatible with other models of the Earth.
Stop your dishonest pitch. You said it by yourself, that sentence earlier, and I was about to ask to tell you that no, there is no other model to compare to. They don't have any model. That's what.
Wait, but I wasn't talking about you. Wait, why are you interjecting? I was talking to another person. Why are you like? You just came in here 2 minutes ago. You just joined the call. You're like such a main character.
I'm listening to you because I'm not done.
No, but I think Alpha said literally like 2 minutes ago that this like elevation thing doesn't make sense under the globe.
This sophish shit, man.
I'm wondering if you can just clarify what he's actually talking about. I don't see the issue here. It seems like a very sensible question. Is the argument that other models that he's saying just don't make sense?
No, you said it and stop talking over me.
Well, you understand you're the one like coming in here, listening for 30 seconds and then yapping.
It's not doable.
You got in this call 45 seconds ago. You just got here. You don't know anything about the conversation. You just joined this chat like 30 seconds ago. What are you doing?
I was here in the chat for hours ago.
Can we get some?
Yeah, and then you left, and now you came back 30.
I'm putting a stop to this.
No, I didn't leave the chat.
All right, this isn't working right now, so we need to reset.
Stop lying, and there is a live stream now. You can just verify that I was here all the time. And he didn't
be
say
nice
this
to Redefine.
you just said.
My mic's still on. Check. Hello.
Yeah, we're here.
Be nice
All
to
right.
Redefine. Okay, he's trying. She's trying. It's trying.
We got to restart with this guy if we're going to keep going, or go to someone else.
So this person is basically bringing up an argument and from another room and saying it's comparable to the argument that I'm talking about for just flat Earth. And so, I mean, that person's talking about it being dude, somebody needs to mute their mic. They're crunching on the mic and whatnot. That Bruce Lee guy, hey, you need to mute your mic, dude. All right. So basically, the guy's basically saying that it's comparable to one of his arguments, and then telling me that is that the argument that I'm using? Because it sounds like it. I'm like, it's not, because he's saying that it's like the God argument, saying that every other idea doesn't speak to that God exists, or that he does exist, or some other bullshit,
It was a
and
total
therefore
non sequitur.
God exists. And
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, it's not even anything to deal with this idea that, or the argument for what I'm declaring right now has nothing to do with that, because I'm establishing how people actually measure. So if you're saying that God doesn't exist because there's no real good reason, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, let's just quick recap. I said, can you help me? Why should I commit myself to this worldview? And you said, you should commit yourself to this planar topography, your words, because one, it's expedient, and then two, there's this issue with elevation. I asked you, what do you mean? And what you told me is that elevation doesn't make sense under the globe. And so then I asked you, is the structure of this argument, hold on, I'll let you finish here, the end of my sentence. The structure, is the structure here that other worldviews suck, therefore you should adopt the planar topography? Is that what you're saying?
Listen, it doesn't make sense under the globe. I said the way it's established. It's established under a horizontal. Yeah, I've been saying that over and over again. But
what does that mean? I'm sorry, just can you explain what you mean?
I've been telling you.
Oh, it's established.
Yes. How many times
What does that
do I have
mean?
to say that?
AV, calm down, dude.
Because I could explain to you like what NASA would tell you. Like they would just say that your elevation is your radius. Essentially, if you think about you being on a point, it's how far you are from the center of the Earth. That's what they tell you.
But that's what they're saying. But there's no way to measure that.
Wait, but that wasn't what. What?
Okay, so they're telling you an idea, right? That it's established that way. How can you measure that?
So I'll answer that. I promise you.
Yeah,
For just 5 seconds.
right now.
Hold on. No, I promise you I'll answer that. But
No, you do it now. Do it now. Answer it now.
Lasers. You can answer it. You can measure lasers and
talking
shit.
to you. Somebody mute.
No, if I go down, I don't want to go down the path. But like, just give me 10 seconds, please.
Well,
the issue here is that, hold on, even if I grant to you that NASA is full of shit, I don't know if that proves the flat Earth view.
Listen, no, don't do that.
Does
If they
it?
said something, if they said something and you believe it, I want to know how it's been established. Just work with me.
Whoa, hold on. I asked you, why should I commit myself to what you said was a planar topography?
No, you're doing a backflip now. I need you to go back to what you said.
No, it's a front flip. I'm just wondering, like, even if I don't see this, I don't know how this advances your argument.
Dude, I want to know exactly how you said that they established that information. You just told me. How did they do it?
What I'm saying is, let's grant that NASA's lying. No, you're right. NASA lied. NASA lied. You're right.
No,
NASA lied.
No, I'm not saying they lied.
I'm
You're
happy
saying
to
that
grant this.
You're avoiding.
NASA lied. You're right. They
No,
lied.
listen, dude, you're avoiding answering the question because you don't have an answer, do you?
No, they made it up. They lied. NASA lied. You're right.
This is your easy way out, not to give an explanation.
No,
of the
NASA
method.
lied. It's true. NASA lied.
See,
they lied to us. It's not true. They lied. They made it up. That's fine.
And you're saying that I didn't say for you to say that. I want you to tell me.
What I'm telling you is that this question isn't probative, so I'm happy to answer whatever's funniest.
Right. So you have to understand anything that you bring forward as a claim, you're going to have to demonstrate the truth of it. The veracity of the claim has to be proven.
Wait, you think NASA's telling the truth about the shape of the Earth? Surely not.
I don't care what anybody says.
You're right. You asked me how do they measure it? You're right. They made it up. They lied. I agree.
Yeah. So you don't know. Why don't you just?
No,
say
I
that?
do know. They lied. I know they lied.
How do you know they lied?
Wait, do you disagree that they lied?
I want you to tell me because you're not answering honestly. So now I want you to tell me
have
how they
doubts
lied.
that NASA lies about the shape of the Earth? Are you crazy? You're not a flat earther.
I want you to tell me.
Well, can you lay the foundation for why that question is relevant?
Yeah, no,
Just
the question is for
sophistry,
you.
man.
Yeah. How do you know that NASA lied? Go ahead.
I was told it by people in this chat who I trust.
Yeah.
Not only that, I was listening to chat a few days ago and I heard AV say it himself. And so I trusted AV him being my interlocutor so much. I had so much conviction in my heart for AV that I immediately was come over with emotion, and I said NASA had lied.
This is
Wait, are you trolling or no? Wait, are you trolling?
No, but like to be clear, we agree on this point, so I don't know why we're like trying to dish it out here. Like we both think NASA lied. Let's advance the conversation. The question is about how does this like this topography, this planar topography, get established by this NASA lie? That's what I'm not getting.
Nobody said that.
No, he said that he had two arguments for why you should adopt the planar topography. The second of which was NASA lying about how elevation is calculated.
Oh my god.
Really? Did he say that?
No.
I don't think so. So that's just a lie and a straw man.
Wait, can he clarify it? If he's still here, he can clarify it.
You're just
What did you
spiraling.
say?
You're spiraling, dude. You're looking. I don't know what you're
I'm
doing.
inviting you to restate what you meant. I'm sorry. If I misstated it, just clarify. You're right here in this room. Just say what you said.
Your gimmick, bringing in that other argument, trying to identify.
I'm not even talking about the tag anymore. I allowed you to control the conversation. I allowed you to drop that. Just explain to me this.
This is the problem, though. Like we're just trying to get to for people to have like a reasonable conversation. So that
No,
they
but you just said that I misrepresented your position. And so then represent it yourself correctly. Clarify for the record.
You said that I was saying that NASA lied. I never said that.
What did you say? Clarify for the record what you actually said. What was your argument? What was the second argument for the planar topography?
I was establishing the way that people actually do planar surveying with the mean. Say again?
Simmer down, boys. Simmer down.
Who are you feeling?
Sure. What is the second argument for the planar topography? Just at the beginning, because it sounds like we got completely lost.
No, we didn't get lost. You're actually.
Wait, you just said that I misrepresented your position. Clearly, I'm lost. So please help me.
I told you that.
Mate, simmer down.
Wait, why can't you just restate what you said? If he's asking, is that what he's asking you to
Well,
do?
I'm about to, but everybody keeps having a
You've
reason
had
to
a
jump
couple
in.
minutes. So. Okay, so do it then.
So basically, it's establishing how people get elevation profiles on land, and that's establishing mean sea level at the vertical point, and moving from that point off into any point on land, and saying, how you know that you're above that is a horizontal plane that extends off into it. So you said I just had a minute, and now you're interrupting me. The same guy who's like, well, you've been waiting to say something. Now you're interrupting me.
I was a different guy.
I'm saying, like, what are you talking about? I'm not even talking to nobody.
There were different people talking.
Okay, bro, so just say what you were saying.
Nah, I'm not going to play this game with you guys. Say what you're saying, and then you interrupt me. No.
But it was someone else interrupted you.
Maybe once I'll offer it, not twice.
Okay, if you're a moderator in here, you can mute people who are interrupting you. You understand that, right?
You think that's going to be conducive to having a good discussion with people that can ask questions? Me muting the whole room?
I mean, I think you just lost yourself, but I don't know. Like that.
What was I talking about? If I lost,
we just hope you have a little bit more tenacity.
His head is gone.
Look, listen, the people who are here are lost, and I wasn't even here, so I'm lost too. So we're all asking you to say what you were like saying before, and you're just not saying nothing. So I don't really know.
I'm not saying nothing.
Okay. The guy who it sounds like he gave up.
Okay.
I didn't. Give up.
Good shit, right? Yeah, good shit, man.
Now, I think the real L is for all of us that we didn't learn about the third argument. We never.
Really?
Wait, why'd you mute him? I mean, her. Sorry.
I did. Why not?
Do you want to skip to argument 3? Maybe it's a bit better. Maybe it goes over better.
No, it wasn't a bit better. You're just not listening.
Well, argument 1 was pretty good. I agreed with argument 1. Argument 2, we had some hiccups, but I think we got some of it. Maybe argument 3 is the real winner.
Yeah. So the thing about it is, right now, there's no measurement for the Earth being a globe. So what I was telling you is that the measurement for flat Earth establishes a horizontal plane from a vertical point at mean sea level.
But this is argument 2. I asked about argument 3. Were you listening?
Yeah, I know, but you didn't understand what I was saying. You're like, well, maybe we have hiccups or whatever.
I'm sorry.
See, you guys think that you're winning something by interrupting me, and then take your little victory laps when you say,
no, we're losing because we're not getting argument 3, which I'm sure is really good. It's the best one. You always end on a high note.
It's a practical use of the Earth. So
it's a practical use of the Earth.
Yes. So when pilots or mariners navigate across the surface of the Earth, they're using the Earth as if it was a flat and stationary plane.
Really?
Yes.
You know it's good when they repeat it and then go, really?
Yeah.
Wait, wait. Do you hold on? Can you demonstrate that, or do you just like think it?
Listen, I'll tell you this. It's absolutely true to the effect of you can even ask a pilot. Ask him how he treats the Earth. Like, don't
You've
just say,
asked
look,
pilots? That's how you got
yes,
it?
dude, listen, we've been doing this for at least 10 years. We know. We've talked to many people.
Wait, can you Can I? Sorry, you go. I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. I have like I have like a few second delay because I'm on like cellular, so I don't mean to interrupt that much. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're one of these people who just waits to talk instead of listening.
No, I'm trying to listen. I'm really hearing him out. But like to be
Well,
clear, could you explain that? Like, could you show your sources or no?
Oh, shut this guy up, man. I got enough of him. Fuck.
Just it's very basic.
It's pouring it.
Well, I don't know any pilots. Could you help me? Like, do you have any like statements by pilots? Any like videos of pilots?
You have ADHD, dude. Shut up for a little bit. I swear your generation doesn't know how to shut up. Wow. So it's easy. The pilots will always say. Does anybody else have the need to jump in?
Yeah, me.
Listen.
Simmer down. Just simmer down. Have a conversation.
Thank you. All right. So.
Stop moving everyone.
What do you mean? What he got muted for? Anyway. So pilots, mariners, anyone who's navigating across the surface of the Earth will treat it as if it was a flat and stationary plane. Practical use is such that everybody treats the Earth that way. Now, we don't have to go into specifics, but you understand navigating across the surface, you don't have to negotiate over any specific amount of Earth curvature. That's never been demonstrated to happen. So the practical use for the Earth being a flat, stationary plane is obvious. Everybody does this. Now, if you can think about it like a globe, but it's not navigated as if it were a globe. Does that make sense? It should, because that's the truth. Ask any pilot. They will tell you. I don't fly over a globe. I fly over a flat and
Do you have any statements from pilots? Like any videos?
Over that fucking gear, it's shit.
Right,
Do we have any like pilot? Do we have any testimony from pilots about this or no?
Yes, dude. We have logs,
Where?
thousands of hours, thousands of hours of content on 24/7 channel. So the YouTube channel, the YouTube bot that's in there right
Will you
now,
expect me to go through hundreds of thousands of hours?
that's up to you.
Can
The
you
answers are
show
all
me
there.
pilot testimonials to this effect?
They're in all of the recordings that we have.
No problem with that.
Can you show me
I will-
one
I'll use
pilot
the-
testimonial, like just one?
Keep the discussion like it is. I will research for the videos for you. So keep the.
100,000 hours? That's a lot. But like,
Now,
can you just show
we've
me a
been-
single
listen,
pilot testimonial?
We've been doing this for over 6 years collectively.
No, I just want a single pilot testimonial.
Dude, you
Just
asked
one.
your question like 10 times now. What the fuck?
Okay. I said okay.
Why is everyone so rowdy here? It's weird.
Because you won't shut the fuck up, man.
Dude, I'm just chill. It's like a
You're
good
not
day
chill
today.
at all, dude.
I'm so chill.
You're
It
a
was good. It was fun
fucking motor mouth,
today.
man. You won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Dude, you're the one who's like kind of. Anyway.
No, you
I don't
are,
know.
man.
No, you're right. I'm not chill. I'm like the anti-chill. I'm the anti. Anyway. Wait, where are these pilot
Like a nervous
testimonials?
child, bud.
I am a nervous child. Wait, can you send me a testimonial? Just one?
Just wait. Just wait. We don't have them. Just we are not magicians. We will have just to research for the video for you, and we will put it in the side chat for you. It won't be instantaneous.
Yeah, things take a little time. Just relax. But there is. I've seen a video on YouTube. There was a guy that was asking a bunch of pilots, and they all say that they're being honest too.
What percentage of pilots do you think are flat earthers?
All of them, 100%.
100% of pilots are flat earthers?
Yep. Because they would tell you that they're not flying over a globe. They're flying over a flat and stationary plane. So when they get in their plane and do their job, and also check this out. I'm gonna actually blow your mind with this one. The pitch angle data that's in the black box that records how the plane flies. It shows that it flies a level flight that's directly level, according to their cruising altitude. Now we're not talking about. We're not talking. Hold on, dude. We're not talking about when they take off or land. We're talking about at cruising altitude.
Do you actually think 100% of pilots are flat earthers?
Yes.
You actually genuinely believe that?
Yes, because they treat the Earth that way. They could say that the Earth is a globe.
So you think if I asked, like, if you think if I asked a random pilot, 100 of them, they would all say the Earth is flat? All of them.
Listen. They
even a majority.
Remember the third point that you asked about. What's the third point? This is it. That they practically use the Earth as a flat and stationary Earth. They can think that the Earth is a globe. That's fine. It doesn't matter. They can think of it any way they want. But the way they adapt to using it is a flat and stationary plane. So all of them treat the Earth that way. They don't.
Ask another question.
They don't think that they're negotiating over any amount of curvature.
Do you agree? Do you agree or disagree?
If 100% of pilots are flat earthers, are there any other occupations where all of them are flat earthers?
Okay.
Every single
I think you're completely missing the point here.
Everyone is.
What is the most what are the flat earther occupations out there? I'm curious. I want to learn.
Hold on. Brendan, do you want to say something?
Well, I don't know. I think Ride has me muted. I want to confirm.
You don't have you muted. You said I think Ride has been muted. That's not true.
Okay, so you can hear me. Okay, cool.
I don't mute anyone.
That's great. So my question to you is, based off of what Alpha just said, do you agree or disagree with his statement? And also, do you understand what he's saying?
I've been tracking him this entire time. My question to him, the one that's pending, is whether there are other occupations where 100% of the participants are flat earthers.
That's what we're talking about. We can get to that in a second.
There's a sequence of questions. I asked him a question, and then you asked me a question.
Again, do not
We'll answer first. Dude, you just come in here and try to derail.
Stay on topic.
No, you're just derailing. You're derailing. We're having a discussion. You're not part of this, dude. You're derailing. You're a debate terrorist.
Alpha, am I on topic? I think I'm on topic.
But he's being a prima donna, so I mean.
Yeah, he's derailing. I muted him. Try to talk to him now that he can actually listen.
So I had to resort to confirmation bias to at least sanity check myself, right? So here's the thing. Okay, I'll ask it one more time. Do you and being on topic, as the VC agreed, do you agree or disagree with Alpha's statement?
What was his statement?
Exactly. You're not listening. Cool. So great.
No, which statement are you talking about? I agreed with some of his statements, and I disagree with others of his statements. You have to tell me which.
Okay, understood. You don't have to get.
Wait, which statement are you asking about? Which one?
I'm gonna help you. I'm helping you. I'm answering you.
Yeah, which statement?
I'm talking about the statement that he just made in regards to his statement on pilots using flat Earth models to derive their flight path. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
The statement that 100% of pilots are flat earthers?
Wow. You know what I just asked you. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Presently, listen, I'll humor you. Presently, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. You're right, I'm convinced. I agree. I agree. He's right. He's right.
You repeated.
No, he's right. I agree with his statement. You're right. I agree.
You agree. Okay.
I agree.
So,
he is speaking truth to power, and it is really impressive, and I'm in awe.
Okay, so once again, all right, so I was gone for about 25 minutes, and I let you talk, and you guys engaged.
You're not a moderator here. Why are you acting like that? It's so weird. Dude, you act like you're the one controlling the call. You're just a random dude.
No one knows who. I was gone for about 25 minutes. No, actually, I'm not a mod of this VC. Alpha and many others are. They're the ones who control this VC, okay? Not me. So then
why are you acting like you control the VC? If they want to control the conversation,
you are having a pissing contest, and I feel like I have to.
It doesn't. But why is this guy trying to direct the conversation and assert control? No, it's not. It's not, bro. But he's acting like. Anyway, we don't have to talk about this dude. I agree. I think he's right.
No, all pilots. In no way did I ever derail the conversation. We're not stop reverting to that because that was not the case. All right, you're in your own spectrum when it comes to that.
But you're just doing a meta about what you did. Who cares? Talk about the flat Earth. Get out.
Excuse me. You're
no. Let's talk about pilots. Why are you talking about like your conduct in this conversation? How?
Yeah, thank you for that.
So we had to put a muzzle on you because you don't know how to engage in faith. What I was going to tell you is that first of all, I was on topic. I was on track. As a matter of fact, I was actually bouncing off of what Alpha was talking about to make sure that you understood exactly what he meant when it comes down to pilots deriving the flat Earth model in order to reach their destination. Okay,
he's right. He's right. I agree.
How you think that that's off topic is clearly shows that.
No, I think this meta about your behavior in the conversation is a little bit off track. But like to put us back on track, my question is. Wait, we're talking about the Earth. We're not talking about Brendan, the person, and his behavior in Discord. That's a bit weird.
What?
It's a meta. Anyway, I want to talk to our good friend Alpha Veritas about the topography of the Earth. And I think there's some interesting thing he said about pilots. My question to Alpha is I understand that 100% of pilots are flat earthers. Are there any other occupations where 100% of the participants are flat earthers? Can you think of any?
Yes, everyone who exists, you moron.
Everybody. I just said everybody. Outside of that.
Yeah, the only people who are bringing their globe ideas to work with them is the Globe Paper Mache Factory.
Wait, so what
Everyone
percentage of the population believes in the flat Earth? Do you think?
No, dude, that's a different question.
Oh, what do you mean by flat earther? I thought flat earther meant believed in the flat Earth. What does flat earther mean?
Head out of the sand, very few.
Okay, you know, we don't even have to clarify semantics. I'll just be more clear. What percentage of pilots do you think believe the Earth is not a globe?
Wow. How many of them believe? Listen, the ones that are successful, they don't bring their beliefs to work.
I thought we just answered this.
I'm not asking if they express it at the workplace, but
you're a dipshit, dude.
Oh, okay.
What percentage of pilots do you think hold conviction in?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Just a second. Yeah, that's a different question. Belief and actual practical use. Those are two distinctly different things. And one thing I did say was how they're practically using the Earth. And that's what Brendan said. So just going based off of that, that question is a different one. How many believe that they're actually flying over a flat and stationary plane? That's probably very few. I wouldn't say a lot of pilots would come out and say that because they believe they're flying over a globe. That's just the way it is. I mean, but that's the answer to that question. How many people believe? And I'd say the majority of them do. They believe they're on a globe.
Yeah, they believe they are on a globe, even if they are trained and they study in the flight dynamic summary that they have to consider it flat and motionless. Those are the two sentences they have in the article in the flight dynamic summary.
I hear you. By the way, the reason why I wasn't talking was because I was muted. Just what percentage of pilots do you think actually have belief? I was listening.
He didn't listen to any of that. No, you did. Obviously, you
said that they have a stationary flight. They use the flight logs. They might have conviction otherwise, but ultimately they are functionally flat earthers. But my question is, what percent of pilots do you think actually believe it?
Hey, most people are as gullible as you are.
Probably. But like, what percentage of pilots do you think?
You know the answer to your question.
Wait, what percentage of pilots? No, why won't you let him answer the question? Why are you protecting him like his lawyer?
Dude, I did answer the question.
But the question was posed to Alpha, and you keep on interrupting when Alpha speaks. It's a bit weird.
Old Haas, you aren't really engaging with this at all. Like it, you're kind of just deflecting.
Okay, put it in the complaint box, Najee.
He said Alpha already answered the question.
We couldn't hear him because other people were talking over him. Can you just restate it?
Dude, stop being so fruity and feisty.
But you said we're talking about Alpha's position, not your position. So why are you talking for Alpha? He's a big boy. He can use his own words.
Already answered the
No, just let him repeat his position.
Fuck up. He won't repeat it. It's not necessary to repeat it. We heard it. He wasn't there.
I knew this guy didn't come to be in good faith.
There was an issue with you
the minute he walked in.
You didn't hear him, but he explicitly told you maybe few of them will be flat earthers, and the rest will just keep that belief of the globe. He already answered you, and the meaning of the word few, that we never went and asked them one by one, here a flat earth, and we had.
But why are you talking for him? He can speak for himself. He's an adult.
We can talk.
The question is, what did Alpha say? And you're speaking for Alpha, who is here and present. He can use his own words. He's a big boy. He can put on his big boy pants and say what he meant.
And I can talk.
He's looking for any way out now. He's squirming.
Squirming from what? There's not even a question pending.
And I can talk also and say exactly the same thing that he said. And you can.
But Alpha is a big boy and he can speak for himself like a man.
And you are a big boy also, and you can go to YouTube and rewind the tape and watch what he said, and rewind it again and listen again to what he said till the moment that you will understand that sentence that he said.
Okay, here's the relevant question. Alpha, are you still here and present, or are you not? Because if not, I'll switch to someone else. That's fine. Alpha, are you still here?
No one responded.
Okay, I don't think Alpha's still here, so we can just talk about something else. That's fine. No one's left to defend that. Well, I don't. That's disappointing though, because it seems like
but you're not
argument
engaging in
one
faith. There's
was
no
it's
point of even
pragmatically useful.
conversing about it.
It
So
is.
you're already talking over me. So like,
It's
you're
just
already engaging
practical.
about it.
Argument 2 was something that we never really heard fully, didn't understand. And then argument 3 was, quote, this is a direct quote, 100% of pilots are flat earthers. I don't think these in totality were very good arguments, but I'm glad he tried. Does anyone else have a better argument?
Yeah, excellent attempt to mischaracterize the entirety of what just happened.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wait, how was I mischaracterizing it? In what way was I wrong?
In every which
because
way.
prior you were already
In every way?
You were already sequestered.
When I called Alpha man, I was wrong. What?
Wait.
You're a goofball, dude.
Wait, name a single way in which I got it wrong. Name one.
You did.
You can't.
I already did, and you ignored it.
Earlier, you were crying about a testimony from a pilot saying that the Earth is flat, and I told you to keep your eyes in the side chat. You didn't, because you just jumped from that topic and you found another topic to whine about. Now, can you tell me?
Yes.
You have the testimonies in the side chat. I sent many testimonies. One with 19 pilots.
Can you send it again? There are a lot of things inside chat. Thank you.
No, I won't send it again.
Okay, well then I won't look because I don't know where it is.
No, use your mouse. Use your mouse.
No, I'm not going to. You can either send it again or I won't look.
So the last one, it was.
Dude, are you okay?
In 11 minutes.
You're just going on a narrative. You're going on a monologue.
No, he is not
Send your
okay.
source again.
think
There's
you
a
muted
bunch
me
of shit
again.
inside chat. Just post your link
Literally
again.
me again. That's crazy.
In the side chat, 11 minutes after the hour.
This guy is zesty and feisty.
Can you just
all at the same
repost
time.
it? Why is this so
11
hard?
minutes after the
Dude, just
hour.
repost your link. Just copy paste it. You have it.
Why? Because you can't scroll up 11 minutes after the hour.
You just repost your link. Why is this so hard?
There is nothing else in 11 minutes after the
Actually,
hour.
it's pretty empty, dude. Yeah.
No, I don't want to do this like cryptic search. Just post your link again. It's on your clipboard. Just
You
hit
can just,
Control V and hit
scroll up,
Enter.
like,
Why is
3
this so
stories
hard?
above that.
Why are you making this
just
challenging?
scroll. It's called like the mouse. You can scroll up 3 stories and you'll find it. It's right there. I'm looking at it right now.
I'll post it for you again if you want. Here, the
Thank you.
first one.
Necros, honestly, there's not much in the side chat. Just make him scroll up.
Thank
for
you,
it.
thank you.
Put his index finger to work.
This link's not working for me. Can you send a one that does work? Okay, if you can't send a link that works, then there's nothing I can respond to. I'm sorry.
Does this one work?
So, are there any articles that prove that 100% of pilots are flat earthers? And if so, can I get that link to me? Because if not, that's generalization fallacy.
All right, let's. Oh, I want to engage with this guy. He sounds like he knows what he's saying. Generalization fallacy.
Dude,
I like
Carson's goated. He is goated. He's got a good fantasy.
Can we talk to this guy? I want to talk to him.
Oh, call me Carson? Yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Sure,
Both
like
of
I
them.
really don't care whether like you guys are gonna change my mind either which way, but I was just
No, I
curious,
wanna
like if
destroy your
there is
argument.
an article.
I do want to destroy.
No,
your
no, I'm
argument.
just.
I don't care if I change your mind.
Sure, but can you link me an article that proves that 100% of pilots are like flat earthers? If not, that's
Like
that's
flat
fallacy,
earthers?
right?
No, no, it's not. No, and that's not what was said. It's been mischaracterized. Did I ever say that? No, I said they treat the Earth.
I wasn't here when you said that. I just heard this person
All right,
trying to
well
like
then why are you
muddle that.
interrupting me when I'm talking? Because that's what you just did. Why do you do that? Is that a way to have a reasonable discussion?
No, I was just trying to clarify that, right?
Yeah, I already understood. So what I'm saying, or what I did say, was that pilots practically use the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Now, when doing so, they can treat it that way in any navigational way. So charts, flight paths, and such can be used in that way. Yeah? Practically using the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Because it's easier. Right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my point. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Just for that.
Okay. I mean, I was just asking for some clarification there, but there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what happens when you start cheerleading for someone in a cope spiral.
I don't need you to hop in, all right?
No, I just did. Too late.
Cool. Very cool, buddy.
And here in the side chat, also the flight dynamic summary.
You too. Really
The
cool,
entire-
Najee.
In the first page, you have to assume that it's a flat plane and motionless.
Any more for any more? I don't know. Who else we got in here? Oh, just them two?
Hey,
Oh,
don't
we
creep me
got.
with that person. I was just looking for clarification here. That's it. All right.
Oh, I'm not lumping you in with that person. I don't even know who that. I don't know you guys from Adam, so
Okay, cool.
I don't know.
I thought you were really Najee Harris. Damn.
What'd you say, Neil?
I thought that was the real Najee Harris, but too bad.
Who's the real Najee? I don't even know who that guy is in real life. Like,
He plays for the Steelers. That's all you really need to know.
oh,
Yeah, I was hoping, but no, it's just some random white guy.
No, I wish I was too, man. I'd be making millions of dollars. Trust me,
Hey,
I
hey,
wish.
hey! Don't shit on Carson. No, I will not allow it. We are Steeler brothers. We're Steelers brothers.
Real.
Didn't they win the last game?
Yes, they did. Yes, they
Yes,
did.
they beat the absolute
they
dog
did.
shit out of the Jets.
Yeah.
You guys were.
Felt good to pick off Aaron Rodgers twice.
I was
and,
just gonna say
destroy
that,
them.
dude. I was just gonna
Yep.
say that. But how much money do you think they paid for Aaron Rodgers? They must have paid a good bit of money.
I can tell you right now, his contract is public information. Let's see, Aaron Rodgers
Oops,
contract.
but who's in first place? My Ravens. Boom.
Oh, yikes!
Hey, don't worry. Russell's coming to town. Aaron Rodgers is making basically about $40 million a year. He's making this
Good
contract
God.
is like $11.5 million over 3 years, or not $11.5 million. Sorry, $111 million over 3 years. So yeah. Hey man, he won a Super Bowl. He's one of the best quarterbacks all time. He deserves that money. Somebody like Dak, on the other hand, does not.
That we can all agree. Fuck the Cowboys.
Yep. No, but Neil, the Ravens do look very good this year. I'm excited to see what they do. I will say the one statistic that does fall in the favor of the Steelers is the Ravens against the Steelers in the last 4 years are 1-7 against them. Granted, 2 of those games, Lamar did not start because you guys had locked up playoff contingency. Or not contingency, but contention. Sorry, but yeah, no. So
good to know for betting.
It'll be interesting.
I think about like when we wasted $30 million on Flacco. Like I don't know. I don't see anybody being worth that much money. It's ridiculous.
Dude, Flacco was your whole team.
Yeah, Flacco won you guys 2 Super Bowls, didn't he?
No, not 2.
He won 1. That's right. But dude, I mean, he wasn't a bad quarterback. I mean, granted, when you guys were using him, I mean, like he is a good passer when you need him, but with the system you guys run, you guys are very run heavy. So running backs, that's kind of what you guys. He kind of reminds me of Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo can let the ball rip, but more often than not, he'll just hand it off because.
So surely there's a sports VC somewhere you guys can utilize.
Sure, but nobody else is making conversation. If anybody else would like to add something,
Let's try to add something on topic.
Sure. Anybody?
Yeah, I'll add to the conversation. I stopped watching football around the time I discovered Flat Earth. There you go. Yeah, that was when my Patriots got stomped by Derrick Henry, and Tom Brady
That's
retired.
funny because Derrick Henry's on the Ravens now, is he not? Oh, wait, what
and
are we
then
doing?
came back. But I digress. That was just when I started Flat Earth. So just wanted to get that in here. Little jab.
Real question is, are gridiron fields flat?
They might be. Who knows?
Well, I think we've gone over that before. I think it's higher in the center, and then pitched out for drainage.
Yeah, remember the really bad gif they had of the guy walking over the football field and he started disappearing from the bottom up?
Well, but crowning only happens. This is I guess we're back on topic. But the crowning is just, it's not crowned. It's not rounded on the ends. The crowning only goes down the middle of the field. But anyways, no quarterback, Flacco or anyone, takes into account the curving or the spinning of Earth Yet the field goal kickers do.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said due to the
Yeah,
rotation of the Earth
Najee?
beneath the football kick, it deviated to one side or the other.
Yeah, that's how bad the globe myth is falling apart. They have to tell the people watching football that kickers are accounting for Earth spin.
You know what's kind of cool about that video is the guy he was telling to on the Star Talk conversation. You could see in his eyes, he was like, "You're full, dude. I don't believe anything you're saying right now. You sound stupid." He was like, oh wow, okay."
Yeah, really. I mean,
I think it more so they take into I don't mean to interrupt, but more so what they take into consideration is the wind, right?
Yeah, exactly. They they pick up some grass and throw it in the air.
Yeah. So some people just will claim that in the globe Earth model that the air moves in lockstep with the Earth, and others will say, well, there's a Coriolis force where the air is not moving in lockstep with the Earth. So it's like they can't make up their minds exactly. Like wind.
Yeah, it's like does wind exist or not? It's a tricky one.
Yeah. Wind in itself, is it made of something?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that tricky. You could blindfold me and I could go out and tell you that if it was a windy day or a not windy day.
That's pretty clever,
isn't it?
Well, that and like certain stadiums. So if they're not open air, right? Like I want to say, I can't remember what stadium they were talking about, but there's some kicker on a podcast talking about certain stadiums, the wind tunnels, or like tunnels that they come out of for games. Sometimes the wind can affect the kick from there as well. So if you're kicking against it, you want to kick a little bit harder. Yeah.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, football broadcasts they always have airtime to fill, and they always have this guy collects stamps. Don't you think in all the years that people took field goal attempts that they would say, well, they're spinning underneath here. We all know once the ball leaves the initial reference frame so he's got to, never was that ever spoken of until NGT had to try to desperately save this outer space ball myth. How that doesn't raise red flags to people, I do not know.
Yeah, I agree. Like, why? Yeah, it's a good point. Why don't NFL commentators discuss Coriolis if it's real?
Yeah, because the Earth's not spinning. Yeah.
Because nobody watches the NFL.
Nobody
watches the NFL.
Or golf tournaments.
Yeah, but nobody watches the NFL for science. They watch this.
Not a red flag.
Yeah, but I just want to get this in real quick, right? Nobody watches football for science. We all watch it for sports. That's why everybody bitches.
Yeah,
about,
that's why they use it in Najee. That's why they use it as a tool to feed into your subconscious. You're stuffing your face with wings, and here they're telling you that they're spinning.
Yeah, to that point.
I don't know that that's ever been a point on.
Neil deGrasse Tyson made a series of tweets talking about positionings of field goal of stadiums and how it affects a ball kicked beyond 40 yards.
Is Neil deGrasse Tyson an NFL commentator?
Well, he was that day. He sure as shit was. He was the most talked about.
Let me rephrase
NFL commentator the day after the game. Yeah.
Let me rephrase this. Has he ever been an NFL commentator on live television during an official NFL stream?
Well, Twitter is liver than live TV, isn't it?
Okay, I said NFL stream. He wasn't. He wasn't.
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't think they've had him in the box yet.
The answer is no. Okay, right.
So what does that have to do with the price of rice?
What is this focus with these Globers? What, you don't understand?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying the thing is, right, nobody watches sports for science. We watch sports for leisure. It's something
but he used it as a tool.
On Amazon, if you guys watch Thursday Night Football, Amazon, every single week, they zoom in on the moon for a good 10 seconds, and every single Thursday.
So does the moon not exist now?
I love the moon. I'm just saying.
Well, that's kind of classic live sports. That's interesting. That's interesting that they keep that tradition alive.
I'm sure they've
Too bad they don't
brought
zoom
up
out. It's too bad they don't zoom out and show us a globe. That would be funny.
the impact of hard hits on brain damage. I'm sure they brought up some kind of parts, pressure per freaking square inch being, lit up by a freaking 300-pound freaking, fullback or some shit, whatever.
Say again, I didn't follow that at
Technically,
all.
that's not science, right? That's freaking calculation.
What are you saying? I didn't follow that.
Well, no, there is science behind it, but the thing is, it's like they rarely ever talk about shit like that, right? Like, okay, I've always made this complaint about the NFL and one because like over the last few years they've seemed to get political and like they'd let players kneel during the national anthem or they put Black Lives Matter on the helmets. A lot of people stopped watching because of that.
That's
The problem.
why I quit watching because Ray Lewis knelt.
The problem is with the NFL is like shit like that, right? A lot of people started to stop watching the NFL because of that, such as you, right? That's why they've kind of steered away from this kind of thing, right? I mean, so you still kind of get it in things like Taylor Swifting make an appearance at every fucking Chiefs game, and the camera pans over to her 5 times.
Yeah, but
but what I'm trying to say is like I don't know why like you're using like Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the NFL as like
that's a good point.
Dude, the guy has nothing to do with the league.
Okay, dude, you bring up a good point as to why they don't repeatedly speak of it. Is because if they did, they only have us to reference some old Neil deGrasse tweets from almost 10 years ago that you freak out about. If they did on the commentating say, well, we have to account for the spin of the earth. And at the golf tournament, they said, well, he's going to really loft it up there. So he and his caddy know where that sand trap's going to be when the earth spins by the time the ball comes down. They don't speak of those things because they're not occurring. And people would say, well, what the hell are these guys on?
I don't know where
that doesn't change anything. I don't know why you have to cope so bad about these Neil deGrasse Tyson tweets. Do you deny what he's saying?
I really don't know what he was. I really don't know what he was saying. I was just saying it's kind of silly to bring it up.
About nothing then.
Okay, so are you just going to interrupt, or are we going to?
No, that's fine. I think it was just a quarterback sack.
Appreciate it. So I don't know where. Okay, are you just going to continue to? Thank you. I appreciate it. I was going to say I don't know where in this conversation I have coped. Okay, and like, dude, it is crazy. You guys have like the same like brain development as like Gary Busey, dude. Like it's insane. But all I was gonna say, I don't know where in this conversation I have coped or where I've freaked out. But I think I've been pretty level headed. But it's
You understand
okay.
Gary Busey's an actor, right?
Yeah, Gary Busey is also like fucking brain dead.
He's fictional, imaginational, just like the spin of the earth and the way the water wraps around a fucking ball, and that you're shooting through space.
Hey, Gary Busey is fictional.
I think Gary Busey's probably a real person.
Gary Busey is absolutely a real person.
This guy's talking about his actor's character, right?
No, I'm talking about him as a actual fucking person. Gary Busey, search it up.
All right, I'll be like him.
Yeah.
Well, since you're friends with Gary, tell him I said hi.
That is what he said. He did say he was friends with Gary. I heard it.
Yeah, he knows his off-screen persona. Get two, Johnny.
Sure. The only way to know that is by being friends. That's true. That's a good point. Nailed it.
Johnny fucking Utah. Tell Johnny Utah I said hi too. He found a place to skedaddle. Should I unmute Redefee? Because that's how this guy originally got in there. He was cheerleading for Redefee.
Maybe there's somebody else in the room who is under the impression the Earth has been proven to be a globe. Who wants to prove it, I guess, or just show something? No.
They can't prove it.
How do you know that?
Well, if they could, they would have by now, but they haven't, so they can't.
Listen, you never know until you try, right? You've heard that.
Do you think all geodesics on the Earth lie along great circles?
can't have a great circle on a flat Earth. You have circles, but they're not going to be a great circle. It'll be like a mediocre one at best.
No, you could. Because to be a great circle is to be incident with a pole.
No, it doesn't have to be incident with a pole. It just has to be a line that doesn't deviate left or right without leaving the surface, that comes back to where it started.
No, a great circle is a circle that's incident with a pole.
Incident with a pole, as in it
That's
touches
correct.
one of the poles.
That's correct. It touches tips with the pole.
I'm pretty sure that's not the case. I think there are many longitude lines on the fallacious globe line that are great circles that do go through the pole, but the equator is a great circle that doesn't go anywhere near them.
Actually, I think you're right. Hold on. But the equator is the only one that doesn't. You're right. I guess you're right.
Anyone. If you leave pole.
No, you're right. There's an infinite set of them. You're right. You're right. Hold on. How do we flesh this out?
South, you'll miss both poles.
You're right. Hold on. Let me think. Give me a second.
The only ones that go through the poles must be going north and south.
Well, it's like locally a pole, but that's not good enough.
What do you mean locally a pole?
Yeah. Wait, how would you formalize it? I guess just like as maximum radius, but that would only be the like ice wall, right?
Well, I mean, we don't make claims as to know the bounds of the Earth, but necessarily any path that meets itself on a flat surface.
Ooh. Oh, you're right. No, I get it.
Turning one way or another.
The great circle is based on the.
It's just if you leave any place heading straight and keep heading straight, you will end up back where you started, and you will have described a great circle route.
Well, that's true of any circles. In that, if you go all the way around a circle, you come back to where you started. I don't think this is a special attribute of the great circle.
The key difference is without turning left or right. So
No. Maybe that's the way of thinking about it. But like, I think the more elegant way is just that the great circle has center at the pole in the flat model, or not the pole in the flat model. What do the flat people call the center of the Earth?
I think you're talking about the core of the Earth in your model.
Core. What do the flat earthers call the center of the Earth, like the middle point?
Oh, there's a lot of different things. You'd have to ask individuals.
What would you call it? Is there no term?
Well, for me, it's the south. Most other people here, who do answer would say the north, but for me, it's
okay. So then here's the question. The question is, do you think all geodesics on the Earth are great circles? And by great circle, I mean that the center of the circle is the same as the center of the Earth.
So no, because I think a geodesic is a path that, if you traveled along it at any speed, it would register as if you weren't moving or were traveling in a straight line. And any path on a flat surface that meets itself again must have turned left or right to get there. So it cannot be a geodesic.
No, that's not what I meant by geodesic.
Understanding what a geodesic is.
No, by geodesic, I mean, sure, I mean it being the surface path of least distance between 2 points.
Hey, everyone.
No, least distance is always a straight line.
No, but it has to be on the surface. So on different geometries, it has different attributes. Namely, on like a sphere, a geodesic is an arc.
Right. Yeah. No,
there's another definition that's like, the other definition is like a geodesic is a curve that has constant second derivative in unit parameterization.
That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
It's written as alpha being a curve function. So alpha is like a function that returns a point. And so like alpha of 0 is the first point, alpha of 1 is the last point, and then alpha in between 0 and 1 is any point along that curve. And so to be a geodesic is alpha double prime, meaning the second derivative of alpha equals 0. Sorry, meaning that the
Appreciate you trying to make sense of it to me, but it's not.
What it means is that
I thought a geodesic
locally,
was used in space to say that something was in free fall and it's experiencing no acceleration despite speeding up and slowing down and going round in a circle.
I'm not familiar with that, but generally geodesics, at least in like differential geometry, are just paths of least resistance along a surface, or another definition is the path of like the least torsion, which is to say that like its second derivative is 0.
So what do you think then about orbits, that they speed up and slow down when physics says that requires an input of a force? Right, you've heard this,
do you mean
when they tell us in schools that the Earth is speeding up at certain times of the year and slowing down at others?
I think that okay, so you're asking is how do you feel about the fact that planets in orbit seem to have non-zero acceleration? Is that the question?
Yeah. To me, like with this outer space myth, outer space ball myth, I mean, that it claims that this enormous mass is going faster and slower at different points of its orbit, and that's obviously then begs the question, well, how? Because speeding up and slowing down according to physics, like you're accelerating a mass, that requires an extraordinary amount of force. Where are we getting that force from?
I mean, technically, let me think about this. I mean, I assume that they're at maximum speed when they're furthest from the. Is it at the point of maximum curvature or at the point of minimum curvature? I assume it's maximum curvature, right?
According to the story, they are going their fastest when they are at the sharpest point in their orbit, i.e. closest to the body they're supposedly orbiting.
Right, so that's most curvature. I think it's just conservation of angular momentum, no?
Well, that would mean it's conserved. That would mean
It
the
is,
opposite,
no?
right?
No, conservation of angular momentum would be like
Back in a second.
No, the planet is fastest when it's not curved. It's the other way. And that's because of conservation of angular momentum, I think. Because
Angular momentum, like if you just think about what the words are trying to convey, is trying to say that if you're going at a speed angularly, you will maintain that speed, right?
No, so the angular momentum is L equals 2 pi mf r squared, where r is the orbital radius. And it seems like this is conserved, which means that as the orbital radius decreases, namely the planet is in like the less curved area, it has to increase its momentum m to accommodate.
What? Let me have a think about it. I got to think of that because I'm not sure if that's the answer. That
Essentially, when you're sure it makes sense because like when you're turning, it's like when you're in a straight line, you have 0 angular speed. I think because you're in a linear motion, but when you're curving, you have angular speed, and so to conserve momentum when you're in a straight line, you have to increase your non-angular speed. It's like they're sharing the same amount. Because mass, if undisturbed, moves in a straight line, and so to be moving not in a straight line, some of its energy has to be expelled towards it, diverging from that straight line, and it's like it's being consumed by it. So like to stay on track on that orbit, it's consuming some of that momentum just in turning. It seems like we can actually even do the proof if you want.
Just a sec, getting fuel.
Hmm? Are there only 5 people still here or no?
Everybody's flat on the inside.
What does that mean?
I don't know. So it sounded cute.
Oh, Eggshell, you turned flat earther or what? You're confusing me, brother.
That's right. I'm going flat earther for a couple of months.
No,
Life's
seriously.
better when you're flat.
No, seriously.
I am not. Yeah, I end up understanding so much about things that normally I'd say, "Oh, I don't know much about that."
Imagine if I was on a spinning ball, my freaking wheelchair would never freaking stay still. I'd be rolling downhill all the time or uphill. And boats, geez, think of all the fuel you'd waste driving up the hill, the water hill. But you would save it going down the water hill, so you'll be okay.
You know, I heard somebody say that sunsets prove that the Earth's globe, and that you mentioning that water hill kind of makes me think about it. So, like, I've seen plenty of sunsets, right? It's like the sun goes, you view the sun goes away, and then it's brightest around where the sun is, and it kind of dims around it. The horizon, and it's autumn right now, so it kind of gets orange around it, and then it's gone. But it's primarily focused on the sun. That makes me think, right? So if it's a water hill, if it's Earth curve that's blocking the sun, that's why the sun sets, right? Then wouldn't the sun set first, and then that arc of twilight on the horizon, left and right, wouldn't that linger longer than where the sun is?
Say wouldn't what linger longer?
So you got, if I put if I got a light, if you got the light, the sun, right, and the thing that blocks the sun while it's setting is the Earth curve, right? So it's highest right there when you're viewing the sun, right? So that's where it's blocking the sun. Why is that? So why is that the part that lasts the longest? Shouldn't that go out first?
It should.
That's true.
There you go.
Wait, is the guy who said that if Earth's spinning, why my wheelchair stay flat? Was that guy joking or not?
Sort of,
I'm not joking. I'm freaking literally in a wheelchair, dude. And yeah, if you were spinning, dude, think about this. Plumb lines would freaking hang out one way constantly. Constantly. You wouldn't be able to build shit. Well, you could try to build something plumb, but it'd be really retarded. It'd be retarded Earth.
I mean, that's not true even.
Retard Earth.
Wait, but like, if suppose you're like spinning around in a circle, like imagine you're on like a Ferris wheel or like just some disc that's spinning you around with a rope, right?
Yeah, hang a plumb
you
line.
wouldn't.
Try
Let's
to
be
build
clear.
something.
I don't think. Would you? To be clear, I don't think you can know like which direction you're spinning from just like closing your eyes. Like I don't think that's clear. I think the only force exerted on you is
Carnival
outward.
ride, even if you're on a slow merry-go-round, you know which way you're going.
What I'm saying is that I don't think there is any tensile force applied to a rotating body around a center.
It begins with Coriolis and then ends with Coriolis.
It sure ain't happening on
But this is not Coriolis. Are you crazy?
We don't feel shit.
No, I think the relevant, is there any tensile force, when you're like spinning on a tire swing?
Moving, and it's flat.
No, but on a tire swing or like on anything, is there any tensile force? Supposing you're at constant speed, I don't think so.
Spinning about your axis, there is. You can detect that with a. I don't know about tensile, but there are forces. You can extract newtons from that, which is how gyros work. Don't know if the force will be tensile or what, but it's.
Dude, there's dudes that have had their gyros break. They fly just fine. They're good to go.
That's true. That's true. That disproves what I said about gyros. Sometimes they break.
They fly just fine.
I think the issue is that the force, like when you're like rotating, the only force exerted on you is in the direction of the axis of rotation to you, but
So you think it's
not tangent to that.
Holy crap! What about plumb lines, dude? Plumb lines. Dude,
I don't know what a
they'd be
plumb line
swinging-
is.
they'd
Am I
be
supposed to Google that?
swinging
Plumb line?
Anything
Plumb
with a
line.
anything with a weight on it that's a string. Hang a freaking a baseball off a string. It's gonna hang.
No, but
straight.
suppose you're dancing and your partner is like spinning you around in a circle.
Right,
It's
that's
not
the way you'd
if
feel
they
if you were
spin
on
you.
a
Hold on.
freaking
If they spin
spinning
you,
ball.
stop. If they spin you at a constant speed, I don't think there's any tensile strength, any tensile force applied to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell those kids to stop.
Wait, there is? Wait, in which
Stop
direction?
asking me to spin them in a circle. They love it.
Just,
It's like
just imagine.
In which direction is the tensile force?
Outwards.
First of all, we're
That's not a
going
tensile
around-
force,
supposedly
definitionally.
Going around the sun, we're speeding up and slowing down because we do an ellipse.
Well, you understand that a force in the normal direction to the center is just definitionally not tensile.
What
Bro,
is
I mean,
tensile?
listen, what
That was holding
what is
together
going
like
on with your
rod-
tensile?
rod-
Tensile means
pushing it
tangent to the normal. It's a force in that. It's
Oh,
like
right.
shearing.
Right. No, I was
There'll be
imagining
no
that.
like there's no shearing force on you if you're like spinning in a circle at constant speed.
So you're saying there's no such thing as a pulling force. It's always in the normal vector of a like a pressure.
Well, I'm asking, like, my understanding is there's no tensile force. Does anyone disagree with that?
Yeah, they're all pseudo. There's no such thing as a pulling force.
That's
It's a pseudo
nonsense. If
force.
you're spinning, you would feel it. Like unless it's like
You would feel it, but you would
you're
not feel it in.
rotating
Sure, but you would feel a centrifugal force, but not. Sure, but it'd be a centrifugal force, but not a tensile force.
Well, what's the difference? You just said you'll fucking
What's the
feel
difference? You're
Because
getting
a
pushed
tensile
out.
force
You're
is
getting pushed out.
the tensile force is in the direction of the normal vector, which is tangent to the direction of gravity, and so on Earth it wouldn't matter.
I think more people should talk.
The tensile thing is his thing. He's beating up a straw man. He just said, "Listen, I'm on a wheelchair."
What I'm telling you is
got
that
pump
if the only force is normal to the surface, And if gravity is anti-normal to the surface, then it would follow that the greater force of gravity completely cancels out the like centrifugal force of the rotation, and you just wouldn't know that you're spinning.
But you got to do the maths on
That
that,
sounds
right?
like some bullshit.
I just did.
Pseudoscience
What's the
made up.
centrifugal force of a ball spinning at thousands of miles an hour?
Well, it's not about the thousands of miles an hour. It's about the proportion. It's in units of its radius, right?
Wait, so what's happening if they cancel each other in the equator, and they will have to?
I think the unit you want to look at is one
He's a future
radius.
talker. He knows what you'll say tomorrow.
It's one rotation per day. That's the speed that's relevant. It'd be the same even if you were on like a small ball. That's one rotation per day.
Listen, talk to him tomorrow, and he'll answer you today. That's
So
what
if that centrifugal force is cancelled only in the equator, because the edge of velocity is only in the equator, and when you go toward the center, toward the poles, that centrifugal force will diminish, will just slow down, because you're going toward the center of that rotation, toward the axis of that rotation, where it will be just zero.
That's not true. Wait, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Oh boy.
No, because the axis of rotation that goes through the Earth, right? It's not just a single point.
Velocity in a spinning object go lower and lower when you go toward the center of the spinning object, and
does the Earth hold on?
Higher, that centrifugal force is higher at the edge of velocity, not the center. And just for example, an example for that, when you put a spinning disc, when you put a spinning disc and you put in an object in that spinning disc, in the center of that spinning disc, the object will have no centrifugal force on it because it will be in the center. And when you put it at the edge of velocity, at that moment you will see that object being dragged toward the edge and thrown from the edge of that spinning disk, because you put it in the edge of velocity. So the centrifugal force is diminishing, going from the edge toward the center, meaning that in the globe Earth, the centrifugal force is higher in the equator than the North Pole, where it's just zero, and it's lower than the equator when you are in Svalbard, for example. For example, the lowest point, the highest point, the highest city on Earth, near to the nearest city on Earth.
Wait, isn't it the case that the apparent gravity G depends on your line of latitude?
That's what
because of the spinning of the Earth.
Not what
isn't that just a thing?
It's claimed to be a thing. Yeah, it's claimed to be that gravity is only truly vertical or pointing at the center of the Earth on the equator and at the poles, and everywhere else there is this claimed misalignment because there is a centrifugal force from the rotation, but that will be parallel to a line of latitude, so it will be horizontal at the pole and vertical at the equator, and so that will have a effect of through vector addition, meaning that the vector of down is not pointing at the center except at the poles or the equator. It'll be subtly off. But we just need some evidence of it. I need some physical evidence of it.
Does NASA think that the axis of rotation goes through the center of the Earth or no?
Did NASA think that?
Yeah.
Dunno, I guess so.
Because if it goes through the center, then the math is just easy. Right?
I think it's a fairly simple formula last time I looked at it. Vector addition, I think, is the screwy bit.
Well, if you like just like rotate the Earth in your head such that the axis of rotation is up and down, completely vertical.
Only place the globe in people's heads.
Real, and like if you think of it from that perspective, the centrifugal force is always pointing direct horizontally, and the gravitational force is not always pointing horizontally. So I don't know. It would follow that the gravity is stronger even at the poles.
Yes, that's what the claim is. 0.5%.
Because-
0.05, no,
because-
0.5% heavier at the poles than at the equator is the claim.
Right, because
somebody weighs something in a lab at the poles and at the equator in the same lab.
That'd be really interesting. I agree.
And you heard Neil deGrasse Tyson when he said that they were wrong about that. They said that it will just weigh different in the pole than the equator, but in fact it's not same weight.
Well, I'd like to see that clip. I got told about that the other week.
Fuck.
Before I turned into a flat earther, and I never saw the evidence of that. Just told it on a robot polisher.
I
That's
have
what
it.
turned you a flat earther, isn't it? That's what did it.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson quotes made me a flat earther. That and the lack of space planes. Ain't no space planes, ain't no space.
I'll answer your question though. Like, is gravity different at the poles?
But yeah, listen, I don't know. Like you're going to attribute it definitively to, if there is a weight difference, you're going to attribute it to, I guess, gravity.
It looks like I see it. The math is the centrifugal acceleration at 4, because the Earth rotates at like a degree. It's like a degree every 4 minutes or something like that. Or it's even less. It's like an hour. I forget the math, but like according to this, let me do it actually. Let me grab the calculator. Hold on.
15 degrees an hour.
The video in the side chat. It's a
Oh,
funny
thank you. I'll check. I'm about to pull up to do some more moving stuff. I'll check it there. Thanks, Necro.
one. No worry. You're welcome, brother.
How would you isolate? Well, he's a flat earther now, so he might not do it. But I was wondering how you would isolate gravity to show that it was the cause of the effect of the weight change.
Well, you'd have to turn off gravity and do it in a lab. I might probably deploy the use of some magnets as well, though I'm not sure where they'll feature in it yet. But I think probably just get a pretty heavy rock and then drive to different places within a country and see if the rock feels any heavier.
That's it.
Like as a preliminary test, and then after that we can get some, really.
Apparently there is a measurable difference.
$10,000 scales.
But it seems like there's another thing in that the Earth isn't perfectly spherical, according to NASA. And so, according to NASA, the radius of the Earth at the equator is a little more, and so it actually there's a second factor you have to consider. No, it's like even though there's more centrifugal force at the equator is also more distant from the center, according to NASA. That is, and so according to NASA, it's a measurable difference, but it might even be the other direction. I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's why, like in the video I just sent, that's why they say that you will have.
Well, he's right, ceteris paribus, but he's not in light of the cofactor.
Yeah, that's why they say now that it's not different weight.
No, it is different.
Same weight everywhere.
What is recorded according to reality, apart what NASA
We're
according to
not
NASA?
talking about reality. We're talking about the guy who's on Adderall, who speaks over people, and he does stuff in his head.
Oh, okay.
Real. Seems like there's a map of the Earth that has the gravity at every point. That's kind of funny.
The map has the gravity?
There's a map of the Earth that's colored by gravity, how strong it is.
Yeah, but the map has
Gravimetric
the gravity.
surveys are done quite regularly.
I don't know, but I think it's I found it. Hold on. Let me send it.
So,
according to NASA,
No, this is not from NASA, but nice try. It's in side chat. This is the map.
The other one that you mentioned.
This is the map of Earth by gravity. That's kind of cool, no?
No, not cool. It's kind of hot.
No, but
yeah, yes.
Apparently, the gravity is the most north of in Oceania and in the Atlantic Ocean, and gravity is the least in the Indian Ocean. I didn't know that. Who knew?
Yeah, that's the push from the ether.
Maybe, but like, I think people should go to these places and measure and see like what's up. If it's actually like the case that things are
NASA
heavier.
did it already. NASA
I mean,
did it.
well, this wasn't NASA, but
Well, how would you manipulate the how would you manipulate gravity to show this?
this is from Gochi. This is from the.
How would you do it? Like, what would you do to affirm that this is the cause of the effect? I mean,
I'm not
'cause
saying that. I'm just saying it's interesting.
Another person typically claims, I don't know, like the other side of the coin, typically claims that it's relative density disequilibrium.
This is the sure. This
right?
is
So
the
what else in,
sure.
in those areas could you just make up and correlate to changing the density?
I don't know, but this map comes from
have you measured the atmospheric pressure in this area?
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying this. No, but like this comes from the Gravity Field and Steady State Ocean Circulation Explorer organization, which is part of the ESA.
Oh no. Oh
Even
no.
if you are naming yourself no thanks, I have to thank you no thanks. Because, yeah, exactly. So you are telling me that there is spots where there is more gravity there. So I will have more gas pressure there because the claim that that gas pressure that we have, it's just held by that supposed gravity. So whenever I take my barometer with me in that map, supposedly, I will find that there is more pressure when there is more gravity.
I think that would be the case, yeah.
Well, no.
That's good. We've debunked it.
Yeah.
Globe Earth debunked.
No, I mean that's true ceteris paribus. Like if all of their factors were held constant, but there's a bunch of other factors that implicate or control for pressure, like temperature.
In the ocean, you said in the ocean, the floating ocean lab.
Well, I mean, the other thing is that the air isn't the same gas. The composition of the atmosphere depends on where you are. Most obviously is going to be humidity. So like the actual properties of the gas are going to be different. Above the ocean it's going to be way more humid than above a mountain. But
there is no
if you controlled for all other factors, it would be the case, sure.
All right, so you got a higher pressure, so you have a higher pressing, and you're saying
no,
now
that's not true.
Is giving you. Oh, so
well, I don't know if that's true, but like there's other factors like humidity and temperature that matter a lot here.
Yeah, we're doing the whole in my head thing. So I'm picturing a higher pressure of a pressing force. Now, the press, right? Gravity presses now. It's down, right? So it presses down from above. So now there's a pressure pressing down on the rock, giving you a higher reading. And that's gravity.
No, these aren't. I don't think these are from air pressure, but maybe they are. I don't know. Do you know?
We know that there is. We know that dynamic system that contains temperature and different density of different gases. Mm-hmm. That's what will create that atmospheric gradient that we have and that pressure that we have. But in the globe,
the gravity gradient,
they have exactly. They have another ingredient, which is that gravity, which influence the gas pressure behavior, the gas molecule behavior. They claim that it's attracted by the gravity. It's contained. That's when we talk about.
Well, that's not completely true. NASA thinks that some of the atmosphere leaks out every year, but not much. But I mean, it makes sense, right? Like the particles aren't in random motion. There's a bias towards, down, anti-normal. And so naturally there would be less perfusion than you'd expect if there weren't gravity.
Gravity?
I laughed about this. He said leaks out.
Diffuses. What do you want to call it? I think it's diffuses. I think that's the term.
Leaks out of what?
Oh, I mean,
the gravity.
So on some planets like Mars, any air that comes up just leaks out. But on Earth, more of it doesn't.
To a vacuum.
Yeah, I meant leaky, like
Can you verify air on Mars?
No, I don't think Mars is real. I think it's a figment of the imagination.
Just imagine it.
You can
Yeah.
verify air on it. Didn't ask you if you think it's real.
So when I
don't know. I think there's like a small atmosphere, but I don't know the details.
Yeah, I didn't ask you if you thought that. I wondered if you could verify it.
I can't.
Thank you.
You're not going to put a stop to his imagination, Heretic. It's strong within him.
That's
we
fine.
demand verification of some things.
I mean, it's my imagination, so I guess I can verify it. I can just think about it.
When I take a container and put it inside the vacuum chamber and put a hole in the walls of that container, I will see gas leaks from that hole. But if I put a container, an open container filled with gas inside the vacuum chamber, I won't ever see a leak. It will just rush and fill the container.
Not infinitely fast, right?
Not rush it.
But it won't move with infinite speed, right? Gas doesn't infinitely move quickly. It doesn't move infinitely quickly.
It's not leaking.
There's a finite speed to the degree to which that gas can move, right?
We call it an explosion sometime.
No, there's a finite speed to the gas. You know this. You know this.
When you sit next to a container full with gas pressure, and I put it under a hydraulic press, and I made the walls of that container just fracture, it will create an explosion.
Yeah, it's still not infinite. You know that.
It's not a leak.
Wait, why won't you even respond? Why won't you even acknowledge this? You know that gas doesn't move with infinite speed, right?
Nobody claimed that. Who claimed that?
Well, can you acknowledge that or no?
Who claimed that?
Can you acknowledge the truth of that statement or no?
Are you claiming that?
Gas moves at the speed of sound. Duh.
It seems like gas doesn't move infinitely quickly. So as long as it's moving really slowly, and then there's new gas coming in a little bit faster or at the same rate, then you would have a stable atmosphere.
That's not a leak. And if you measure the rate of the gas, when we said that, like we said, speed of sound, let's take that, okay. The creation of gas that doesn't make the same volume that escapes the surface to replace it.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Just rush away from the surface.
You just say things
at the speed. No, just wait. The amount of gas that will just rush away at the speed of sound from the surface of the Earth, from that atmosphere, expanding away more and more away from the Earth, you won't have that vacuum that you are claiming now.
Dude, come on. If you drop a book, right? So you have a book in your hand and then you let go, what's going to happen? It's going to fall. Now, suppose you have a balloon that's filled with oxygen. What's going to happen when you drop it? It's going to fall. How is this difficult?
That's not.
No, just do it yourself, dude. Just blow it, a balloon filled with atmosphere. I don't know. Get some air in there, and then just let go. What's going to happen? It's going to fall. How is this surprising?
Gas, air, and sea are
you
being
know this.
Shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
Put a gas in a balloon. Put air in a balloon and let go. It's gonna fall. This is not hard, dude.
It doesn't fall.
Atmosphere.
Yes, it does fall. Are you crazy? Fill a balloon with atmosphere and then let go. It's gonna fall. Do it yourself.
Hey, don't say atmosphere one more time.
I fill the balloon with air. I won't specify which type of gas I fill the balloon.
Well, it should be the same as the air that's outside of it, right?
Balloon didn't fall. It was a helium. Now I can't specify what it is. It was helium.
No, I said if it's filled with atmosphere. Helium's not atmosphere. You know better. You know the atmosphere is not filled with helium. You know this better than me. Come on now. I don't know. You can make it more simple. Just take a plastic bag, right? Take a trash bag. Just move it around like a flag a bit. It'll get filled up with atmosphere, and then tie it up. Tape it shut real good, and then let go. And the trash bag is going to just fall. You know this.
Okay.
It's because of the plastic,
Because it
not
is
the
that-
air.
because
Oh, look, it has weight. How convenient.
Because of the plastic that is around that volume of
Well, then the
air.
rate at which it falls should be proportional to the size of the plastic bag, right? The surface area to volume ratio should determine how fast it falls, but it doesn't.
Wait till I'm done talking. So
Wait, if it was
when
because of the plastic bag and not the air.
Thank you for that video.
But it's the same speed.
Let him finish his sentence.
I'm sorry,
when
Cookie.
when you throw that trash bag
Mhm.
with air, that's dependent to the density of that trash bag with the air inside.
Alright, here's what you'll do.
also,
Here's what you'll do.
and they will sink dependently to that density inside that air that is surrounding them. Like exactly anything will do with different density will do in the water. It will just sink with different speed inside water because it has different density. That's the same exact thing with the bag full with air. And if I flip that, and if I use helium, which is just less dense than the air around me and that balloon, if I release the balloon won't fall.
Okay, for the record, I didn't speak because I was muted. No, just
The same. The first second they unmuted you, you started talking through me. So because the balloon is less dense, it won't fall toward the ground. Take a string, like a good heavy string, and attach it to that nozzle of that helium balloon. Attach it enough.
you're going on a narrative.
If you release it, it will just stay there in the middle. It won't fall. It won't rise because it will have the same density as the surrounding. That's
Can I respond or no?
Go ahead.
You know this is not true. Take an empty trash bag, put it on a scale, zero it out, then just like flail around that trash bag, get it all filled up with atmosphere, tie it shut, and put it on the scale. What you're going to find is that now it weighs more. You know this.
Do it in a vacuum.
Do it upside down.
Yeah, do it in a vacuum. Do it.
Do that trash.
Yeah, take this trash bag that's like, I mean, assume you sealed it shut, right? So take this trash bag that has air in it, take the other trash bag that doesn't have air in it, atmosphere in it, and then go into a vacuum chamber, and then drop them two on scales and see which one's heavier. I promise you, and you know this, you know that the filled trash bag is going to weigh more. You know it.
You.
Take that same trash bag.
Uh-huh.
With the same air. Attach more weight to the bottom of that trash bag. Heat the trash bag, and the trash bag will rise. Heat the air inside the trash bag, and the trash bag will rise. That's what we do with hot air balloons. We just heat the air inside that volume, and it will make the balloon with the people in the bag that weight tons. Shut up.
That's not true. That's not true. You're wrong. You're wrong. If you heat, hot air balloons don't work in a vacuum. It's not real. You're lying. That's not. You know that's not right. Hot air balloons do not work in a vacuum. If you're in this vacuum room and you heat, but you just said let's go in a vacuum. This doesn't work in a. You know that. You know hot air balloons do not work in the vacuum.
We don't
Heat
live
up
in a
the air as
vacuum.
much as you want. Well, hold on. You just said let's go in a vacuum. Heat up the air as much as you want. It's not gonna be any lighter.
Shut up. It wasn't me who talked about the vacuum. I just talked about the same exact thing that you were
Can you engage with that at least?
to respond to what I said.
Wait, do you understand that? Oh, hold on. We're in our vacuum chamber. You understand that heating up the air in the trash bag is not going to make it any lighter? You understand this, right?
You won't have that. If you have.
Wait, do you not? Why can't you say yes or no? Can you not engage with that? Are you like completely running?
Well, I'm
If
just
you
saying.
have air in a trash bag inside the vacuum.
Wait, why do you think hot air balloons can't go that far up in the sky?
Shut up, man.
Do you think there's like a hard limit on how high like hot air balloons can rise?
Shut up. Just shut up. If you put air inside the trash bag and you put the trash bag inside the vacuum chamber, the trash bag will just explode. The air will just rush out and fill the vacuum chamber.
Uh-oh.
It's a very strong trash bag.
Oh my god.
Also, I don't think that's true. That's not true. That's not true. Because if that no, that's not true.
It's a propane tank.
No, that's not true. The trash bags are stronger than you think, and the air pressure that would be it would hold. It'd be like a balloon. It would expand a bit. You're right, but it wouldn't pop.
All right. So the weight that you're measuring in the downward vector would then be in all directions, but you're measuring a difference in the downward vector when the gas is moving in all directions. Your scale is on the ground.
Wait, what do you? I've never heard of weight in a non-down direction. That doesn't make any sense.
So you got the air, right? You got the air moving in all directions. You got gas moving in all directions.
Wait, you understand what weight is, right?
Including down.
Wait, have you ever used like a scale?
Right, but gas is moving all directions, not down. So even if you were to measure a weight difference, right, with the scale that you have on the ground, right, that just shows that gas is moving in all directions.
No, it doesn't. Gas is moving. The gas is moving more down than it's moving up. It's not moving equally in all directions. That's not true. And because if it were moving equally in all directions, it wouldn't weigh any more on the scale. But in our room, when we put that trash bag, it falls down and it measures on a scale. It weighs more because of the air in it. The atmosphere in it.
When you have it in the bag or whatever in a box that you have holding in the gas, and the gas is moving in all directions, you're saying it doesn't mean it's moving in all directions?
It's moving more down than it's moving up.
How do you know that?
Proof by contradiction. If it weren't doing that, then it wouldn't register anymore on the scale.
Why not?
Doesn't.
Because it would be an unbiased motion. There would be just as much force up as there was down. That would equalize and cancel out, and then it would be the same weight of trash bag, here or not.
Yeah, I don't know if it does move down.
It doesn't.
The only way for the force to cancel is if the amount of air that's moving up is the same as the amount of air that's moving down. But clearly that's not true because, again, the scale measures it. It falls down. Surely you understand this.
Yeah, I do. But where did you measure this?
Do you want me to grab a trash bag right now, fill it with air, put it on a scale, see if it's more? If I do that, will you change your mind?
Yeah, I guess I'll look at it. I'll look at your trash.
Okay.
And if we poke a hole in the top of that trash bag, will the gas go up?
Yes.
Thanks.
But if you poke a hole at the bottom of the trash bag, it'll go out faster. That's what's interesting. Holes at the top do not exit as fast as holes at the bottom.
Interesting, right?
That is interesting because it shows that gas is moving faster down than it's moving up.
Yeah, with the words you can do. With the words you can do whatever you want. You know, you can speak for 2 hours like words doing everything. But now, practically, can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, I can see if I have a trash bag. Hold on.
Yo, Einstein, you will get the Nobel Prize. Do you know that?
Go ahead.
Dude, I mean, I'm happy to see if I can. I don't know. I don't think I have a scale though.
Yeah.
There is proven your thing.
He has a trash bag and he has the.
I have a trash bag. I just don't have a scale. I don't know how to figure that out.
Even if you have a scale in the house, you will have that scale that will measure the weight of some gas in a trash bag.
But you notice how
this is a property of all scales in the sense that weight is a
what this is a
scalar quantity.
Dude. What this is a red herring. No, guys, shush. This is a red herring because the contention is: does the gas molecule stop going in the direction it's going unless it collides with something? Want to claim it has weight regardless.
No, there
if
has
you think
to,
it's moving
sure.
faster, up, down, any different way.
You're right.
Doesn't matter.
You're right. There has to be a force that's equal and opposite to the gas particle when it moves in that direction for it to be canceled out. In this case, the trash bag.
I don't care. I don't care. Does gas expand indefinitely to fill available volume?
Yeah, generally.
There you go. That's it. That's all that you need to know.
But the interesting claim
going out until it's
did you just get here?
some limitation.
Well, that's not. Well, it slows down. That's the interesting part. The interesting part is that the gas is moving.
So what? It won't stop. It's going to keep going.
The claim is that the rate of gas that exits Earth is less than the rate of gas that's entering the atmosphere, and so it doesn't actually reduce.
Do you think the air you're breathing comes from outside of Earth?
No, what I'm telling you is that
I think
the gases that are being produced on the surface,
that's what he just
said.
Very little air escapes the atmosphere, and some air is created on Earth, and so these cancel out.
Where's most of it coming from? Answer his question, sir. Do you think it's coming from outer space or somewhere outside of Earth?
He just said some of the air, right? is created on Earth. Where's the rest of it created, bro?
I think it's like under the surface, right?
Make up some nonsense.
Is it not? Because like whenever a volcano goes off, like a bunch of gases are released. So I assume there's just a bunch of like air trapped under our surface, no?
So plants don't perform photosynthesis?
Well, because like initially during our
the Earth, then,
transformation, right? Initially there was only
so all of them come from
there was
the Earth,
initially
then?
our atmosphere was predominantly CO2, and then there was like that billion years where it turned into predominantly nitrogen and O2.
Here we go.
So when you say it's underground and it's trapped, you mean it can't escape?
Sure. Well, no. There's two steps.
Which direction is it trying to escape?
There's carbon dioxide trapped under the surface, and then there are
Which
plants
direction is it trying to escape? Which direction is it trying to escape?
Up.
Right. There you go.
Right.
Hey,
But, and then,
you gotta just go with
How
the
far
science.
under the surface is it?
The crazy madman. You just gotta go with it.
What's wrong with them?
And it's
well, I think what's
still
interesting
on
is
Earth,
that
right?
Create oxygen.
well, I mean, to
Do
be clear,
plants
it's interesting is
create-
that I think the
plants
reason.
create oxygen?
Go on.
Do plants create oxygen?
They do. They do. They do create oxygen.
Okay, so
No,
why
they
are you
do.
referring to what happens underground and the things that we can't prove?
No,
like
because there's
coming from an outside
CO2
source?
that's like deep
As
under
I
the
don't
crust.
complete my
It's in
sentence
high
yet,
temperature. It's in
start
high
talking
pressure.
before I
It's
complete my
trapped.
sentence.
It's under the surface, and then a volcanic explosion happens, and then all of this like magma and other
What
shit
does this have
forces
to
the
do
air
with
up.
eggs, dude? Really, man?
Well, this is how CO2 gets into the atmosphere, right? It's
Okay,
trapped
so
under the
from
surface.
the Earth, right?
Yeah, when a volcanic eruption happens, all the CO2 gets
You said
released.
only some of the gases come from the Earth. I asked you, where else do they come from?
Wait, when did I say only some of the gases? Sorry?
Remember, we had this conversation like 2 minutes ago, man, and then you started
But
talking
you're
about
lying. I never
gases
said that.
underground.
Nope, I never said that. Liar.
Just happened.
Nope. You're
I
thinking of
will-
someone else, presumably.
Just wait. You are live in YouTube. I will just give you that. I give you the clip. Wait.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it seems like that's how it works. Like,
Ta-da.
CO2 gets released during volcanic eruptions, then the CO2 gets turned into oxygen by plants, and that's how we get the new gas.
As you actively ignore the plants that
Well,
create
it seemed-
the oxygen that we breathe. Okay.
Yeah, they create oxygen from carbon dioxide. It's called a reaction. The reactant is going to be CO2. One of the reactants will be CO2.
At all? Did you catch
One
it?
of the what do you call the result of reaction? There's a word for it.
Oh, you're still digging
Chemical
into that thing.
reaction. We're googling it.
Another downward spiral.
It's a okay. So yeah. So sure. So the one of the reagents will include CO2. The products will include oxygen. This is the process by which plants create oxygen. It's called photosynthesis. It's quite
so
amazing.
why did I bring it up? What was the point of me bringing that up?
No, you didn't bring it up. I brought it up. Don't try to steal my
you
thunder.
brought it up.
I brought it up.
No
Yeah.
problem.
Listen
Liar.
better, Pookie. But no, I mean that's interesting. It seems like the rate at which atmosphere is created through plants and through volcanic activity exceeds the rate at which oxygen is lost. And so because of that, we have a stable atmosphere.
So I brought up the plants and the photosynthesis, or you brought up the volcanoes and the magma creating the CO2? Which one of those things actually happened 2 minutes ago?
I think I brought up both, but if you want to like come in here and like steal my thunder, I'm glad you like my point so much. It sounds like we both agree, and that's kind of chill and cool.
Oh, delusional also. Okay, cool. Cool beans.
I mean, it's cool that you agree with me here. I'm glad I have like fans in the chat.
So
Sounds like we're
delusional
concordant.
also.
Have you
Delusional
proved-
also. Cool beans.
Have you proven yet that gas has a downward bias?
Can I assess your? I proposed an experiment. I don't have a scale, but I'd be happy to try it sometime. Do you have a scale?
Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant, dude. I just asked you. a
Well,
question,
I
that's all.
think the experiment is we take the plastic bag filled with gas,
you
namely
wanna go off
atmosphere,
on a
and then we
tangent,
take
that's
the
fine,
plastic
dude.
bag. It's not tangent. This is the experiment. We take the plastic bag filled with gas and the one that's not filled with gas, and we weigh them. And if the gaseous one weighs more, then clearly gas has a downward bias because the only way for the force down to be more is for the gas to have like this asymmetric, isotropic movement pattern where it moves more down than it moves up. It's the only way. Because if the gas moved equally up as it did down, then there would be no weight to it.
So we're going to take a container, right, to weigh this gas?
Is there anyone else in this chat?
Right?
Dude, it's not. Yeah, but
He's actively
regardless of how,
making a very specific point. He's actively ignoring it.
Regardless, right? Regardless of how much you think there's, that there's this propensity for gas.
I was just going to say, like, what would happen if we took the lid off the container, dude?
What were you saying, Tito?
Regardless of you thinking that there's some sort of bias, right, for direction, right, at any point within a body of fluid at rest, right, the pressure will be equal in all directions. Doesn't matter if you move then up and find a lower pressure or a greater pressure, or go down and find a lower pressure or a greater pressure. At each point, it won't matter in what direction you measure that pressure. At that single point, the pressure will be equal in all directions. That means you turn your gauge upside down. It's equal to what if you had it the right way up. So it's pressing down on the gauge. It's your pressure. Turn it upside down. It's your pressure. It's going to be the same.
No, it's
yes, it is. It's Pascal's principle. It's Pascal's principle. You're going to shit on Pascal?
No, let's Google it.
Fundamental principle in fluid statics. The fundamental principle in fluid statics.
I'm googling it. You might have a epic debate moment at this moment.
You could also stop chanting this because you can take a spring scale and pull your little bag of air underwater and see how much it weighs then. Because your scale is measuring the weight. You can hold it out in front of you on the spring scale in the air, and maybe it'll give you the little ounces that it might be. And then when you pull it underwater, it's going to weigh so much more as its bias is now up to the surface rather than down to the ground like you keep claiming.
Wait, hold on. You understand that in this... Wait, can you clarify what you mean by this Pascal's principle? Because I'm looking at the Wikipedia page. You can tell me if I'm, like, reading it right. Oh, did the guy leave? Maybe he left. Never mind.
It's just simple. At any point within a fluid at rest, the pressure will be equal in all directions.
Yeah, I still don't.
No, hold on. The hydrostat. Hold on. There would be. Hold on. But this doesn't account for gravity.
Hold on.
Because you're presupposing that when you say at rest.
Okay, so when did they to find out that is actually a fundamental principle in physics, particularly within dealing with fluid statics? When did they remove gravity and then measure it and then put gravity back and say, "Oh, it changed"?
No, this is a special case of a broader formula, but this formula would have a force that is gravity.
I don't care what you think is behind it.
No, the formula is delta P equals rho G dot delta H. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's just not at rest because there's gravity. And I think you agree there's gravity.
Say that. Then they can't claim that that's a fundamental principle in physics.
I don't know who's claiming that. The only person who's claimed that is... Wait, it is. Wait,
no, it's in the textbooks. It's in the textbooks, dude. You wouldn't know that unless they tested it and found out. Yep, this happens every time.
Do you know the actual equation?
Not off.
Even though he claimed it.
Wait, so you don't know the equation?
So what was your point, the earlier point, when you have a steady PSI throughout the container, right? The container has a weight to it, and it's pressing down on the scale. Now there's 25, or you're adding plus 25, plus 25 everywhere along the surface of that container. And so you're adding 25 additionally to the downward vector, saying it's a different change in weight, but specifically down. Why are you saying that we cancel out? Because it's pressing up on the container as well. It's not floating away. The containers.
Well, I mean, you don't even have to be underwater for this to work. Like, just you understand that the downward force of gravity. Hold on. Sure, can I respond to that,
Hold
though?
on, because you're not answering that. So
Okay, you're a mod, so I'll let you finish.
Yeah, just with your earlier assertion that
Oh, you're not a
that
mod.
shows
I don't have
down,
to.
just with your earlier assertion that shows a downward preferred
Propensity?
direction with
Yeah.
with the scale, right? So you got a container on a scale. You got PSI. It's a weirdo. Let him be a weirdo, I guess. That's who he is. But so you got the PSI in all directions, including down. So you're adding whatever you got, 25 PSI to all areas within that container, as well as down, where you're measuring on the spring scale. You're saying that. Why did you say that cancels out? Why was your conclusion that it would cancel out?
Oh, if the upward force of the air was equal to the downward force of the air, then there would be no net force exerted on the scale. The fact that there is a downward force exerted on the scale from the atmosphere that's additional to the container, that means that the net force is downward, which can't be the case if there is equal up and down forces. Does that make sense?
It's just equal on the walls of the container, specifically measuring the container's weight down because the
No, but I don't know if you're here for it, but the claim is like take the container without atmosphere and then take the container with atmosphere, and the container with atmosphere is going to weigh more, which means that the net force that's exerted by the atmosphere has to be down. And if the net force exerted is down, that means that there can't be equal up and down forces of the gas particles. That just wouldn't work.
That's wrong.
If I'm standing in a room that I don't fit, like I'm too tall, right? And I'm pressing my arms and my feet down, right? That doesn't mean that the scale that I'm pushing my feet on isn't going to now register a higher reading just because I'm also pushing up. I don't see the reasoning to your conclusion.
So say your feet are on the scale and your hands are on the ceiling. If you were truly pushing
both directions, yep. Yeah, why are you saying it would cancel out? I don't understand.
It would. No, it would. It would cancel out.
Wow.
The only way for that to be equal, because is for you to be completely not putting zero pressure on either. That's the only case where it works.
Okay, but there is a PSI pressure reading with.
No, you understand that. Hold on. You understand that your force vector can't be going in both directions.
Gas moves in all directions. Yep.
No, if you imagine a solid body, it has a single force vector, right?
Yeah.
Unless it's gas pressing in all directions.
That single vector can't go in multiple directions, right? Only one.
Measuring pressure in all directions. You know how you can measure how much CO2 you have in a
a single gas. No, a single gas particle can only move in one direction.
Can anyone complete a sentence before you start talking? I'm done.
What you're saying was just wrong.
Well, I just wanted to point out that little earlier hiccup because I got to get a shower and do stuff. But yeah, it doesn't show a preferred downward direction of gas at all. It shows equal pressure, just like me standing in a room, equally pressing on the top and bottom. Because the container is a solid and has weight pressing on the spring scale, it also registered, but not show a preferred direction.
There's another problem with your experiment with the paper bag.
Go on.
When you crumble up the paper bag and weigh it, it has no surface area. But when you blow it up, now it's got 13.7 PSI pressing on that big old bag. It weighs more.
We're in a vacuum. We're in a vacuum for this.
I'm not in a vacuum.
Well, it was. I previously said this.
Do you live in a vacuum?
It was stipulated earlier by someone that wasn't me that we should be doing this in a vacuum. I agree with that person. I think they were a moderator even, and so we're in a vacuum.
There's still stuff in a vacuum. We can't get a perfect vacuum, no matter what.
No, in this case, we're in a perfect. It's called a hypothetical. They put it on IQ test for good reason.
Your sentence yet?
Surface area is still bigger, and whatever's in the vacuum still presses down on the bag.
It's a contradiction. It's not a vacuum if there are things in it. You understand that, surely?
Show us a perfect vacuum.
Do you understand why they put hypotheticals on IQ tests?
For idiots. We're not talking about hypothetical stuff. We're talking about the real world. son. Apparently you don't realize that.
So I have a question. If your model isn't hypothetical, then how come it doesn't explain certain things? Like you're taking into account a model that you don't have a full understanding of, but rejecting a hypothetical.
These people understand your model better than you do. You just don't realize that.
I mean, clearly they don't because they think the Earth is flat, but okay.
Well, then show me your model with oxygen being held down by gravity. I'd like to see
Oxygen
that.
being held down by gravity?
That's what you claim in here, isn't it?
Wait, is T-Dub still here? T-Dub.
I'm guessing. Hold on.
down.
I'm guessing you're pushing the whole like density buoyancy thing, right?
No, I'm
So
pushing.
you ignored him completely then.
No, I'm going to. I just want to clarify first so I know what I'm talking to, right? Because I
No,
just
he's
joined.
not pushing anything. He's asking you to validate your claim.
My claim that oxygen is held down by gravity?
Yeah.
How is that a claim when it's okay? First of all, it's generally assumed by every like mechanical system that requires oxygen. So how about this? I'll validate the claim with proof if you can name a single situation where that claim in quotations isn't considered fact. Can you name it any specific situation?
Here's a situation right now in the real world where it's not considered fact because you can't validate the claim.
Okay, so there's no specific situation, even though oxygen is like a major part of our daily lives.
Situation.
Okay, so this is not a situation. Okay, so hold on. I'm saying right now, right? Oxygen is part of our oxygen is.
Whatever, dude. You obviously can't validate it, so just let somebody else go.
Yeah, he just interrupted you mid-sentence after he asked you a question. It's very typical. But
I mean, I don't know why you're muting me, because like I don't like that's not how the okay.
You can't validate it. Just
Well, first of all, that's not how the burden of evidence works. I don't need to validate the generally assumed claim.
Okay, listen. Shut up. Just shut up. Shut your mouth. You made a claim. Yes, you do have the burden of what you called evidence. It's on you. You obviously can't meet it. So just shut up. Stop
It's not
running
a
your
claim. It's a generally assumed fact, and you can't contradict the fact that it's generally assumed. So I
It doesn't
don't need
matter
it.
how many people generally
I don't
assume
need to
it.
support the claim because you
Yeah,
can't.
you don't need to support the claim. You got it. You can't support it. Shut your mouth then.
It's not a claim. It's a fact, and
No, it's not.
Gentlemen,
It's a claim, and you couldn't support it. Therefore, you couldn't establish it to be a fact. Okay? Don't you get this?
can you explain the situation where it's treated?
Yeah. Okay. So you said gravity contains air. We asked for some sort of validation for that. Then you said I don't have to validate. We all believe it. Everybody believes it. Everybody knows. It's just no. You never did establish it as a fact. That's what the validation part was for, and you just whistled right past that. So you didn't need to do that. So just shut your mouth. Just wasting this VC's time.
Hey, gentlemen, may I
I
chime
mean,
in?
I can prove it now. I just wanted to like set like a precedent, so I knew what I was
No,
talking
just
to.
Go ahead and
But
prove
it's like
it then.
in this situation, I can't even like you need me to answer the
my
question
God, now you're gonna
specifically.
talk meta
And
again. Just go ahead and
no.
prove it.
Here's the
I
thing,
don't
though.
care. I don't give a fuck what you think you can or can't do here. I'm gonna just keep muting you if you keep talking bullshit. Just put up the proof or shut up.
Right, because you'd be incapable of having this conversation without being
No,
able to.
I'm not. You're going meta again. You're talking about the conversation. I don't care what you think about me, what you think about the conversation. Just say something that would provide some evidence for the claim. That's it.
Okay, hold on. Can we just backtrack? What's the question again? And I'll answer it real quick.
Holy! Someone else want to tell him?
In every situation, we use campaign. May I chime in?
Wait, but TW, you know that if you put your hand on top of the balloon, it's not pressing up on your hand, is it?
Hang on.
But if you put your hand under the balloon, it's pressing down
Can I
on
provide
it.
some?
So you know that's not true,
May I-
T-Dub.
May I try to add some clarity here? Hello,
Yes,
you
the
can
gas
try.
is pressing
Good luck.
up.
gentlemen.
He's
No,
pressing
it's
up on
not.
a wooden
No, it's not. Rest your hand on the balloon. It's not pressing up.
Are they asking for proof that gravity acts on gas, or I'm confused?
Let me.
Sorry, Mick. You can go ahead, Mick.
Yeah, just want to take a few seconds here, okay? In the past, I think what I'm about to say kind of has smoothed some understanding out, okay, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, right? So there's some gentlemen in here claiming gravity does X, okay? Guys, when you say gravity, are you referring to the cause of the phenomena that we witness? The phenomena that we witness being in our surrounding area, right? We live in gas, we live in air, so we tend to see things that are of higher density than the composition of the air around us go down, and things that are of lower density than the composition of the air going up. That phenomena, are you guys speaking to the cause of that phenomena, or are you speaking to the phenomena itself?
Okay, wait, Redefy. You mind if I take this one real quick, like for the first part?
I think. Wait, can I say one thing and then I'll let you go?
Yeah.
I think the other thing is like if you hold the balloon, you weigh more because it's pressing you down. It's force acting on you from the balloon while you're holding it is down. It's a greater down if the balloon is filled with atmosphere than if it's not. So this idea that there's this. Can Dito respond to that?
If you put the balloon inside the vacuum chamber, the balloon will inflate more because that air.
But you holding the balloon is going to press more down on the scale than you not holding the balloon. Again, this balloon is not filled with helium; it's filled with atmosphere, and you know that.
Hear what I just
you know that's true.
Something.
You can
No. I heard you, Mick. I heard you, Mick. I'm willing to respond, but first, I just want to ask you because you just said like, yeah, we observe, things with less density going up and things with more density going down. Yeah, I agree with that. We observe that because gravity. You haven't actually explained a force that explains why they go up and down.
Here's the problem. Your assertion right there that we have to explain X. Okay.
No, I'm not even asking you to explain it. It's just here's the thing, though.
Maybe let him finish his sentence first.
Stop freaking out. Okay. What I'm asking you guys is: are you saying that the phenomena is the generally accepted thing that everybody doesn't have to really explain because we already witnessed it and it's a given, or are you guys speaking to the cause of that phenomena being it's a generally assumed thing and it's a given so nobody has to explain it? Which one are you referring to?
Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say is I don't feel like I don't feel like I need to explain it because you guys haven't presented.
Answer the goddamn question, please.
Yeah, I am right now. I don't feel like you guys have to. Okay, first of all, denser objects going down and less dense objects going up is the effect of gravity. Second of all, the reason why we don't have to prove that is because you guys haven't demonstrated a force. You haven't demonstrated a force or vector. Here's the thing, you talk about density and buoyancy, but you don't talk about why they're going down and up instead of sideways, okay? There's air all around them. So why are they not going sideways? What's the force that's causing them to go down or up? Can you explain that force?
That's a very good question. So here's the thing. When you guys waffle in here saying the reason why dense things go down and less dense things go up is because my bendy space-time, my mass attracting mass. These are your assertions as to why this phenomena is happening. We witness the phenomena, okay? Same thing, you put something in water. It's of higher density. It tends to float up, and then it finds equilibrium between...
Wait, Mike, can you clarify what you're saying? What is your point?
My point here is when you guys come in here and say X is a given, we don't have to.
What is a given?
But here's the thing: you guys haven't presented a different force, so why would we need to prove it?
Stop. Mike, who are you talking about?
I'm speaking to both of you guys who are saying we don't need to verify anything.
That includes me. Verify what?
It's a given. What is the given? The given being the phenomena?
What are we talking about? What is your claim?
I don't understand what he's saying.
The
point here is that you guys don't have a other explanation for a force that causes them to go up and down.
Wait, stop.
Hold on. You're under a misguided assumption. Hold on. You're under a misconception that verification or what is it? Verification.
Wait, what are you talking about, Mike? What do you think we need to verify or validate? What are you saying?
Sure.
What thing? Can you name it?
Okay, let him finish. He heard you.
Then maybe you'll hear me.
Mute yourself.
It's a single word, hopefully.
Shut up.
Guys, Mike.
Here we go.
You guys are under the mispreconception that falsification is dependent. Is independent. If I tell you what you're saying is incorrect, you don't have it's not necessary that you come to me and say, oh, well, unless you provide me something else that replaces this thing, my thing is incorrect. That's like me telling you 2 + 2 is not 5, right? Because 2 + 2, it doesn't equal 5, and you force me to tell you what it equals to. I can tell you it's 4 because it's easy, but it's not a prerequisite for me to tell you it's wrong.
You know, I do agree with that though, bro. But the thing that we're not.
So what I'm asking you guys,
Are you gonna let me finish what I'm saying though?
Like, no one understands what you're saying.
Mike, I just let you talk. So can you just give me like 30 seconds? That's all I'm asking for.
I can, but Redefy just said no one understands what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure a lot of people, other than you in here, understand what I'm saying because they've probably heard it about 10 times, 100 times already by myself and other people because we've been talking about this for fucking ever. And no one's really brought it up. Go ahead, sir.
Maybe go completely uninterrupted. Tell them exactly what the answer is. And then either they listen or they don't.
Okay.
And we can quiz them and see if they understood what you said. Doesn't mean they have to agree with it, but they have to understand it so they can tell you what they agree or disagree with.
Sure. Guys, when people ask you to prove, when people ask you guys to prove gravity, quote unquote, they're not telling you to reassert the phenomena that we witness that things go up and down. They're asking you to verify and validate the claim that it is caused by said thing, one or another. Okay, mass attracting mass or bendy warpy spacetime. That is the request. Okay, so can you guys do that?
Okay, who do you want to hear from, Zav or
Every shit. They sound the same to me.
Okay, let's just go alphabetical then. So you're going to respond directly to what he said, or back on mute.
Okay, I'm going to repeat back to you what he said to make sure I understood it. You said that when you guys asked to prove what you mean by gravity, they're not asking you to reassert the phenomena, they're just asking you to verify and validate the claim. What I didn't understand from what you said is what you meant by the claim. What claim are you talking about?
The claim that, things are going down because gravity.
So, okay, so your contribution here is to ask us, why is gravity a thing? Or why are things affected by gravity? Can you clarify your position?
By gravity.
What's your question?
What you guys mean by gravity, being the cause. It was a two-part question.
What's part one?
Are you guys? Part one is: are you guys saying gravity in the colloquial sense of the phenomena that we witness of things going up or down, based on the relative density, or are you guys talking about the cause? And if you guys are referring to the cause, then can you guys prove the causal mechanism?
Oh, I can answer that. Our good friend, the moderator, T-Dub, was talking about Pascal's law, which is a special case of the Navier-Stokes equation, which operates within the greater confines of classical mechanics, namely Newtonian mechanics. So within that context, obviously we were talking about gravity in a Newtonian sense.
So mass attraction.
Making the Einsteinian paradigm, so why would you want to talk about that?
Well, I mean, and the Navier-Stokes equations were brought up, which are Newtonian equations. So the only sensible way to talk about it would be to talk about it within that context, which would be Newtonian.
Okay, so not in relation to the atmosphere escaping or having flying a barrier. Sorry.
I was responding to T-Dub's point about the Pascal principles, which are a special case of the Navier-Stokes equations. Right. That's correct.
So to invoke that, you're basically asserting that you take Newton's mass attracting mass as a given. So
no, we were talking about how do we interpret Pascal's principle, namely how do we interpret the Navier-Stokes equations, and to do so we need to think about it. You're right. We have to look. We have to see what they're saying. What are you talking about?
What does any of this have to do with the question I asked you?
Sure. So the question that you literally just asked me is.
Oh my God.
The question you asked me. You said you're basically asserting that you take Newton's mass, detracting mass, as a given. That's what you asked me?
That's what I just asked you now because you responded with the thing that you responded with.
It's not a question. That's a claim. You understand there's a difference, right?
Shut up a bit.
But you understand that's not a question, right?
Sir, I asked you the question earlier, and then you.
No, I literally just went back in the YouTube stream. That wasn't a question. That was a statement. That was a claim.
So rude.
Why are you lying?
No, I'm not.
You just told me. You hold on. You made a claim and asked me to respond to a question.
Sir, do you not remember the two-part question I just fucking asked you about 30 seconds ago? Part A, are you guys referring to the cause or the effect? And then part B, what do you guys have to validate the supposed cause? And then you brought up this fucking equation, okay, going on some interpretation or whatnot. And I asked you, what's this all about? And then you just waffled around. And now I'm basically trying to roll back to the other thing. And then you're fucking you're wrestling around for no reason. Do you not see that? Pretty sure everybody does.
I do.
I see.
Holy fuck.
He can see it in YouTube also. Just have
Good.
to.
No, they definitely can't. It's something that outside forces have to identify. This mental meltdown and apologetics and quick answers without listening to anyone. Yeah, that's a mental condition.
Do you mind if I take a swing at that question now?
Yeah, you're next.
Okay, so part A, just to clarify, was like the effect or cause thing, right? And then part B was like, how can we prove it?
Yes, sir. If
Okay,
it is
do you guys
the cause.
like? Am I gonna be able to talk about the burden of proof thing at all, or do you just want me to answer that question?
Please be concise, sir.
Okay, but like that was the previous topic, but yeah, it's fine. I guess we'll just concede that. So first of all, yeah, the things being attracted, I would say, is the effect of gravity, which is the cause. Some things that prove the cause, for example, the Cavendish experiment, drop tower experiments in vacuum chambers, which disprove the density argument. That also doesn't provide a force.
If you have to Gish-Gallop, bro, can you just take one thing and then
I mean,
drive it
do you
to
want me to list multiple or just go
No,
into
I'm
one?
telling you
You didn't
specifically
specify,
how to
so
like that. Just
We can start with
something
one.
that actually carries out the conclusion. And
okay.
just,
So
don't just
okay, how about the drop tower experiments in vacuum chambers? I think
whatever
this
you
is a
want to
good
go
one.
with, man. It's your claim. You just choose one thing.
Yeah, the drop tower
Don't do
experiments.
everything all at once. Okay, go ahead.
The drop tower experiments. I'm choosing that one as my experiment. Let's get into it right now.
Okay.
So basically, the model being proposed in this, at least to my knowledge, in this voice chat, is dense objects go down, less dense objects go up. I agree with that, and the reason is because gravity. You guys haven't once again given us a force that says anything different, because your argument fails to explain why they're not going left, right, diagonally, up and down. Clearly, there's a force acting on them, like on the basis of their density. So these vacuum chamber experiments.
Hold on, I gotta cut you off right there. I made no argument, sir. You guys' argument, you're lumping us into like a fucking bucket.
See, that's why I was
Yeah,
asking to clarify earlier, but you guys muted me.
Let him finish.
I don't need one. You don't need it. Mick's already tried to explain to you that you don't need a replacement. Just
I'm not.
prove your claim.
I'm just asking for the for the validation of the supposed causal mechanism.
Yeah,
that you
so
guys
I just explained the experiment that I feel like proves gravity. So do you have like a refutation to why vacuum chambers don't
just
prove?
asserted something to be true, dude. You just
okay. So let's go in here. In a vacuum chamber, there's there's minimal air resistance, right? And then objects are falling at the same rate because the force is acting on them independent of the air resistance that would cause them to fall like slower or faster. And this proves that there's a force acting on everything at a constant rate that's pulling it down. Okay.
Sir, are you aware that there's something to suggest that that's actually not true?
Okay, what is it that there's to suggest? I'd love to talk about that because that's what we're here to do. So
thank you very much. So to my understanding, I don't know if I can source it right now. Somebody sourced it the other day. Maybe somebody in here who's listening could pick that up. Where there was an experiment done, wherein there was an array of various dense metals, dense elements. I don't think all of them were metals, but you get my point, right? All these different objects that are obviously of different size, okay, because they're of different densities, but in the experiment that they're all basically the same mass, right? That was the whole point. And there's a slow motion camera picking up the drop rate of them, and no, sir, not all of them end up hitting the ground at the same time, even though it was in a vacuum chamber.
Here in the
Okay, so thank you, sir.
So that is actually really interesting. I'm trying to find it because I do want to look at that because I haven't actually heard about that before. So just give me 1 second, okay? I'll get back to you in a sec.
Thank you very much. It was relatively new to me also, Okay, now what I saw was a GIF, okay, a condensed animation of the video clip. Okay, so you can claim that this is faulty. You can claim that, you know, I grant that. Unless there's a paper backing it, okay, you take it with a grain of salt. Though, okay, number one, who would go to the extent of faking that, I think. Number two, I'm pretty sure there is something behind it. Okay, now, that being said, though, okay, even if things do fall at a constant rate in a vacuum chamber, okay, all that does is say that things fall at a constant rate in a vacuum chamber. It says that there's something, quote unquote, pulling it down or distributing things of higher density downwards and less upwards, i.e., no thing is less dense than something, so it goes up, quote unquote, right? So that's all that really goes to emphasize. What is causing that is still to be determined.
Okay, well, I feel like
point.
And not everything. That even in that vacuum chamber, if you see those things, those objects fall at the same rate. Even if I give you that, they fall at the same rate. They're still in that vacuum chamber gas molecules that doesn't fall at that rate at all.
That's another.
If so, you will measure vacuum, complete perfect vacuum every time you create a vacuum chamber, leaving just few molecules in that volume. They will all fall down to the bottom of that vacuum chamber to the floor, and you will be left with zero pressure, perfect vacuum. But it's not the case.
That's a whole other kind of stick in the wheel of this entire argument. That gas does not behave.
Am I going to be able to
way.
respond to? There's been like a couple points, so I just want to get those out.
Yeah, we gotta be fair and let him have his turn too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, like, yeah, I mean, I sort of see what you're saying about how like that does prove objects fall at the same rate in a vacuum chamber. But I think the thing we're missing is like the difference between objects falling in a vacuum chamber and objects falling in the air is that there's no air resistance. Like, yeah, it's possible that there are some molecules in there, but you didn't actually explain how those molecules would interact with the experiment to affect it and like cause something to be off, or like how is the presence of these molecules dictating objects falling at the same rate? You didn't explain that, and that seems like an unlikely coincidence to me. And then, like, finally, I feel like pointing that out, despite the fact that it's generally agreed upon that, like, these vacuum chamber experiments has simulated a vacuum to, like, an extent that was well enough to understand, like, our principles of gravity more, right? Like, that's generally agreed upon. So I think the fact that you're pointing it out is just asking for something kind of ridiculous, because you're basically asking us to create, like, a perfect vacuum, something that's very challenging to do, just to redo this experiment that we've already determined to be true, and we haven't seen anything that, like, proves it false. And the final thing I want to say is that, like, yeah, I also understand what you're saying about the, you know, you may have found this, like, GIF that shows the rods, right? And, like, if you do, I haven't been able to find anything. I did just try looking it up, but, like, if anyone finds that paper, I'd be happy to read it. And, like, I'm coming into this with an open mind. So, yeah, if that somehow proves that the vacuum chamber thing is false, like, I will read that paper and admit that I'm wrong, because I'm stating right now that I feel like that's not possible. So if you show me it is, then yeah. And then also, like, I also still want an answer for the force thing, like, why are stuff going down and up instead of diagonally right, left, sideways if there's air all around them? So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So the vacuum chamber thing, the lack of gas, okay, whether it's perfectly zero or approaching zero, all that does is reduce the resistance to the objects going down. Period. That's all it does. Okay, it suggests that indeed any presence of any gas would have some sort of impedant effect on the objects going down, and thus slowing them down to some degree. That said, still open question, what is the cause?
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the other stuff. Do you just want me to, like, respond to that?
This was the whole point.
Ignoring the bottom line both times.
Well, I mean, everyone made multiple claims, and I just responded to the multiple claims with other claims. It's okay if you don't want to talk about those, but don't say that that's the bottom line now, because there's separate things going on here.
the bottom line is what is the cause, and all we did is skate around different elements in the argument that would have had a contributing effect. Okay, like we're talking about speed of things falling and all that. Oh, well, we're talking about resistance of the surrounding medium, and you take that out, it goes faster. This, that, the other thing. Maybe things go down faster or at the same rate, depending on their density. Okay, fine. The whole point that I jumped in is because everyone's talking about gravity. I just wanted to clarify phenomena or cause. Now we're talking about cause. Thank you for clarifying that. Why is this happening? What is the cause?
Okay, well, like I said, I would say the cause is gravity, and personally, the way I feel like the experiment proves that is because they use the scientific method by observing that stuff like falls at different rates in nature. So they're like, okay, well, what if this is due to air resistance? And when they take the air resistance out, things fall at the same rate. But in both situations, there's a fundamental force acting on the things, right? That's pulling them down. I feel like we can agree on that. And because there hasn't been another proposition for a force that's pulling things down other than gravity, why am I supposed to assume like that there's no force?
Thank you for. I didn't say there's no force. What I'm saying is that what I'm trying to put on the table is that the claim that it's mass attracting things downwards or bendy warpy space-time is misleading because, like you pointed out, approaching this with the scientific method, okay, if the hypothesis is that mass is pulling things down or bendy warpy space-time is pulling things down, that would be the independent variable, and the rate at which things go down would be the dependent variable, accounting for all controls like air resistance or medium, having an effect, etc., requiring the experimenter to manipulate the mass or manipulate the bendy warpy space-time and seeing the outcome. Okay. Now you brought up the Cavendish experiment earlier. Okay. That's an interesting claim. I think someone else in here might be more qualified to speak to that. Okay. But you get my point, right?
Yeah, we're not manipulating gravity as a variable. I know what you mean.
That's what I mean. So a real scientific experiment would require the experimenter, okay, the scientists and all that, all their team and whatever, to be manipulating that to observe how it affects the cause or the phenomena. You follow my point, right?
I totally get what you're saying, but like I guess the thing for me is I definitely would like demand that scientists somehow did that, even though I understand like with my model it takes like an absurdly massive object to manipulate gravity to a level that like we can measure, like as we've seen, right?
You don't have a working model. You don't have a working model.
Okay. At this current point in time, I feel like that's not possible. But I do think like if
I'll leave you guys with
I just want to finish this sentence, okay? Can I just finish this sentence? I do think that if there was another proposition that explained everything the same way that like this fundamental force of gravity explains everything the same way, because like we can't directly prove it by manipulating it, but we can observe it by manipulating other variables to try to take out as many other things in the equation so that we can just look at gravity happening. And if there was another experiment that proposed a different force that was pulling things down, then yes, I do believe it would be necessary to prove gravity. But you have not proved a fundamental force that's pulling things down either. So we're both in the same boat in this situation. That's the thing.
Okay, I hear you. Okay, now let me close off with this and I'll let you guys take it over. Okay. Thank you for saying that. Okay. So when people come in here and say gravity is proven, okay, what you just said basically summarized it. No, it's not proven. The phenomena that we witness is
just
a given,
observed.
and that is proven. But the supposed cause is not proven. All we have are theories. The theory of general relativity, the theory of whatever the fuck it was called.
I totally agree. But the thing is, like, they hold up in our navigational calculations and stuff. So I'm saying, like, go get the scientists and make them prove gravity. If we can have an experiment that proves a different fundamental force, that's
watch this. My point being is not that that in whatever working environment that we have, that their models are not accurate. Okay, there's a big difference between the models, the mathematical equations that predict the phenomena. Okay, what the problem is the supposed cause, the explanation. Okay, the philosophical underpinning as to why the experimenters thought of certain reasons for whatever the phenomena are. This is the issue. Okay, you can use Newton's mass attracting mass, whatever, R1, R2 over M, whatever the fuck it was, and get an average of 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration downwards. We can all use that in, like, you know, grade 10, 11 science class, where we take a ball, we throw it up, it weighs 100 grams, it's going to go 10 feet high, how that, all that shit, we can predict it with a great degree of accuracy. No questions asked, that's been repeated, and it's used almost everywhere. The problem is the claim as to why that is happening for the 10th fucking time. Okay? So I'll leave you with that. Chew on that. And then when you guys come in here and say, oh, it's proven, it's proven, it's proven, you know, choose your words carefully. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. You're welcome, bro. And thank you for having the conversation. Is there anyone else that wants to jump in here?
Yeah. Can you show me that gravity holding and curving water? And show me that gravity, you know, an experiment. Show me that gravity holding gas pressure.
Wait, so you said I need to show you gravity curving water, show you gravity holding gas pressure.
Show me gravity holding and curving water on your model, and holding gas pressure.
Okay, so first of all, when we look at pictures of...
If you don't have the experiment...
Are you going to let me finish talking? Because I'm about
to... I want you to present the experiment.
Okay, can you present an experiment that proves another fundamental force? I mean, I will answer your question.
Yeah, see,
you can't do it either. So I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and present it. But first, I want to make the point that you can't present one either, and you're dodging the question. So now I'm going to answer.
I'm dodging the question because I did ask to you. I did ask to you.
Okay, so first of all,
are you the guy presenting? I did ask to you. Show me that experiment of that gravity holding and curving curvature. You have that? No. Show me that experiment of gravity holding gas pressure. You have that? No. So you are.
I mean, you're breathing air right now. So what's holding that air in if it's not gravity?
You are bullshit talk.
See, you're incapable of. See, the thing is, like, you're asking me to go up into space and build a second Earth and then stick water to it to prove to you that works. Because that's the only way you're going to believe it, because you call pictures from space CGI, which is the way that proves everything that you're saying. So how am I supposed to prove it to you? It's a trap question, and you can't prove another fundamental force that pulls things down either. So we're in the same boat here. But you're incapable of doing that. You're saying you're asking the question, but I'm asking you a question right now, and you're incapable of answering it.
Bullshit talking.
Can one of the two of you pretend to be an adult for 20 seconds?
This is like how I normally talk when I'm debating. I feel like it's a good skill to learn to be assertive. Honestly, like this is not me talking with like any form of
being a contrarian little muddying the water.
Maybe could you elaborate on how I'm being
debating? You're spazzing.
Whoa, you gotta go one at a time, back and forth. Remember that thing? Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I mean, I did let him finish. So, Miguel, do you want to respond to the claims that I just made, or what's going on?
No, I did ask you to present proof or an experiment, and you just don't get it.
Yeah, exactly, and you can't do the same thing. So it's like, looks like we're in the same boat. Does that mean that those are canceled out, or?
Yeah, keep over talking and spiraling.
I'm not over talking, man.
Can you prove? You are talking about.
Can I prove to you that space exists? Is that what you just asked me?
Keep over talking. You were talking about vacuums. Are vacuums naturally occur on nature?
I mean, yeah, empty space is like something.
Empty space.
The presence of matter. The presence of matter implies that there's places where matter cannot exist as well.
Yeah,
you realize that, right? The presence of the one thing implies the opposite.
Don't over talk.
I'm not over talking you. I'm letting you finish. I'm just trying to clarify here.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Both of you need to cut this out. Especially the one gentleman that can't grasp concept of keeping his mouth closed while somebody else is speaking.
I literally was just asking a clarifying question. I let him finish multiple times despite the fact that he's yelling.
So that's why you open your mouth right now while I was talking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you start to talk.
Exactly, because you're the one I'm speaking to, and you just.
Well, yeah, my mouth is like.
Me.
Excuse me.
making noise
You also
too.
just interrupted me, proving what I'm stating right now.
Okay, sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. You can
Moderators,
continue your
please
claim
do
now.
He's fucking
something with this
doing it.
guy.
Just shut up a bit. Shut up.
So
Okay,
I was asking citation of that vacuums do occur naturally on Earth. You have
but
that?
there's pictures of the vacuum all around you,
No,
but
I
you
don't
call them
want that.
CGI.
I want citation.
So, okay, what type of citation are you?
You don't care
Citation.
about
What
it.
you're gonna say is it's CGI or they're lying. So
Who cares about your bullshit talk?
exactly.
There's more options than just CGI for their picture book narrative.
I'm asking something. The guy is talking about the other thing.
Can you ask me what type of citation you want? I'll be happy to provide you whatever you ask me for.
Post
But you're being
citation.
vague though.
No, post citation that vacuums do exist naturally on Earth.
Okay. On Earth, you said? Vacuums don't exist on Earth.
Okay, thank you.
So
why
your point was that vacuums don't exist on Earth. I agree. Can we move on to the next
It's not a
thing?
natural phenomena, so it's pseudoscience.
Okay, but stuff being on Earth doesn't mean that it's like stuff can be off of Earth and still be natural. You know that, right?
Natural.
Well, look, debatable.
It's not. Doesn't follow the scientific method. So you are done.
Okay, can you explain the first step of the
For
scientific
example-
method for me? I don't feel like you know
Sorry,
what that means.
you are just jumping around. You know.
Okay, so you just said
don't get
scientific
it.
method, but you don't know the first step. So
Yeah.
you probably didn't take high school
Vacuums,
physics,
you
which is
did
why you
said
think
it.
the Earth is
You did
flat.
say
But
that.
I'll be happy to answer any other
Finish with
questions.
You are just a time waster. You know.
Okay, apparently I'm a time waster for agreeing that there's
you
no
are just
vacuums on
over
Earth.
talking, and you are not. I'm asking specific things, and you are just talking about other things. So you are a time waster. I'm done with you.
I have a quick question if you're willing to answer it. Zav, can you take a moment, look in the chat, and find where I pinged you and check that
Oh
out?
yeah, this. Okay, perfect. This is the video that you guys are talking about, correct?
Thank you
Is
very
there
much.
like just because I love more context? Is there some sort of okay University of? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna find the
Stop
writing.
talking and examine the
yeah, that
video.
was-
God.
I don't know what you're
Yeah,
saying.
that
man.
was-
Sorry, you're a little too close to your microphone.
Yeah, stop talking.
check
and
the
examine the video.
yeah, check that out. Okay, and yeah, there's a little bit of a pretext to it. If there was a citation specifically, I think that would be great. I didn't source this. This was from Tactical Droid. Sir, if you're aware of something else, like the actual paper that was released or whatever, unless this is it, I don't know. But this is what I was talking about. So I really appreciate that effort, sir. So yeah, Zav, if you want to check that out.
Yeah, I'm
that'd
looking
be
at it.
great.
It's weird because I feel like I recognize this video from a class that I took a couple years ago, but I don't actually remember from where. So I'm just trying to figure this out here real quick. It says they have more information on the website.
You fucking muted. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like make noise while I'm typing, trying to find the paper, man. I mean, this is how these things work. I said that I'd admit I was wrong if I found the research, and now I'm looking for it.
Had to.
So, like, go ahead and let me do what I said I was going to do. I'm looking at the research. If this contradicts what I was saying, then yeah, I'll admit I was wrong with that statement for sure. Just give me 1
But
second,
the
man.
problem is you're still talking.
Because you addressed me, but yeah.
Children.
So I'm trying to find something to go along with it, but all that's here is like the thing on the website, and it basically just says this. I'll put it in chat. This is like all that they say.
Sir, there's a paper in the chat sent from Necro. Yeah, Tactical Droid just tagged us there. Scroll up a little bit, and there's a PDF. It's an experiment done May 2023, so it's fairly recent.
So is this separate from the video that was sent that was uploaded 16 years ago?
What it's that was from 16 years ago, sir.
The YouTube video is from 16 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so this experiment must have been done afterwards.
Yeah, I'm sure they did it again
with a different group, but with more in-depth analytics aside from the video. Same notion.
Yeah. I'm reading it. Hold on.
Yeah, good call. Thank you.
What's it called when you can change your mind when you aren't able to change your mind when presented with new information? What's that called again?
Cognitive dissonance.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
I have mathematical proof that the Earth cannot be flat. Who wants to see it?
Measurements over math.
Oh, so you don't trust math?
I have
Measurements
mathematical
over math.
proof that unicorns can fly with their farts.
Well, my proof includes measurements as well.
Lay it on us, dude.
Great. Give me about 10 seconds. I'll post all of the mathematical equations in chat.
What tool did
Then you go
use
ahead
to
and
measure
break it down for us and explain it in layman's terms for the audience as well.
I want to know what tool did he use to measure it?
There we go. I just posted it in chat.
Oh, so some stuff you wrote on paper?
Yeah, I wrote it out myself. This is the Eratosthenes measurements that prove the Earth is not flat.
Oh, he did the measurement? When?
Yeah, Eratosthenes did this measurement over 2,000 years ago.
That's cool. I'm sure he used elevation angles, knucking butts.
So, are you familiar with the Eratosthenes experiment?
Yes, and I'm sure he used elevation angles, knucking butts.
No, elevation angles are not required for this.
Please tell me more.
Then you obviously don't know what he did then.
I absolutely do know what he did.
Tell me more.
Okay, I'll describe the experiment for you. So
No. Describe the measurements, how he acquired the measurements, not the experiment, sir.
Right. So in the city of Syene, around June 20th, Eratosthenes observed that the sun did not cast any shadow at midday, which means it was directly overhead, casting no shadow. All right?
So that'd be directly overhead, right? Directly overhead of what?
Directly overhead of Syene, the city of Syene.
So the surface of the earth.
Specifically, the city of Syene. Yes, it's directly overhead. It casts no shadow.
So that's an angle, right?
It casts no shadow, so there is no angle cast.
That's an angle, right?
It's a 90-degree angle, straight up.
Hey guys, so why did you say it doesn't involve elevation angles?
Because it's a 90-degree angle.
Hold on, wait. What is an angle? I don't know what an angle is. Please explain to me what an angle is.
An angle is the distance between two straight lines.
Really? Huh. It's
So
interesting
do you want to hear this or not?
Understand that.
Do you want to hear this or not?
Not.
Not? Okay. All right. Well, I can prove the Earth is not flat. If you don't want to hear it, that's you sticking your head in the sand.
I mean, there's still those measurements using those elevation angles, which I rely heavily on, which you seem to ignore.
Well, I can continue to describe what he did if you're curious. If you want to stick your fingers in the ears.
I know how it was done, Nuck and Futz. He used elevation angles, sir.
All right, so I will continue. So in a city,
there's no need.
In a city 800 kilometers away, the city of Alexandria, on June 20th, he measured that the shadows cast at an angle of shadow at roughly 7.2 degrees. Are you with me so far?
7.2 degrees of what? From what? From what?
The shadow cast on June 20th was 7.2 degrees.
The shadow cast by what?
7.2 degrees what?
So, when you see a shadow on the ground and then you measure the distance of the shadow compared to the height of the object, you get an angle. Are you familiar with trigonometry?
Yes, sir. And how do you acquire those angle measurements? With what kind of lines?
A ruler would probably work for you.
What kind of lines? Straight, squiggly, curved. What kind of lines do you measure?
You guys are making me want to turn into a Glober. This guy's an idiot.
Straight lines.
Oh, indeed.
I mean, a flat earther. Fuck.
Indeed, sir.
Yeah, so the shadow cast by the sun is a straight line. The object that is sticking up from the ground is also a straight line. They form a 90-degree angle, and therefore you can calculate the angle cast by the sun. And Eratosthenes did this, and he measured it to be 7.2 degrees.
It sounds like you're measuring elevation angles, like I said earlier, using a flat surface, sir, a straight line, and another straight line going up. Is that not happening?
You can call it elevation angles if you'd like. I don't care.
So that's not what it is. I'm just making stuff up.
You can call it elevation angles. I don't care what you call it.
So I'm just making it up. I'm not stating facts.
I don't care what you call it. That's not relevant.
You don't care that whether or not I call it elevation.
He just said he's making it up, dumbass. He's trolling you.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. That's right. The angle directly measured was 7.2 degrees. You with me so far?
Angles.
Can you show me these calculations?
Are you skipping past that? Angles.
Yeah, I posted the mathematics in chat. You can go and look at all of the equations.
I saw the calculations, but in reality, we're using what? 2 straight lines, sir?
Yes, straight lines. That's right.
Right. The point under the celestial body and the angles caused by the stick being in the ground straight up. Oh my God.
That's right.
So
we are assuming that the Earth is flat for this proof.
No, we're not. It was an assumption that the Earth tard was a ball.
No. We are assuming
Yes.
the Earth is flat.
Listen, Sunshine. If you're going to do trigonometry, you need triangles. The last time I checked, triangles have 3 straight sides, not one straight side, a curve, and make up the fucking difference.
Well, let me jump in here. You can't call him Sunshine. You can't call him Sunshine because Sunshine casts shadows, and this guy doesn't know a thing about shadows. Okay? Relax, man.
So I want to say that the Earth is flat. Are you willing to agree with that? Do you agree that the Earth is flat?
I know it's flat.
Okay, great. You know it's flat. Therefore, when the angle cast by the sun on June 20th in Alexandria is 7.2 degrees, we can draw a right angle triangle. Do you agree or not?
Using how many straight?
I drew a picture for you in chat. You can go look at it.
Using how many have to be straight lines?
A triangle is formed by 3 straight lines. Yeah, I sent a picture of it in chat. You can see the entire equation.
That's not true. You're misrepresenting geometry.
I'm misrepresenting geometry. Okay. So right angle triangles aren't a thing, huh?
They can also be made with great circles and spherical geometry.
Yeah, you have to use this drawing
but I'm talking about a simple right angle triangle.
Nuck and Futz, you have to use this drawing to show a circle and a curved baseline, which is impossible because you're measuring straight lines. Yeah, whether you draw it on a piece of paper or not, he still used the shadow cast by the sun.
I'm not proving a curve.
Thanks for interrupting. As using elevation angles.
I'm not proving a curve.
So what the fuck are you
assuming the Earth is flat.
So why would you post a picture of a curved surface measuring elevation angles?
Nope.
Why the fuck would you do that?
Nope. I'm not doing that. Nope. I am
It's not
assuming
the picture I'm looking at right now.
He said the Earth is flat.
Okay, wait. Is this guy a flat earther or a glober?
Really?
He's a flat earther.
Retard. There's a slight
The baseline of the picture that I
mean, they're all
posted
the same.
No, he came in here saying he had proof for the globe. That's what he said when he got here. That's exactly what he said.
Can a globe not be flat?
What the fuck are you talking about?
3D is it's a 3-dimensional.
Dude, you guys are you're pissing me off. I'm a globe earther and I expect you to fight this fight for me and you're doing a horrible job, man.
Guy's pathetic. What this guy doesn't understand is that this observation, okay, it has more than one potential scenario in which it works. Okay, two main categories. One wherein we're actually on a spinning ball, okay, and that the sun is super far and shit, versus we're on a flat plane and the sun is relatively close. Okay, in the ball model, you have to assume that the distance is approaching infinity in order to actually in order to actually get parallel light rays. Okay, now we know the sun is not infinitely far. That's a mathematical concept. Okay, but the further it is, the more parallel the lines are, thus actually giving credence to the observation because it's assumed that they're parallel lines. Okay, so sir, if you're willing to make that assumption, you ought to back that with something to suggest that it's actually the case. And then number 2, you actually have to provide reasoning for why you think it's curved in the first place. Now, Eratosthenes just went about and said, "Oh, well, you know, we see my boats going over the horizon." Maybe they weren't boats, but wherever the fuck, right? That was his his preamble for why he thought that there was a ball, supposedly. Okay, but the sun being super far, that was just a plug and play given the first one. Okay, now if those are not true, then we're left with the other one. So can you validate the curvature rate that he estimated would be there given the setup? And can you validate the distance to the sun, please?
He's still muted.
Oh, he's on mute? Huh. Probably better that way.
I'm assuming the answer is, I'm not a scientist. How do I know?
Yeah, he's already being weaselly. He came in here saying he had proof for the globe, and then once it got down to the bottom line, no pun intended, he wants. Who said I'm a like? What the fuck?
Yo, these guys today are fucking pathetic, man. I jumped in a half hour ago, and all I hear is nothing but like 12-year-olds scrambling.
To be fair, he's server muted.
That's fine. But what I heard when he was not server muted was equally as pathetic.
Yeah, but you can't ask him a question and be like, "Oh, he's not replying."
That's fine. No,
He's fucking muted.
I know.
Did you miss
For
the
the
entire
conversation.
conversation, Spoon? Did you miss the entire conversation?
Well,
Yeah, he wasn't equipped for the conversation. He wasn't equipped for the conversation when he started calling the globe flat. Yeah, can't we have a flat globe?
Yeah.
And
That was me, retard.
The guy who asked the question doesn't have powers to unmute the guy, so he doesn't have powers to mute him either. So it's not fair to come at him either.
Yeah, I'm not a moderator. Do you have any proof for the globe, Spoon?
Fuck no.
What?
What do you mean, why?
I said what?
No,
Do
I
you
don't know.
have any proof for the globe?
Oh, yeah, no. Fuck no.
Fuck no, I'm a retard.
Exactly.
Cool beans. Cool beans.
But wouldn't you prefer that answer instead of somebody just arguing with you for 2 hours?
Yes.
There you go.
Or apologizing for someone arguing for 2 hours about nonsense? Yeah.
Thank you, 9K. I prefer that way.
Yeah, no.
I agree. That was the first bit of honesty that I have heard in this room all afternoon.
All month. What? All month.
No, all afternoon.
No, all month. From Globers.
I said all afternoon. Hey, my apologies. I meant all evening.
No worries.
Good. It's afternoon here. I'm on board with you.
Christopher's.
It's almost 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, sometimes I like to come in here and troll globe earthers into. Fuck. I'm a glober, but I like to troll the globers too. It's not just the flat earth.
Cool beans. What's more reliable, measurements in reality or calculations on paper?
Depends if you're talking about reality or fantasy.
I just saw someone say something about calculations in the chat. I was asking what's more reliable, measurements in reality or calculations on paper? I would say measurements in reality. Might have went over some heads.
Nothing but is saying the angular size of the sun can be measured, obviously. So can you measure with a curve baseline?
Negative.
Oh yeah, thank you. So Nucking Fat 9K is saying it doesn't get smaller, it just looks smaller. That's correct. But Nucking Fat is saying.
Yeah, I feel like he's, I don't know. I mean, look, I don't really engage in this chat quite often, but I feel like he's trying to make an argument that the Earth is a globe, which is fine. But he's also like kind of steering away from all the arguments that globers make, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I said, like, we all know objects look smaller. Well, I said they get smaller, but what I really meant is they look smaller as they get further away. This is just common knowledge. And he's saying that means the Earth is flat. I don't understand how.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It doesn't make any sense.
And every glober believes, and I can't speak for you guys, but majority of globers will agree that the Earth orbits the sun. So I just don't get the argument he's making. I want some clarification from him, but I think he left the room. I don't know.
He's not here in the live stream. At least you know that, because there's some dishonest people. They are trying to use the Tetherlight 106 miles away, looking to from one top of a mountain, looking to a mountain far away, and the guy gets less high, because of course things farther away will appear smaller. But the guy, those guys, they don't want us to account perspective, and they think that's proof of curvature. That guy is Jesse Pad of Light. I call him Jesse Pad of Lies. He was Jesse Gordon. And the Tetherlights are not used with that distance farther away. So I'm gonna post, what about that guy was posting. So it was 105 miles away. So the guy thinks that using a tail light from that distance, come on. I can see my city far away between two fingers of my hand.
I think in that image he actually used the total station, not the theodolite. But it doesn't matter, regardless. They're not designed to work over those distances. And if he's using his total station, it's already calculated for curvature. In its own software.
Even that, he had to use his total station at the first top of that mountain and then go to the second top of mountain.
Yeah.
Because I have seen, people using a total station, and they go, for example, around the house outside, and they, get those spots. So, of course, he never went to the top of the second mountain. So he's looking farther away from that telescope of that total station or theodolite. Of course, things farther away will get appear smaller. So, but even it has error using a theodolite at that distance. It loses accuracy. But for example, this is 105 miles. Let me see.
That makes it over 80 miles beyond its limitations or how it's usually used.
Hey, is Heretic here?
I think so. Heretic. Yoo-hoo! Heretic, someone wants to talk to you.
I think he's smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No problem.
So, let me see. This instrument. I'm gonna post this instrument. It's very expensive, this instrument. The Trimble R6 receiver, and there's, let's see. So it's too expensive, you see right there. So let's see.
How they get here.
So
That make all the equipment so expensive that we can't test it.
you can, how you say? Lugar, I don't know how you say in English. Rent one.
Yep, that's a word.
But so I'm talking about at Brazil year. Let me see the year. To 2012, surveyors from INCRA, it's a federal National Institute for Colonization and Agrarian Reform, is a federal government authority of the public administration of Brazil. INCRA. So these guys did use these equipments, and at the coastline of Brazil, distance 1877 miles away between two buildings, and they did not get any curvature. So the top and the bottom of the buildings have the same distance. So if there was some curvature, it should be tilted, and they found no curvature. So that's 1877 miles away. And by the way, those guys, 1877 1877 miles away.
1877 miles apart.
I'm gonna.
He means 1,877.
Exactly. Thank you.
How did they? So they're measuring to the top of one building, and then 1877 miles away, they measured to the top of that building, and then also base to base. Is that the idea?
Those are specific things I don't know, but I'm talking. They did use this equipment, and they did use at Brazil.
That's amazing.
To get to. How you say?
Yeah, that is the claim. They measured the top distance to the bottom distance, but that wouldn't be in a direct line of sight. That would be.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, where can
this
you
is
see
using GPS. This GPS technology.
Yeah, no, it's GPS. Yeah, that's right. But no, it's done locally, not in one distance.
No, sounds suspicious to me. Sounds like, look, if we can't find it, then it's not there. Simple as that.
Is that the one, Embo, out of? Oh no, sorry, Miguel.
Yeah,
you sound the same, just about. Is that the one out of that convex Earth or something at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be able to find that eggshells. The whole, they claim to be a documentary. It's called Convex Earth, and these guys went out to go and take all these measurements of the surface and do all these different tests to try and acquire an actual shape.
Yeah, but that's it's controversy in the name.
Yes,
because they found flatness on water. So the continents are on the same plane of existence, and they found flatness on water. Why those guys did learn about the Portuguese navigators about flat Earth. So why they didn't say just flat Earth? They say, oh, that's because the continents are above the water, and if you imagine a line crossing one border, how you say, reef from one side of the continent going to the other side, it makes like a convex imaginary line. So, but that's very controversial. Anyway, but they are talking to flat Earth guys from Brazil, and from that time, many people did wake up to flat Earth. So at Brazil, so long time ago, 11 million people there. Flat Earth guys, very interesting. So they don't accept that word convex, but they accept the observations. They even did let me see if I remember. They did at night with a laser, 3 points on a lake, Lago dos Patos, I think. It was three points, and they did not found curvature with the laser. And then they did a surprise, they did this is what water level almost. So and they did add a flashlight, as a surprise. And the other guys from the radio, I see the light of the laser and another light. So it was like a surprise. So even with the flashlight, they could see. From the other side. Of course, in that documentary, the last part, they are doing assumptions about, because at that time they didn't do. Of course, they did found the flatness of this world, and they did contract. These guys, they are independent, and they did contract those guys, civil engineers, and so on, cartographers. Yeah. So and those guys were Globers, you know. Those guys were Globers, but after, you know, they were in the field and they found no curvature, they, you know, they are not more Globers. So, you know, the guys were, of course, they were Globers, you know, they did learn that about the globe Earth, but when they got to the field and they found no curvature, it didn't match, you know. So, very interesting.
Yeah, if that's true, that certainly debunks what all the Globers say, that, you know, nobody goes out to test the Earth until they're already a flat earther.
Yeah, you know, the
look, in that video, they obviously have to translate for us, but they apparently approached this surveyor in regards to these two buildings, and the surveyor was laughing at them and saying, these buildings are going to be at different angles to each other. They have to be. There's no other way. And after they took the measurements, the surveyor was just standing there gobsmacked, yeah, like, I don't understand this. This is crazy. So whether that's real or not, don't know, but that's sort of what happened in the video. Surveyor definitely wasn't a flat earther.
Yeah. And there was, you know, that big lake, Lake Titicaca. So they with a new, let me see the height of that. So they did lay down horizontally a telescope. Let me see the details.
They did quite a few things. They also did. There was, I think it was point to point, where you'd hear a tone when you picked up the other point, like your door buzzer on your shop.
Exactly. If there was an obstacle, you know, like a curvature, you know, in water, or or a boat, something, they couldn't get the ping. Let me see.
Jeez, I must have watched that 10 years ago. How long ago
What
was
is it? Brazilian production.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll drop it in the chat for everyone.
I think I have a. But let me see the data. So I'm gonna post this. So point A, it was Mantani Island. I have a picture of that lake from above. So you see at the bottom right, you see there's an island there in the middle. So so from that island, you know, diagonally in this picture at the top left. So that distance, they, you know, with a telescope at 4 feet from water level, they could achieve almost 70 miles away. This was on July. Does that have? Let's see. It's translated in English. Yeah, it's translated in English. So yeah, but even that documentary, the last part, you know, they are doing speculation and assumptions because they are talking about space. But that was that time. At this moment, they are talking about not just one container, but other containers. They did a few mistakes there, you know, when they say they are at the south of France. Actually, they are at the south of Spain. But you know, those guys were there at the first time. Maybe they, you know, they missed.
They gave the wrong location for their test.
Sorry?
They gave the wrong location for their test, are you saying?
Let me increase your volume. Can you repeat? I didn't get it. Sorry.
Sure. It sounded like you were saying they gave the wrong location. They said they were in France,
Yeah.
but they were in Spain.
Yeah. So they were at the south of Spain, but they are telling they are at the south of France.
But then, how do we know the distances are correct if the location is incorrect?
No, it was not about that. That one, it was looking from the beach of that zone there at south of Spain. It looking at boats, going over, looking at the water, that distance. So it wasn't. Actually, it was not about distance. So I'm just correcting. They didn't correct that. So when they say they are at the south, it's a little mistake. So when they say they are at the south of France, actually they are at the south of Spain, because that beach belongs to Spain. And there's a formula, I don't remember, but there's a formula, it's divided by something, and they did, the guys that did the documentary, they did the addition, they did forget to put squared, so that's another mistake that I remember. Yeah, but the last part you have to forget that, because it's not what they think and talk, talking about space. So at that time, they were just doing the last part. They were doing a speculation at that time what they had. But they talk about with flat earthers from Brazil. They share information. After this, they were to do. I think in this documentary they talk about a little about that. So they did put a lot of cameras in different countries. Shooting the sun. I think they are talking about degrees horizontally, and they found that at Argentina and the other country, it didn't match the globe. Anyway, but I don't know if they are saying horizontally. Degrees. You have 360 degrees horizontally, and the 360 is 0 or north. Is pointing north. I did work with that. But yeah, the last part, forget about it. But yeah, so about that, they were to do a second documentary. It was supposed to be the title, The Anomaly of the Stars, because they watch things in the sky that didn't match with the globe model. But then, it happened, that 2020 thing, and I did talk, send message to one of those guys why they didn't present the second documentary. So and then the guy said, it's because of this, and we cannot travel and to go to different locations at that time. But sadly they are more into, they did discovery at Amazon with LiDAR technology, and they are more at that archaeology finding. I don't know if they are receiving money to do that, but yeah, that documentary, I was waiting for it, and it was interesting, what they did found to share with us, but that's it. We see a little bit talking about that in this one, but the full data about that, yeah, they didn't show. They were to do that second documentary. Anyway. Oh, by the way, that one from the Lake Titicaca, almost 70 miles away. Curvature at July, the driest month of the year. I could present citation of that weather website talking about that driest month. It's July. Let's see. This thing is from. Of course, this is from this website. So if someone wants to go to this place, choose July to go, because you you have less humidity in there, and you can see farther away. Better weather conditions. And there was another team. They went, Glovers. They went to that same location to try to debunk these guys, but sadly they did give up to present what they did found. So very interesting. Maybe they found the same thing. So they were there to try to debunk these guys, and very interesting. They just give up. So 70 miles. It's a huge distance on a big lake.
I think they were interviewing a guy that was with them on the boat, some local from that area, and he said that in a clear day they can see across the lake from one side to the other.
Like 50 kilometers, if I remember. And those guys were in that island, not in the middle, but that island, Mantani Island. I think I have a picture.
Some guy from there talking to them.
Yes. Let's see. The Mantani Island, I think, is that one at the front. But they were, at the, not at the top of that, but almost at water level, 4.2 feet from water level. Celestron, Newton Celestron telescope, horizontally.
One of those in the car right now. Doesn't work, but
You know that specific equipment?
I know the Celestron telescope just because I've got one in the car.
Well, but
I don't know much about it. I haven't used it.
You can see clearly at night looking at something in the sky.
Never used it. It was my mum's. I just went to clear out a storage locker and happened to open one of the boxes and found a Celestron telescope in it. But I don't think they really work unless you've got them on that special motorized mount. And I've never been able to get the motorized mount to work, so I've never really bothered looking through the thing because I can't train it on anything to look at.
Okay.
But it's a pretty good bit of equipment, is my understanding. They make Celestron make everything from $50 kids telescopes to really top end stuff.
So it's very expensive, that one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one I've got, I think, is worth about $5,000. I doubt it's worth anything now, but.
Well. If I had time and money, even contract some people, I would do like a water level, but a long distance. But even that, I had to isolate, the hose to not get different temperatures from the ground affecting. But
I think everybody's done those kind of tests. I feel like needs to be new tests. The drop over distance to me is one out of maybe, if we put our heads together, I think there are probably 400 other things we could think of that we could test.
Yeah, or go somewhere that is flat, and using lasers and looking
That's
from
what I'm saying.
yeah.
that test has been done, I think, probably a couple of hundred times. The one test of can we shine lasers over a distance horizontally has been done to death. And there are many other things, right? Testing rotation, testing spherical excess, testing loads of things. We just got to get our act together, and some of the others aren't too expensive either. Or a proper scientific experiment would be good.
But you know, observations and measurements are not specific experiments.
Say again?
But you know, doing measurements and observations, you know, is not an experiment. The experiment is testing.
Right, and that's what we need more of, right? To do some proper experiments with all of the variables and stuff.
Yeah. But you know, if someone, you know, someone has a good camera and could send, you know, on a balloon, you know, going up. I would love, you know, Glover's do that by himself, but you know, not being dishonest, because we have seen many, you know, they are not normal Globers. They are anti-flat earth guys, you know. Let's say that, but they are going to the field just to with the, you know, already with assumptions, you know. So and you know,
that's right. It is interesting.
Going
they
to
go
the
off
field
and do their tests, and they get glowed, and we go off and do our tests, and we get flat.
Yeah, and you know, if you someone goes, I would love to Globers to go there themselves, you know, to if they have the opportunity to do themselves, and you know, let's see if that's covered, you know, let's see, and that's repeat, you know, because I have seen that Jesse Paddleflies, you know, doing observations with it was raining, so a lot of humidity in the air, and the guy, come on, that's ridiculous. He's fooling himself, you know. What I don't like, it's, you know, when some people are making up things that are not available there to go search it. For example, Matthew Lernsey left, but he was talking like 1 month or 2 months ago. He did claim that jet streams happen because it's been. I never heard about that. Anyway, so I did ask him, can you post a citation of that? He couldn't. And I just found jet streams happening. I didn't know about already. It was about hot air and cold air. But I did found something. I did post it. But yeah, man, the guy is claiming that jet streams happening because Earth is spinning. I never read about that. So you know that's.
Yeah, the other day someone claimed that waves are caused by the moon.
Sorry, I didn't get what you said.
Another about a few weeks back, a glober claimed that waves were created by the moon.
Oh,
This is how you can tell it's bullshit, right? People make claims like that.
you know, winds make waves happen, and here at Portugal we have Nazaré. You know
Oh,
that.
you're from Portugal.
Yeah. The
Very
record,
cool.
the guy that did surf the huge wave record, I think. I don't know if it's still the record. McNamara. Let me see a video if I found. So they did found that at the bottom of that location, at the bottom of the water, there's some declive, and that's why those huge waves. Of course, with wind, but that's why those huge waves happen. Surf. Nazaré. Actually, that guy was, let's see, 1 year or two. I was like 1 or 2 meters from him in person. I was doing security where the guy is constructing his house. It's a resort. And I was in my, eating something, my pause, and the guy was there. It was a cool guy. So I found this feed. I'm gonna post Nazaré. There's more videos, if you search Nazaré surf huge wave, you get more videos. But yeah, we have people going there, these days because of that. I think those guys are not that guy, but other guys, celebrities, actors. Tom Holland, the guy that did the Spider-Man. I don't, the guy that did Uncharted.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Holland, yeah, he was there too. So these guys in that place, they don't have paparazzis, so they can go here, take vacations and having a relaxed time. Even Madonna went to Lisbon, and there were not so many. There was a TV channel, just that, but there's no paparazzi like they have at Hollywood. Okay, it's getting too late to me too. So see you guys. Later. Nice to talk to you guys. Cheers.
See you later. Where are the Globers? When are they going to prove to us this spinny wobbly border ball? All I know, if there ain't no space planes, there ain't no space.
Other space?
Are you laughing as a fluff tonight?
What?
Are you laughing as a fluff? Yep.
Laughing as a flirt? Maybe I was flapping as a glurf.
Are you talking about outer space?
Or it could be inner space as well, but I mean, you know, planes have to dip their nose down. And at some stage, somebody must have forgotten to do that.
Committed
Where
to
did
the
they go?
legacy.
Right, what happens to the plane that doesn't dip its nose down, Glober? Climbs in altitude, right? What if it still doesn't dip its nose down? Right? You're with me, right? Next minute, space plane. Where are all the space planes? Unless the claim is all of these pilots who, you know, using these flat maps to navigate, but they themselves are Globers, that not one of them's ever decided to keep the nose level. Just preposterous, isn't it? If I could sing, I would do Ain't No Space Planes like, what is it? Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
Yo, Flat Gang?
Yo, you come here to prove the globe to us? We need some globe proof today. We're hanging out for it.
I was curious about what like Flat Earth thought about
We think about a lot.
postmodern feminism.
Off topic.
Look, everybody's got their delusions.
No, we're gonna
Some people can't tell the difference difference between a male and a female.
We're
Some
not
people
gonna
can't
go.
tell the difference between flat and curved.
I'm not going to go there.
Not going to go there.
What do
unless
you
can
mean
make
by
it
can't tell the difference between flat and
Off
curved?
topic. Off topic.
Wait, he was talking about flat and
No.
curved. What does that mean?
No, dude, it's so far off topic.
Wait, flat and curved? Isn't that the room topic?
No, not when you're talking about women and their bodies.
Oh, he was talking about women?
Okay, that's it.
No.
Bye.
Hang on, did I get booted or did he?
He did.
I wasn't talking about women.
No, it was you. You got booted. You're not here right now.
God damn it. Where am I?
There's a 99.99 repeating % chance that I don't know where you are.
Shit. Well, how am I supposed to find my way home?
Google it.
Good old Google. Google Earth this.
Grab a sextant, you could do some celestial navigation. Find your way home.
I'm hoping that my sextant is somewhere in the car now because I just emptied the last of storage. And if it ain't here, then I've lost my expensive gadget.
Uh-oh.
Letting people know that if you go off topic, okay, especially talking about things that are like cringe, or attack individual identities or sexuality, sexual preference, age, religion, it's not even, you get one chance to get back on topic. I'm not going to fool around. I'm just going to boot you out. This is as safe as.
I was trying to get it back on topic by
Yeah, I
asking
got
about
it. You're trying to make a joke, and the dude just wasn't going to stop. Okay, so here is a completely safe space for all people, all identities.
I found when I was picking up the storage, I smashed a heater, a little oil heater thing, and when it popped open, it had a little plumb bob in it, which I suspect is some safety switch, so it stops heating when it's tipped over.
That's a good. Yeah, I've seen that before. Long time ago. I had one that was like that. It was kind of cool because if you just wanted to turn it off, you just tip it and then tip it back up, and it would shut off instead. Nice little hack to turn it off real quick.
What's up, Grandpa?
Yeah, Grandpa Fiddleball. He's been a while.
I'm the Grandpa Fiddlebow, the one, the only.
Yeah, it's been a while since he came around.
It's been a while. I'm just listening to the craziness, fellas. Continue.
And I'm listening to your reverb.
Oh, is it reverbing bad? I'll go back on mute.
One of these days they'll prove it to us.
Eggshells, I have a question for an Australian.
Hit me with it.
What plant commonly causes people to have allergies in Australia?
Like one plant?
Like, I don't know. Cedar really fucks me up in Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, like,
Cop it in spring, yeah. I cop it in spring. It's every plant.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. Which plant doesn't? Like, I wouldn't even surprise me if non-flowering ones fuck me up. But because until last year exactly. Sorry, I have a hypothesis that. But until last year, I had really bad hay fever, and now I got it a lot less. I don't know what happened, but so something changed. I feel like it was a changing of location so much from my big, massive motorbike trip that I got like a dump of all of the allergens and got rid of it or something. But I don't know, like there's Banksia and bottlebrush of flowering native plants. They'll have a bit in it. There's stinging nettle, which might be an introduced species, same as you guys get over there.
Yeah.
But that will give you a skin rash, like a histamine response on your hand. The animals will. All of the animals with their dust mite and skin mites and stuff. Why are you asking? I might be able to give a better answer if I know why.
I was just asking about plants. Because, like, the season's changing, and right now the plants are trying to make babies in my face.
Hate it. Hate allergies, hay fever. So I am somewhat wondering if this will help you. That once I started doing breath work for free diving, it got a lot better. But like being able to breathe through my nose. It's really hard to do, but if you've got a stuffed up nose and you just hold your breath for long enough, the oxygen starvation and CO2 increase will force your nose to dilate. But it's just a really unpleasant thing to have to keep doing, but it works. But yeah, if you're interested in any of that stuff, Buteyko, there's some other versions of it, but there is a kind of breathing called Buteyko that claims to be able to get rid of allergies, which they claim is upper respiratory tract asthma. And they've kicked lots of goals with the lower respiratory tract asthma, with like an 80% reduction in asthma medication usage. So you have steroid inhalers. Not that you don't need them anymore, but you'll take 80% fewer blasts of it if you use this method.
Yeah.
I'll shut up though. I hate it when I've got allergies or a sickness and somebody starts giving me advice. I'm like, I didn't ask for it. Shut up. So I'll shut up.
Right. Yeah, I've heard from somebody that a gentleman that would dive underneath ice sheets for extended distances, he would do breath exercises right before diving in so you get a longer breath. And then I heard that the same gentleman would take people in and teach them how to breathe and exercise their breath, and it would reduce illness because they're just
the Wim Hof method. I think you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his is a big contention because what he does is not packing. It might be called packing, but his method does work. But the freediving method I used really doesn't. Most people really don't like it because his one involves hyperventilating. So you've got a surplus of oxygen already being carried by your blood. And the advantage of that is your urge to breathe is driven by a buildup of CO2. So having lots of oxygen there won't build up CO2 in your lungs very quickly. So your first third of your breath hold is far more pleasant and lasts far longer because there is this like urge to breathe followed by the struggle, followed by the danger zone in the first 3/3 of a breath hold. And it makes the first one quite long and quite pleasant. And but the problem is it makes the last one where the danger zone happens, where your oxygen levels start to plummet, and you've needed to breathe for a minute now, but now you're at risk of blacking out. And his method has this far steeper drop in oxygen because your heart rate will be higher. If you've got higher blood oxygen, you'll have higher heart rate. So you have this much nicer time and then much higher chance of blacking out and drowning. So some people love it, but most of the Wim Hof people do it for just, ice baths and that kind of stuff. And we'll do it only like supervised, where somebody's able to just grab them straight out if something goes wrong. Whereas for free diving, I want to be able to swim down and spear fish, so I don't want to mess around with the risk of blackout. Yeah, his stuff is amazing. He's like, isn't he the same? Didn't he do Everest without oxygen and like in board shorts or something insane?
I have no idea. I didn't get into his life.
Yeah, he has some epic claim like that. Don't you guys think if the Earth were a ball, they would have been able to convince us by now?
I was convinced once upon a time. Well,
Right,
actually,
but
no,
before you considered the alternative.
yeah, I probably shouldn't say that because I suppose I never really thought about it yet. I mean, when I was younger, I always had these thoughts about how the hell are we hanging up down off the wall, and I suppose you just accept it and move on. It wasn't really something that I actually even thought about, to tell you the truth. Wasn't on my list of priorities.
Exactly.
I was too busy working 20 hours a day, 7 days a week to try and make money to live.
What's your game, Eggshells? Why are you laughing so hard?
Why are you laughing so hard?
I'm not laughing.
You can't prove that I'm laughing.
Yeah, you've been a glurf for how long?
Look, we were all glurfs. That's what we were just discussing.
when
AJ
did you change?
Huh? Yesterday.
And why?
Oh, got sick of getting asked for evidence. Just preferred the idea of being the default position. That and the space planes. Like, has anybody ever seen a space plane?
So Peter got his nuts busted. Now it's your turn.
Peter got what?
This is their new tactic, I guess, just laughing.
I don't understand a bit about Peter.
Peter became a flat universer.
Oh, did he?
Yes. And then he would LARP as a Flurf. And then he got told nope. Now it's your turn?
Well, huh?
Is it your turn now?
No, I don't think the universe is flat. I'm not even convinced the universe exists. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, sorry.
Even out in the real world, the globetrotters are trying to get you, Eggshells. You don't realise how dangerous it is.
Person just hauled on the brakes in front of me because they had a red. Oh, now they've put on their indicator. They want to turn here rather than the next one, and they've just decided
well, stop,
to go in.
Stop laughing. They know.
Someone stop that flat earther.
If the Earth were a ball, this person would know how to drive.
Actually, he can't drive because he's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour while orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour.
So you can tell.
Yeah, what if it's a woman driver?
We really need to update the helicopter evidence, right? If the Earth were a ball, the helicopter wouldn't just move away at 1,000 miles an hour, right? What happened to the 66,000 miles an hour?
The helicopter from Doctor Who, it would feel all the movement.
Yeah, so like a helicopter's not just going to like drift westward. It's going to like dip away at tens of thousands of kilometers an hour. You'd break your neck with the G-force.
Just fucking yeet.
No, it's 66,000 around the sun. And then what is it? It's got to be like millions around supposed galactic center.
It's pretty stupid when you start looking at all the alleged claims, isn't it?
Exactly. No space planes, no space helicopters, ain't no space. That's what I was saying. But here we are, getting accused of being a LARPer.
Howard?
Yes. Because you're a larper.
Look, you can't prove that you're not the larper.
That is true.
And what do we know about things that haven't been proven? They don't exist.
That's an interesting straw man.
Well, that's what I know about things. Unless I can prove that you are LARPing, can't be.
Fair enough. Well, welcome to the Flurf then.
Thank you.
I expect you to go on to Fight the Tight Shirts show and argue with him.
I will wreck him.
You probably would, actually, to be fair. Even LARPing as a Flurf, you'd probably wreck him. Because he is.
I got him on his show ages ago when he was talking about relativity in relation, like we know relativity in relation to satellites because they're moving so much of a different speed. And I was like, well, what about geostationary ones, right? They're supposedly moving at a massive speed, but the point of a geostationary satellite, if we're to believe this whole story, is that it stays locked over a point on Earth at a fixed altitude. So then it's staying in lockstep with that thing. So there should be no relativistic effects, right? It's always just straight out there. And he couldn't answer. He said, I don't know the answer to that one. I was like, well, his whole proof is based on satellites, and he's forgotten the geostationary ones. Sounds like it didn't make a pun at all. And then everybody cheered and carried me on their shoulders.
I'm sure that happened.
Okay,
Some
Eggshells,
parts
what's going
may have
on?
been embellished.
Did your cowboy hat shrink or something and you've got brain damage? What's going on with you today?
My cowboy hat did shrink, actually. I've either got to get a hat jack or a new one. How did you know?
Oh, wow. I'm getting good at this shit.
My Akubra that I bought on my big world trip, I was like, oh, surely they can handle being in the sun. So we just kept it strapped to the top of a top box for 6 months. And I was like, is my head growing? Is this my ego growing? And then read back on the Akubra website, and they're like, oh, don't leave it out in the sun. It's a fucking hat.
Yeah, fancy that. The whole purpose of wearing it is to block the fucking sun. See? Ballers. Just thinking.
I don't know if you're being serious or not, Eggshells, but if you're a Kruber, just wet the fucking thing and put it back on your head and let it dry.
I did try that a bunch of times. Like, I do that every time I shape it, but I mean, like, the hat brim area, which is like 3 layers of leather, like it's the rabbit fur hat and 2 layers of leather. And I kept trying with that and it wasn't doing anything. And I read on the website and they're like, oh, look, there is a product called a hat jack, which is just this sort of thing that's shaped like a head that you keep cinching out a bit. You just keep unscrewing these screws and the head gets bigger. And the idea is you can use that to stretch your hat back out. But they were like, it'll only go up by about a size. And if you go beyond that, it'll just start tearing the rabbit fur, even with wetting, which I didn't know before I bought it, which is pretty annoying because it's like a $200 hat.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never had that issue.
But are you losing all your hair? Because when I bought it, I just wanted a cool hat, and now I want something to hide my baldingness.
No, I'm not losing my hair. Mine's just turning grey. But lucky I'm blonde, you can't see it. It's only my beard that's grey. So I can't have that
grey
anymore.
looks awesome. Grey looks great. Bald looks shit.
The silver fox. I'll have to get a sports car with no roof.
Yeah. Some busty Filipino in the passenger seat.
Yeah.
Oddly specific.
It's for some reason it's like the midlife crisis girlfriend of choice in Australia lately is like not just Asian girlfriend. It's like a tiny smattering of Vietnamese and Thai. and then just quite a few Filipino.
That's because they're 70 years old and they still look like they're 20.
But you are right. If flat earthers had made my hat, it would still be in its correct shape. There is. I was looking into. I got a sailing kayak, and I found one of the world's best kayak sails that you can buy. Guy in Australia makes them, and I can't quite figure out why, but he's called his company Flat Earth Sails. I can't figure out if he's a flat earther. Like on his website, he gave some explanation. Didn't quite make sense that he was like standing and joking with a mate one time or something, but it sounds like a convenient cover story. But I mean, sailing has to only work on a flat Earth, right? I, for one, welcome our robot overlords.
Well, yeah, on the globe, we wouldn't need the sails. Yeah, we'd just be going downhill everywhere we went. We could just surf down the globe.
Just get a kayak without a paddle.
Just hold still, and because of the lack of friction between yourself and the water, it'd just rotate underneath you.
Yeah. The best bit would be going downhill, like to the marina, and then downhill back home again. Everything's downhill from everything on a globe.
There'd be no using the paddle to paddle. You'd be using it to bite down on so you don't shit yourself.
Yep. Holding on for dear life. Oh, I haven't been a flat earther for long enough to be good at reversing trailers. And it really is standing in my way.
It's like riding a bicycle. Once you get it, you can do it.
It's day 3 and I am getting there.
Just buy a boat and go to the boat ramp so everyone's laughing at you. You'll feel pressure and you'll need to learn it really quick.
That's exactly what I've done. I got myself a massive sailing kayak that's like 13 foot long and has 2 outriggers, so it has to be carried around on a boat trailer. And I am so nervous about being the first trip to the boat ramp.
I'll tell you this, if you ever want a good day out, grab yourself a carton of grog and go and sit at your local boat ramp in the middle of summer. Hours of entertainment.
Say last bit again, AJ?
Go down to your local boat ramp with a carton of grog and sit and enjoy the show.
Yeah, once I get to the sunny coast, that's what I'm going to do on the weekends. I'm going to point. The girls can sunbake and I can drink beers and watch everyone in the sand.
Uh-huh.
If nobody's seen it, there's a whole Facebook and YouTube page dedicated to this place. I got bogged at Inskip Point.
There's quite a few pages like that. Like there's Rutherford Ford as well in England, which is a slightly different thing there, where Inskip Point is there. Four-wheel drive's getting bogged in deep sand. Rutherford Ford is these cars that'll go through a forded like water crossing kind of thing, and regularly people just hit it way too hard and smash their car or push it really deep past its wading depth and end up hydrolocking the engine. Or it's quite fun. Trying to think, what are the others? Yeah, there's Haulover Inlet, which is watching boats go through a choppy inlet somewhere in Florida.
Yeah, they got that at Noosa as well. The Noosa Bar, they do the same thing.
Awesome.
As
Great.
Haulover.
Loving it. I love these recommendations.
I only did Inskip Point about a month ago, actually, and I've never been there. And I did Inskip Point, Double Island, Rainbow Beach, and there's a set of rocks on Rainbow Beach that are really bad as well. Everyone loses their cars on. And I was actually worried for the first time ever full driving, because just the stories, there's whole when you get to Rainbow Beach, there's whole windows full of cars smashed on the rocks and buried and salt water. And I did the whole thing. Could have done it with my eyes closed. It was the easiest trip I've ever done once you let your tyres down, yeah. These peanuts just must not let any air out.
Yeah, well, I think some people are a bit foolhardy. Like, I went with a mate and he's really mechanically minded, so I just, was believing everything he said. And we got down to a beach, what was it, up near Newcastle somewhere, in Foster, I think. And I was about to head out on the beach. And Stockton,
Probably
yes.
Stockton, yeah.
And I was about to head out on the beach, and I was debating in my head, what tire pressure should I go to? Because I've, ripped off, never on a car, but I've ripped off the bead on motorbike tires before. So I turned to him and I go, how much should I let my tires down? He goes, you don't need to let your tires down. I'm like, oh, okay, he knows what he's talking about. He's built a VK Commodore from scratch, straight out, immediately bogged the axles, managed to get it out, and then I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to go down in pressure. So I do. And then we go back to the petrol station later and we're filling up. And I'm like, how much do you reckon I should fill up to? What do you reckon highway pressure? And he goes, I reckon about 60 PSI. And I'm suddenly like, the fuck am I doing listening to you? You're insane.
Shit. At that
60
Stockton beach
PSI.
there, we've got a couple of
18 to 20
mates that actually go there on a regular basis on weekends, long weekends. They've got this crusty old Defender. They take about 6 spare jerry cans and a tow rope just for pulling out dumbasses that don't know what they're doing and other morons that don't know how to put fuel in their cars. And
Love
they
it.
charge a shitload for it. They have
Nice.
an absolute ball of a time.
Yeah, that'd be good. Rock up and be like, looks like you're in about $200 worth of trouble.
Yep. Yeah, all these idiots that drive out there that don't... there's a little... When you go through this back laneway to get into Stockton Beach, they normally pull up just as they hit the sand, let their tyres down and go on from there. And the amount of idiots that just go straight on, it's like, see you later, mate. We'll come and get you in about 2 hours.
Well, that's what happened to me when I was going to Inskip. I was going to catch the ferry to Fraser or the barge to Fraser. And I pulled up and there's 4 cars bogged in front of me already on the in track. And I'm like, oh man, do I go the exit track? What if I get bogged the wrong way? Everyone's going to be abusing the hell out of me. And in the end, I just had to go. And like I said, easiest trip I've ever done, man. Just drove straight through. I don't even know what I was concerned about. But there's, like I said, 4 of them there when I got there already stuck. Stockton's a good beach too.
Hey guys, what's this term bog that you're using?
Like stuck, bog, stuck in the mud or the sand.
Okay. People get stuck in the sand? Whereabouts?
On the beaches.
Any specific reason for that?
Yeah, they don't let their tyres down, the dickheads.
Yeah, they're fucking
Oh,
idiots.
that's weird. I wouldn't have thought of that.
Tire just
That's
digs
the thing,
into the
most
dirt,
people don't.
and it doesn't have any room to flex to try and grip anything extra. So it kind of just like flings the dirt out with the tread.
Oh,
They're probably they're probably Globers, and they think that the gravity is going to hold them, and they'll be just fine.
Oh, well, next time you go eggshells, 18 psi is a good, or 20 is a good starting point. I usually just drop straight to 18 and then you're good.
Yeah, and what would you reckon? Do I have like the tire coming off the bead? Is that like obviously that's going to be concerned at 0? Where would you? At what PSI would you start worrying about that?
Oh, look, if you were going too fast and turning too sharp, you off at 18, definitely. I mean, but once you're on a beach, you're sort of only doing maximum 60, 80 Ks an hour and you're driving pretty straight unless you're trying to be a dick. I've run mine as low as 5 to 8 PSI in really bad mud. But I did roll 2 tires off the bead at that sort of pressures at sort of 8 to 5.
Yeah, 8's
yeah,
fucking sick.
8's
And
like,
this is-
holy shit, I am stuck and I need to do something here.
And this is, just again shows how crazy the globe is. Like at 14.7 psi, it should be equal to the outside pressure, right?
No, there's extra pressure because with the bead off of the rim, the inside of that rubber is ambient pressure. So whenever your tire reads 18 psi, it's 18 psi more than what's outside the tire.
Flat Earth wins again.
Flat Earth wins every time.
That's true. That is true.
So are you prepared to go into Gem Panda's server and profess your love for the Flat Earth?
Yeah, could do. They're all a bit autistic in there, though.
Oh yeah, didn't have to tell me that.
No, but I I went flat before. I did had a good probably about a month and a bit of flatness on Geo's server. Might have been before this one got running or while I was banned or something.
Pray tell, why were you banned?
From here?
From Geo's.
No, I haven't been banned from Geo's.
I thought you said you were.
Yes, I might have just the syntax might have been confusing. I meant I was a flat Earth. I went to the Flat Earth before in Geo's when I was banned from here.
Right, I see. Also, you're not meant to say it autistic. You're meant to say it acoustic.
Acoustic, is that the new way to say it? Neurospicy.
Yeah. Neurospicy, yeah, exactly. I always say autism is a superpower. So
Nothing goes over my head too fast.
Could say globe autism. That's more specific.
I think they refer to themselves as autards.
autards, yeah.
Oh.
Did your sailing boat come with a sextant?
No, but I've got one. I'll if I ever develop the confidence to go offshore with it and stay out past dark, I might use it on the stars. For some reason, just the idea of sun sights bores me, where star sighting seems more fun.
When you get lost at sea, just send me a message. I'll come find you.
I could just imagine you finding someone at sea, AJ. It's your shout. Fuck off. There he is.
So if you get lost at sea, do we call the Australian Coast Guard or the police?
Sorry, you're roboting pretty hard there, man.
So it gets
Australian Coast Guard, Navy, or police?
what's that? Do you get the Coast Guard here?
I think he said, if you get lost, what do you call? Navy, police, Coast Guard?
Coast Guard. If you're going offshore, you should register your trip with the Coast Guard before you leave. I have been lost, but not lost. I did a trip that I was supposed to be away for 2 nights, and I called the Coast Guard to let them know I was going to be another couple of nights, and no one logged it. And they sent a helicopter out looking for me, and then they were abusing the hell out of me. I said, sorry, I sent it in.
Are there little islands out there that y'all can sail to and hang out at?
Yeah, it depends where you live, but yeah, plenty of islands off the coast.
Oh no.
So hey, does anybody want to talk about the flat Earth?
God
Sure,
damn
but
it.
you won't listen, so.
You want to talk about the flat Earth?
Hey, Donnie, what's up, buddy?
Oh, fuck it. Trump. Trump's in the house. It's good,
Hey,
Donald
Donald,
Trump.
it's Ronald. Hey, Donald, it's Ronald. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm good, Donald.
So, does anybody have any evidence for flat Earth?
Yes, yeah, loads.
Sure.
Mostly in the form of. Most of it takes the form of the lack of evidence for the globe.
Except there's not that, so you have to demonstrate that there is a lack of evidence.
Okay. Sure, right.
So, what argument do you want? You want evidence of flat Earth or evidence that the globe is false?
I would love evidence
drop
that
over
the Earth.
distance.
I would love evidence that the Earth is flat. That'd be amazing.
Sure. Ever seen water? I'm washing my hands right now, and the water is running to the bottom of the sink. How would you describe the surface of a body of water that's at rest?
I don't know.
It's kind of crucial to the whole discussion here.
Do you think that water has currents?
Why
I
would
think
you
the
not
water
answer
has
his
currents.
question? Eggshell's
So-
asked you a very straightforward question, Donnie. Please answer it.
He did
I
answer it by
answered the
saying, I don't know. He doesn't know what the surface of a body of water at rest would look like. So, I mean, he might be onto
Yeah, I've
something.
never witnessed a body of water at rest in my
So
entire
you've
life.
never filled up a glass of water
You
before.
you can't extrapolate from water
It's
you've seen
moving.
that's very. You can't extrapolate from water you've seen that's very torrid and moving a lot, and draw
I've never
inferences from water
seen-
that's been sitting still
I've
for
never-
24 hours.
I've never in my entire life seen still water in my entire life.
Yeah, that's the point I'm responding to. And it's like you interrupted my question regarding that to just reiterate the stupid point. The question is, can you draw inferences from bodies of water you've seen that are more or less still to go in which direction is this water heading? Can you?
I mean, that depends on the body of water, doesn't it?
No, I don't think it does. Just on how still it is. It could be any body of water.
You think that Lake Superior is the same as the Atlantic Ocean?
For the purpose of this question, yes.
How?
We're just asking the question about water in a hypothetical sense now, but also in a physical sense. You can pick the body if you want, but I just want you to imagine it.
I don't have to engage in a hypothetical because water exists. I don't have to engage in a hypothetical about water when water exists and we can measure it.
Correct.
Well, you don't have to engage in a hypothetical. Is hard to discern from you're not able to engage with a hypothetical. It sounds like you're doing the latter, but saying the former.
I'm able to engage in a hypothetical. I
don't see any evidence for that.
I just don't need. I just don't need to when it comes to water because water is not subjective.
Donnie, go into your bathroom, plug the bathtub, and fill it with water. And then once you turn the water off, let it settle. Right? Let it settle. And then tell me what the surface of the water looks like. No hypothetical involved.
Yeah, it just seems like he's avoiding it. He's walked back into a room after he's left a glass of water. He knows what the answer to the question is. He just
I'd be happy to talk about it. I don't know who Donnie is. Donnie might. It seems like Donnie is not happy to talk about it because it seems like every time you talk to Donnie, they don't respond. It seems like Donald might be a different person from Donnie.
Donnie, stop crying and just answer the questions.
Who wants to bet $5?
Donnie, answer the question. Donnie, answer the question.
Who wants to bet $5 he's actually going to go fill a bathtub?
I bet $5 he's about to spurg out to the point that he gets muted.
We called it. Matrix, he called it the other day.
I told you.
So can we move on like what bodies of water do? How a surface description of bodies of water when they're close to perfectly at rest?
Okay, what shape is a body of water inside of a pipe?
Talking about the surface, Donnie.
It's gonna conform to the forces acting upon it, which,
Yes,
if it's
it is.
enclosed in a pipe, will conform. At least a cross section of it will conform to the shape of that pipe. But if that
Hey,
pipe
eggshells. The pipe I'm going to use runs vertical and it's cut at the top, so the water
Still
is
a curved
open.
pipe. Still a
So
curved
what is
pipe.
the surface of the water?
Curved.
What's its, how would it be curved? The pipe is
Because
running
the pipe
vertical.
is curved.
No,
The pipe is
running.
curved.
Listen, Donnie. Don't jump ahead of yourself. The
Okay,
pipe
so
is
I'm
running
going to go
vertical.
away now. I'm
Yeah,
going to-
okay. You shut up and listen. Oh, we'll be gone.
That guy really struggled. He
That's
is
normal
not
for
the
Donnie.
sharpest knife in the drawer.
Haven't you played with him before?
No,
Oh man,
Yeah, I
we're going to
wasn't-
save him for you from now on.
please.
I
That
wasn't
guy's
even
weird.
sure he'd be able to fill the bathtub. He wouldn't know how to put the plug in.
Yeah, he also does this thing where as soon as he like talks over you, and then as soon as you mute him, he either goes on deafening or he just leaves. So he doesn't tolerate that at all.
It's probably a lot smarter if he just leaves. Because putting your fingers in your ears, yeah, nah, I don't play that game.
Now Spalding are doing basketballs with globes printed on them.
Got to reinforce the indoctrination somehow.
Get your job, Matrix.
Yeah, they have to combat these flat earthers somehow, so they have to put indoctrination on freaking basketballs. Hilarious.
It is,
especially since. Yeah, especially since like I don't know if this tally of flat earthers supposedly in eight countries added up to 1 billion flat earthers. Someone posted a survey or something. 1 billion on Earth, yeah, in only 8 countries, equal to 1 billion. Well,
I think doing what is it called? Like science based on questionnaires. I forget the thing. Like survey responses. I always think is a bit of a iffy way to test something.
Yeah, I could agree to that. So we have.
You know, especially
Sorry,
if you're
go ahead.
extrapolating the data as well, because they never asked 1 billion people, did they? So they probably asked like 1,000 people and then just extrapolated.
And there's like
exactly.
It's also how they ask the question makes a massive difference. Like there's a slight sidetrack, but it's still on the same point, which is there is a thing saying 1 in 5 girls has been R-worded at university, like during their university experience, and that's a horrific number. 1 in 5. But then if you dig into it, it's like, did somebody kiss you without asking? It's like, well, that's generally how you do it. Like, has anybody ever grabbed your butt? Well, that's technically assault. So I'm like, well, I got my butt grabbed by chicks at uni. Like, what? This is not the same thing. What a lucky young man! What a lucky young man you were.
It's my
Hilarious.
understanding that the R word was redefined by a really big list of retarded shit. Like, have you ever received a kiss that was unwanted, or or was it like, oh no, what was it? It was so silly. It was with regret. Have you ever did something and then had regret, and they included shit like that? And oh
Yes.
god,
Or
so
have you
many.
were you so drunk you didn't remember what you were doing? And I was
Yeah.
like, what fucking university did the people who wrote that study go to? But unis in the 90s, in the early 2000s at least, that was the idea. Go to the uni bar, get obliterated, screw a random, rinse and repeat next week. Like, what's the confusion here?
That's why
Yeah.
they were pushing that 1 in 3 girls are raped on campus in the U.S. and it was because of shit like that. It was like this weird, retarded explanation of what the R word is, and it was based on a huge list of stupid stuff.
Did I ever kiss somebody and regretted it later? Oh yes, only when I was married though.
Yeah. But that's why I'd like to know I tried to dig it up because there was one study that said like a 10th or 11% or something of Brazilians think the earth is flat. And I was like, I would just want to know how they worded that question, because there are so many ways, you can't just say flat, because then a bunch of people who might think that it's a topographic plane will be like, well, what about the topography? No, right? You've got to be really specific about that. Like, is there any way anybody could ask that question here where all of the people who self-identify as flat earthers would agree? I think it'd be tricky.
Yeah, it's pretty hard, and plus we don't have accurate numbers anyway. And prior to about 2018, 2019, you could no longer look on YouTube and see how many hits were on YouTube sites. Like I used to say, like I remember in 2017 when I first looked, somebody mentioned it, like, look at how many hits are on flat earth topic, just doing a random Google search or search on YouTube. I think it was just a random Google search. And there were 17 million hits on that flat earth question in 2017. Then all of a sudden they took all those numbers away. Boom, you can't even look at them anymore.
Yeah, well, it was specifically mentioned, flat earth was specifically mentioned by, Wozniak and that whole changing of the guard at YouTube after that whistleblower. So it's definitely one of the first ones they're going to focus on for all of their suppression.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about the congressional hearings.
Yeah, like the whistle. I didn't follow it perfectly, but whistleblower comes out and says we're prioritizing conspiracy stuff, and specifically talks about flat Earth. And then there's congressional hearings and threats and worries about oversight, and then they're suddenly like, okay, we'll get rid of the flat Earth stuff, just because they want to propagate the lie.
And then right after that, within about a year, then all of a sudden the sea thing happens. What is that a coincidence or what?
Pretty good coincidence.
Yeah, I don't know where you would draw the line from A to B on that one, though. Just saying.
I'd like to hear an attempt, though.
Yeah, I don't see how that would be a real coherent argument, though. I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, anybody could say the same thing, with anything else. Well, not anything else. Never mind. I'm not going to change the subject.
Yeah, I know that is a pretty hard thing to kind of prove some of those things. So It's kind of ambiguous. So you never know. Like, who knows? I mean, the things that were going on in the world, there are other things going on in the world. So maybe they just decided they would do that at that particular time. I don't know. It just seems kind of weird because I don't really see any precedents for that happening at that particular time. There was really no kind of warnings, really. I don't recall seeing like the warning signs. It was just all of a sudden, boom, there it was.
I remember, I might be incorrect, but I remember them stopping showing likes and dislikes, or they stopped showing dislikes at around the time we weren't allowed to leave our houses.
Very so.
That was like right around after Biden was elected, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? And then every single video he put out, or the official White House put out, was totally ratioed. Everyone pointed it out, so then they just, we'll just do away with those.
Yeah, it's all very strange. Then the Antifa thing started the same freaking time. That was really weird. That was very strange. To see every politician from city council members all the way up the chain of command, all the way up to the governor of every state, all the way up the higher ranks of government, all folded all at the same time. That was crazy.
In a nation of brave people, they all just.
Hey, eggshells.
What am I making noise?
No. Say no. Repeat after me. Say no.
No.
Incorrect.
I was joking. I was accentuating the Aussiness.
Damn it.
Oh no, Cleo.
No. Yeah, there was a video, and I've been trying really hard to find in the background here the last few minutes, and I wanted to post it before I called you out. And it was this Aussie chick or Australian chick. They said, say no. She goes, nor.
No.
And he goes, no, incorrect. And he kept doing it over and over again, and he made a big thing out of it. It was hilarious. Yeah, shit. I wish I could find it.
What's the reason for that accent? Is there like a slang or a native language that they're trying to fill in the gap? Is it just not?
Hang on a minute.
I've heard a linguologist say that it's where the UK would have ended up, because you just grabbed a bunch of people from all across England, or maybe Scotland as well, I guess, and then jammed them all in together. So it was sort of an accelerated way of speeding up the English way. The English languages accents were going to become similar over time. Because there was like a few posh people in terms of officers and captains and governors and stuff, and then there's scallywags who are convicts, and then free settlers, and the vast majority all come from England or Ireland or Scotland or Wales. At least initially. I think there are a lot of Germans and stuff too.
I'm amused by accents. They don't bother me because there are many different accents here in the U.S. So it's hard for me or anyone, to make fun of other accents. But I do enjoy the differences and point them out. I think it's hilarious.
We get the same thing across Australia too, depending on which capital city you go to. You go down to Melbourne or Adelaide, and they've got more of an English accent down there. They seem to speak proper like, and it just does my head in. Country fellas tend to speak slower, same as like y'all down in Texas speak a bit slower. Very similar. We get the same thing. City boys normally speak quicker. It's very similar. But we don't have an accent. You guys do. So what are you talking about?
I don't get why they're on this whole thing about Australians having accents, these weirdos.
Quicker. No, I like the quicker and similar. Quicker, similar.
So earlier I was talking to somebody about the explanation for. They were asking me, is there any reason why you could give me that the Earth is flat? And I think that guy was being dishonest. Was in here earlier. The chap that I was speaking to was accompanied by other guys who were obfuscating for him. I don't know if you guys remember. It was a couple hours earlier. Was anybody? There? I think you might have been here, but I don't know if anybody else was.
Yeah,
Didn't
I remember.
ask any question like 5 minutes ago?
No, this was hours ago.
No. Oh, okay.
Anyway, so I was telling him that when you go from mean sea level off to any part on land, it creates this elevation profile, and he was pretty stumped by that. He didn't understand what that meant. So he's like, "What do you mean by elevation profile?" And so I was talking to him about it, but of course I was getting run over by the other guys who were interjecting for him. I don't know for what reason, maybe just trolling or whatever. But we can talk about the explanation why that's so important. And so I was going to get into that with him, but just started to get a little distracted with those other people. So, but anyway, does anybody know what I was talking about when I do say elevation profile? I don't know if you guys know or not. Anyway, a topographical, because I'm going to read this out of Wiki, right? So Wiki was actually naming it either topographical or elevation. It's still the same thing. It represents the same thing. So a topographic profile or topographic cut or elevation profile is a representation of the relief of the terrain that is obtained by cutting transversely the lines of a topographic map. Each contour line can be defined as a clothesline joining relief points at equal height above sea level. It is usually drawn on the same horizontal scale as the map, but the use of an exaggerated vertical scale is advisable to underline the elements of the relief. This can vary according to the slope and amplitude of the terrestrial relief, but it is usually 3 to 5 times the horizontal scale, as a series of parallel profiles taken at regular intervals on a map can be combined to provide more complete three-dimensional view of the area that appears on the topographic map. It is evidence that, thanks to computer science, more sophisticated three-dimensional models of the landscape can be made from digital terrain data. The line of the plane defined by the points that limit the profile is called the guideline, and the horizontal line of the comparison on which the profile is constructed is called a base. Let's see. We're going to go into applications. One of the most important applications of the topographic profiles in the construction of... This is basically no dove to you guys. I'm just reading why I was going to go into this. One of the most important applications of the topographic profiles is the construction of the works of great length and small width. For example, roads, sewers, or pipelines. Now, of course, maybe everybody in here is very familiar why that needs to be important, especially over long distances. So sometimes topographical profiles appear in printed maps, such as those designed for navigation routes, excavations, and especially for geological maps, where they are used to show the internal structure of rocks that populate a territory. People who study natural resources, such as geologists, geomorphologists, soil scientists, and vegetation scholars, among others, build profiles to observe the relationship of the natural resources to changes in topography and analyze numerous problems. A river or stream gradient may be derived from its elevation profile by means of numerical differentiation. And I mean, I already knew most of this information, but I like that it was a little bit more in depth the way Wiki put it. So, but what do you guys think about it? I'm going to put the link anyways, so you guys can all check it out. I'll put it in the text chat. So, in the construction of like sewers and roads and such, there's a link. You guys want to look at that?
Yeah, I think that's a great topic, actually.
Yeah, and the depiction stands to be reasoned as the reason why we speak of flat Earth being this way. So flat Earth is derived from mean sea level, and of course, everything that follows that would be how things are constructed. So practical use is of utmost importance when these people that are using, the terrain scale maps, which are elevation profile maps or topographic maps, that gives them a great understanding of the terrain. Anyway, but it's important because you need to know, like in sewers especially, where the slope, how to, if you're higher or lower at a far distance from another place. So you're not going to have stuff backing up. You know what I mean? It's important. You have to know this information. Hopefully I didn't bore you guys to sleep.
I'm
No,
just
so
washing
where
my
does
car
where
and
does
listening in, but yeah, we know shit
yeah
runs
where
downhill.
where
Yeah, exactly.
yeah where does
Shit.
where
Yeah,
where does
exactly.
where does the globe come in on any of that stuff exactly?
Zero.
That's a very good
Like
point.
Huey says in the baller's IQ.
Zero.
Like the baller's IQ. Yeah.
No shit. Yeah, man.
But
The
this is
same.
important. And this is important because when establishing the topographic profile, it's important to note that this is all done on the flat Earth, built upon the base for the flat Earth. So everything's derived from that. Look at the straight line that goes across like this map to understand how the profile's taken. You don't have a profile if you have a curved surface. It's just you can't derive it that way. It has to be a horizontal, planar, area that it's covering. So it has to be taken from mean sea level and extending across the land to know what part of land. Because if you think about it, if you start in one area building, sewer line, and you have to go for quite a long distance, and you don't know if the land's going to be, higher or lower, you're going to be in big trouble. You need to know certain information and facts that result to knowing, where the practical, use for the line is going to be, to where it's all going to make sure that it runs off and it doesn't back up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they dig a
exactly.
trench.
For any
It's a 1/8 inch
for any
drop
type
for
of
10 feet to make it flow.
yeah
Make
for
sure-
any type of building for any type of building, they have to know where the water flows to, so they don't have water flowing toward the foundation, eating away underneath the foundation. It's all about what do they call that? Hydro something. But yeah, how the water drains off of the land, that's very important.
So let me take a snippet of this because this is important, right? And a lot of these guys don't know the practical use case for it, but look at the people that they're numbered to say they use this. And I'll post it for you guys. Okay. I'll put it in the text chat. The little white snippet that I put in there. It says people who study natural resources such as geologists, geomorphologists, and soil scientists, and vegetation scholars, among others, build profiles to observe the relationship of natural resources to changes in topography and analyze numerous problems. So you can't have all of this information being studied unless you have something to reference, which is why they need that profile built. Can't you? I mean, this is essential. You have to have a surface that you're building off of, but to know the elevation of it, right? And how is that derived? Horizontally. Come on, like this.
You know, I love how you highlighted the difference between elevation and altitude and earlier, and it goes to show and how you're utilizing elevation angle measurements to figure out the elevation or the topographical profile of elevation. And it just goes to show you and put the nail in the coffin even more when you're utilizing elevation angle measurements in celestial navigation. You are using the Earth as your adjacent to the triangle with a 90-degree angle opposite you. So then it just goes to show you you're measuring the Earth flat on smaller scales, and it scales up perfectly.
Yeah,
Let's
I
not
think
get into the cosmic rectangle, okay?
to me, I think practicality wins the day, right? So practicality always should be most paramount because when we build things, we need to have something to reference. And building a topographical profile or elevation profile is going to show you which way you're gonna have your construction made, right? So one of the most important applications of the topographic profile is the construction of roads, sewers, and pipelines. Now, why this doesn't get talked about, I think that because we haven't gotten into it. But like if you click on the wiki, because I put the link in the text chat for everyone, check out where it says applications. This is like, it's damning for the globe, because in no way do we need a Earth that's curving. We need elevation profiles that are constructed from horizontal planes. We can't have curved surfaces because that would make everything. How are you going to build over a long distance the idea that roads and sewers, pipelines are going to be built off of this? You know what I mean? You're working with too much. You have to understand. You have to understand the Earth in a way that's very practical, and this is the application.
Alpha.
I have a question, Alpha.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm new. I'm relatively new to like the flat Earth. I'm very open minded. I'm not neither anyway but of course I've been raised by media. Like, okay, I'm very open minded about this type of stuff, right? Why do you say the Earth is flat? And I'm actually a Muslim, so when it talks about four corners, I'm just very interested, bro. Like,
well, it's interesting that you said Muslim because we do have our Muslim friends that are flat earthers, and because they were here, they could chat with you. But
the Quran talks about four corners of the earth, so I was just like wondering why.
Yeah, I mean, it references. There's other places too. Our friends talk about that. They mention that too. But practically, like what we're going over here, you came in a little bit late. What is your name, Jav? I don't want to mispronounce your name. Javon. Okay, so we were talking about before you came in here, topographical or elevation profiles, and I put a link in the text chat. I don't know if you can see it or not.
Hold on 1 sec. Yeah, I can see it.
I'm just catching you up on what I was saying. That way you can hear the context. All right, so if you click on that, it's the wiki page, and I'm always mentioning that there's 3 things that I talk about when I give the example of how the Earth is flat and stationary, right? So the first one is observation, the second one is measurement, and the third is a practical use. And not in any specific order, but this is the way I order them, right? Put them in that way.
Yeah.
So I always go through observation first. I talk about like, okay, so locally, what does the Earth appear to us from the vantage point that we are on the surface? How do we make our observations of the Earth? What does it look like, right? Essentially, it looks like a localized flat Earth. Everybody can agree on that point. There's no real big disagreement when it comes to that, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, no one's, even if you think the Earth is a globe in some way, you can agree that locally it looks flat. So I guess that's a starting point. So observation really checks that box where people observe the Earth as a locally flat Earth, you know?
Well, I would say, because I'm studying in school, I'm studying aviation now. I train in a Cessna, right? And when I get above the clouds, you can see the curvature of the Earth. But So, like, how would you respond to that?
It's simple. The horizontal, the horizon is used as a horizontal line for your reference. So when you don't have anything to reference, use the Earth as your reference. It gives you the way to understand what direction you are when you roll, pitch, or yaw in the sky.
Yep. Yeah, pitch and roll. Yeah.
Yeah, so everything is according to the horizon. Now, people like the fly fighter jets, they have like a an artificial horizon on their mask. That what was that word for that? What I'm
Heads
looking
up
for?
display.
The heads up display. Thank you very much, Oblivion.
Or
So the heads up display has a artificial horizon on there, so it guides the person to understanding like where they know, the horizon is, because they have to. That's how they know they're remaining level. So you would do the same using the horizon. Now think about it like this: if the Earth was curving, it would throw off that whole understanding, because now you have a curved surface that you're dealing with. You don't have a flat horizon. So go ahead, Oblivion.
But Alpha, I believe he just previously said that he flew in his Cessna and saw the curvature of the Earth, though.
Yeah,
Yes,
I was going to
did.
address that.
I did. They don't go that high, bro. But I did.
Yeah, Cessnas usually top at about maybe 10,000 or 15,000, I think, feet.
Yes, but when you're flying over Indiana, you can see it, bro.
Yeah, I know. It seems to be that people see it, but what I would say to you, man, is that it's not the Earth's curvature that you're witnessing, because a lot of people say that they witness Earth curvature, and at 10,000 or 15,000 feet, that's absolutely not the Earth's curvature. Because if you even think about the size of the Earth, it would not fit into how big the Earth would be, because you would basically be saying that the Earth is much smaller than its original stated size. And I'm not
What
really sure
about-
hold on, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Javon. I know you really want to ask a lot of questions, but you have to take into consideration that you don't know the size of the Earth, or do you?
I don't, bro. I don't
Okay.
know that.
So think about this, right? You think you saw something. What I'm saying is, mathematically, you couldn't have saw the curvature of the Earth. It just can't be possible. Now, this is logic, and now I'm speaking to you with logic and reason, right? I'm not telling you that you're crazy. What I'm saying is maybe something else could have been causing that effect. Because if it was curvature, like as you stated, well, then at 15,000 feet, you would be able to notice that the Earth's curvature was seen, and then you could say, okay, well, let's come back down to the ground. If I seen it up there, I could for sure measure it when I get back down to the ground.
My instructor, and it could have been my instructor's fault, right? He told me that when we go up in the air, the sun will set slower than those on the ground. He was like, "Watch, when we land, the sun's going to be set, but right now, it's not."
That's
so.
fine.
Does that explain curvature?
No, that explains your angle above the Earth's surface. So so what I'm saying is, you can see a lot farther as you raise up in altitude. According to you, being on an airplane would be altitude. So as you go up in altitude, you could see a lot farther. That's a no-brainer, right? I mean, obviously for anybody, even if you lived on a flat surface or a curved surface, it wouldn't matter. You could see a lot farther as you rose up in altitude. Does that make sense on either one?
Yeah, it does. Tell me if you can hear the train in my background. I saw I'll mute my mic.
Yeah, I did hear it, but it's not that bad.
Javon, that was a very honest answer that you said, because a lot of people say that I was on a commercial airliner at 30-some thousand feet and I saw curvature. You said what you said, but then you backed it up by stating specifically about angles. About your height difference, and then Alpha explained that it was about angles. So I'm actually glad that you actually didn't say that you actually saw the curvature, but you pointed out the difference.
Well, I was just because anybody wanted to like check me or whatever on my credentials and how many hours I have logged. I was just going to send them out, but
no, we don't. We don't need that. We take you for your word. Anybody that says anything, we'll take them for their word. But also, what we're doing is we're checking the veracity of the claim. So it doesn't matter what you say you are. The claim that you have should be backed up by evidence. Now that means that not just seeing something, but also proving the thing that you saw. So there's two things, right? You saw something, now prove it. So that's what we're going into the proving part. So if you say you saw something, I'm not going to deny you think you saw something. What I'm asking you right now is something a little different. Let's test the claim. You get me?
Yeah, I've kind of been
Okay.
turned on the flat Earth through my dad. I'm not gonna lie, bro. He sends me a lot of videos about like firmament and ice wall we can't go past, but I don't understand
Yeah, that's a
exactly
little.
what
Yeah. Okay.
this
So
train's
there's
probably really loud. Hold on.
Javon. Yeah, it's a little bit loud. But listen, Javon, there's a spectrum of people within flat Earth. Okay, and I hate to say that, but that's just the way it is. You have on the far left, like the esoteric flat earther that wants to talk about speculation topics, right? Speculations, things that we can't really know if it's true or not, but it's fun to think about, right? Stuff like that. Stuff that we talk about, we're more kind of aligned towards the right side, which is we want to talk about the facts, the actual evidence, the things that we can test. That's what this group is dedicated towards. We don't like getting too much into speculations. We can get into them. It's fun to have those conversations, but for the most part, we're talking about the things that we can test so that people who coming from the globe Earth and come in here, they can actually attach themselves to some firm footing, right? Pun intended with the flat Earth, but I'm saying it's so that you can understand. Let's cut through the old crap cake, right? Let's not talk about the things that's not needed. And let's talk about the things that get people to realize what the Earth actually is. Instead of talking about ice walls and firmaments, because that doesn't help the person who's trying to figure things out. What does help somebody is understanding if they can test the claim of the Earth being a globe. And, you got a motorcycle there. You know what I mean? So that's what's going to help you at this current time. So we're testing right now, at least for the most part, whether or not the claim that you have that you saw curvature could actually be validated by you understanding if it could be tested or not.
I saw. Oh my gosh, this train, bro. I live in the hood. Sorry.
The guy can't even talk.
So,
He can't even
talk, bro. Like it's even hard. It's difficult when the background noise is not letting you speak.
Man, bro, like it makes me angry. You live in the hood right by the train tracks. It already wakes me and my girl up at night, bro. So it pisses me off. But yeah, I was gonna Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He said that if you were to like take the Earth and like to make it into like a cue ball, like a pool ball or whatever, it would be the smoothest ball that man has known to creation. Like man cannot create a smoother Earth than we have, right?
Let's be honest about something about Neil deGrasse. He's a smooth talker. The guy knows his words, right? He knows how to talk. But what I'm saying though is that when somebody, and this is a part for you, Javon. I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. But what I'm saying, the part for you is to think about whenever somebody says something, I want you to at least say, in your own mind, how do you know that? In your own mind, because you can't talk to the guy, but you can ask, the question, how does he know that? He's saying this claim. That's great. It sounds like a wonderful thing, right? A giant can run his finger across the Earth, and it feels like the smoothest cue ball that he's ever felt. Okay, that's great. But now let's figure out whether or not the Earth actually is this cue ball that you think it is. That's the thing that we're interested in.
Yeah.
You get me? So it just doesn't matter what people say, brother. It only matters what you can prove. That's what we're here for. The proof.
And Javon, you're going to have to listen a lot and participate quite a bit too, because people have many long range observations over water, and there are many arguments that you might have to understand and become familiar with, and then formulate your own opinion if you want over it. But I'm being really vague. It's just that it's true.
Well, I'm new to my dad. I'm paternally Muslim and I'm maternally like Protestant Christian. My mom's Christian, but my dad's Muslim, right? And he originally didn't preach like the flat Earth stuff, but now recently he's been like the past year, I would say, he's been really into it and telling me, "Oh, son, you need to just listen. You need to just." And I'm like, it's not that I'm not listening. I just don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, we could walk you through a few basics, man. Simple things, right? You can get into all that other esoteric stuff, with ice walls and domes and such. I mean, you could do that later, but you have to identify in your own mind what is true, what is speculation, or what is like a myth. Because I would say to you that the Earth being a globe is a myth. It's straight everything about it, and it sounds kind of crazy coming from a standpoint of hearing all your life. I don't know how old you are, but all your life that the Earth is a globe, right? It sounds kind of wacky. Like, oh, what? Dude, I've been hearing it. Everybody says it. Like, how is it a myth? It's if everybody thinks that. Well, it's simple. It could be just like a tradition, just like Santa Claus. A lot of people have the tradition of Santa Claus, but they still perpetuate it forward and teach it to their children and such. But it doesn't mean it's real. You know what I'm saying? It's still a myth.
Yeah.
So it could be just like a tradition.
So I would say if this is not true, correct, and all the kids, I mean, as long as I can remember, we've all been taught about the Rounders. What is the thing in the classroom that even has like the Rocky Mountain? I forget the name of it, but it's the globe essentially. But so what would be the usefulness of teaching us this huge lie? Because if this is a lie, right, it'd be so big of a lie to where people would be angry if they knew the truth, correct? So like, what would be the usefulness in teaching people this lie?
It's kind well, if you think about it, right? I'll just make it practical for you, Javon. When you lie to somebody, what do you have over them when you lie to them? Let's say you told your friend, "Don't go eat at this restaurant. It's got mice there. There's mice in the kitchen." And it's a lie. Let's just say it was a lie, right? You're lying to him, but your purpose was, I'll give you a fake purpose, right? Your purpose was that you didn't want him to eat at your favorite restaurant because you like to eat there, right? For whatever reason, you can make up your reason, but you didn't want him to go eat at your favorite restaurant, so you lied to him. You said there's mice at the restaurant. Now your friend has a choice to make. He can believe you that you said that there's mice in the kitchen, or he can investigate whether or not there's mice in the kitchen, right? He has two options. You know what I mean? He can believe you, or he can just say, you know what, all right, that's cool. Dude, let me just check it out. Like, he could just easily say that, right? For example, so I'm going to give you the fundamental of the why question. So if you had told him that and he believed you, what do you have over him? You have power.
Yeah,
the power of the lie. The power of the lie now controls him. It's controlling how he perceives that specific restaurant. The restaurant is tainted in his mind with some mice that are in the kitchen, but it's fabricated. It's a lie. But the power holds him that you told him that there's mice in the kitchen, but he believed you. So he gave that power of like not figuring it out for himself over to you. He trusted you. So now you control the narrative of that restaurant. He's forever not going to trust that restaurant because you told him so.
That's not going to do it for him. He's going to want a more practical application.
Yeah, but hold
on.
Let me see.
He's a pilot. He knows.
Let me. I know, but let me see if he gets. Do you get what I'm
not a
asking?
pilot.
What I'm saying?
Yeah. And generally, what you're saying, yeah. But like I said, I only trained in Cessna. My instructor, he gave the example of the night and the sun. Then he gave the sunset.
Yeah, that's great, brother. But I don't want you to divert because this is important, right? I can't drop these knowledge bombs if you start let's not try to divert away. I just want you to get what I'm saying with the analogy.
Yeah, I get it.
So when somebody tells you that, whatever it is, like the information of the Earth being a globe, whatever it is, and you trust that information, when did they tell you this information? When did you first hear it, Javon? When you were young, right?
Yeah, I was a baby. Yeah.
Okay, so right. So as you're growing up, you're very young. You basically trust the person telling you. Could be a school teacher, could be, and the teacher probably believes it just as well as the person that taught them, right? Same thing. Just like a tradition. So they're being told this thing, they're teaching you this thing. Now you know this thing. But this thing is brought up as a belief. You've never checked into it yourself. You've never looked into it. You've just trusted the information, just like your friend telling you that you're asking the question now, well, why would they teach it? Well, this is what's happening. Because this information is propagated forward and never researched, never looked into, never critically thought about. It's just passed on as a tradition. And now that information is what's holding your mind. It's holding it back from progress. You can't think of anything else but a paradigm of you living on a spinning globe Earth. You think that's your whole world. You think space is real. You think planets and black holes and all kinds of stuff, right, are out there. But you don't know any of that information is true. You've just been told that's the case, and you've been trusting this your whole life. Am I making some sense?
Yeah, what you're saying, it does. When you say that, I've just been told this stuff. It actually is true. I mean, I've never like actually looked into I've looked into I've looked through telescopes or whatever before. I've seen the rings on Saturn, I've seen that type of stuff, and
we can parse that out too, so you can understand what I'm saying. But as far as like why this is being said, the why is the information. The information, it doesn't matter who told you, really. It could be a school teacher, a parent, a friend. It doesn't matter who told you the Earth is a globe. When you received that information, you had a choice, but you were a kid. The only thing you can do as a kid is trust the source, like the teacher telling you, the parent telling you. So that's all you do. So because you're impressionable, you don't have critical thinking formulated to where you're like, wait a minute, I want to challenge that. I want to ask how you know what you're saying. That's never. And even if the child does ask how the teacher knows. Teacher, how do you know the Earth's a globe? The teacher says it's because it's in the book. That's what it says. Scientists studied it. You get me?
Yeah.
So this is now imprinted in your mind as kind of like a stated fact, a foregone conclusion. This is how it is. So the information is what's holding you. There's no big bad boogeyman, out to get you. He's not like, there's not having conferences, with people in robes going like, oh, well, let's see how we're gonna get Javon today. You know what I mean? Like, no, there's nothing. It's the information. So now that's controlling what you think about reality. So whenever somebody talks about the Earth being flat and stationary, you're like, yeah, that can't be true. Why not? You've never looked into it. You get me now?
Yeah, especially if I've never looked into it myself. That makes sense. I would just only ask, like I said, when you look at Saturn or the moon, or even you had those Huawei phones, like they look like circles, or they're not circles, but they look spherical.
Yeah. So when you see them in the sky or images or whatever, what I'm saying is, what information can you gather from just looking at something? Tell me all the information you can tell me just by looking at it.
Just by, I guess its shape. Its relative size. It probably looks smaller because it's so far away.
Yeah, but you don't know any of that's true. You can't gather size, and I'll tell you the reason why you can't gather size. But you don't know the size by looking through a telescope. You don't know.
You don't. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know what the elements that make that thing up are. You just basically see what you see. You could see colors. You could see. Maybe it looks like a circle. You think that it might have rings on it, on one of them. You could see some things like that, but you can tell nothing more other than what you see. The basic observation.
You need to know size to know the distance. You need to know the distance to determine the size.
So far, so good, right? We're just sticking on the basics. Now, if somebody's gonna say something about the thing that you see, like whoever it is, right? Maybe you learned it from a book that tells you that Mars is the red planet. It's got a nickel iron core. It's got polar ice caps and all this good stuff, right?
I was just about to say
mountains
that.
and valleys. Yeah, I know. It's because usually this is what they tell people, right? Now, the next step would be to ask the critical thinking question: how do they know that? Now, they're going to tell you they've been there, they took pictures of it, they got robots on it or whatever. Problem is, then they're going to cross over an understanding that it's a layer cake of deception, man. So if I'm going to talk about that, first of all, you don't know if you're just believing whatever they're saying. According to, they got robots and satellites and all kinds of stuff that they sent to that place.
Yeah, so they say that they have rovers that grabbed rocks from them and brought them back. And
yeah, exactly. So the narrative, right? Whatever story it is, you're just taking it in as true fact. You're just saying, okay, well, they're scientists or they're people who study astronomy or whatever. They must be true. I must trust them, and therefore, there goes your mind. You lend your mind over to that, and now you have the narrative being built up by them. And so you come in here defending a religious belief, and that's the way it is. It's just like this belief that you have, and you defend it without any knowledge whether or not you know that's true. You get what I'm saying? Like, even if they told you whatever it is that they got robots or whatever on it, but you're just defending it because you think that's the real world. That's what's really going on. But you don't know that's true. You're just taking that information and running with it because you think it's true. You see pictures, you see videos, and all of that seems to mean like that has to be true. But in no way are they telling you, how they can achieve such great feats. They're not saying that, well, we violate the second law of thermodynamics by exiting the atmosphere of the Earth and go. They're not giving you specifics. They're just saying, no, we took a rocket and a rocket ride, or we sent, probes over there, and Bob's your uncle. We're landed on Mars, and you're just like, okay, all right, tell me more. And then that you just, whenever you meet somebody else and they ask you like, oh, what's Mars? You're like, oh, I can tell you Mars. Mars is a nickel iron core. It's got polar ice caps. We're about to colonize it. Like all this stuff. But that's all it is. It's just a story. And so there's no way that you can verify any of that stuff to be true. So it's a belief, and a belief is acceptance without evidence. Hopefully I'm at least speaking to your reasonable mind, because sometimes what I'm saying could fall on deaf ears because somebody has a strong opinion about the cosmos, or they identify in some way that we're meant to. Yeah,
I don't have like a. Well, it's because I realize I've been lied to multiple times. Like, I mean, I don't know you guys' political view. Like, I used to be on the left. I'm now a Republican. Stuff like that. Like, I've been like, for example, I've been red pilled. I'm a father. Like, I've been. I realize how easy it is to lie to people. Yeah, that's why. Like, I'm interested in the topic, but it's like my entire life I've been told this. So it's like.
Right.
Even I can sense my biases creeping in when you speak. Even though I'm an open-minded person, but I'm just saying I can sense because like
it should be a natural response, and I think you shouldn't like shy away from that. I think you should confront that, because what needs to be asked is, how do you know what you know? And when you ask it, like far beyond me asking you that, it should be done within your own self-reflection. How do I know what I know to be true? Like, you need to ask yourself that question, Javon. Like, I can do it. Like, it's just going to be me and the audience, and you're going to feel a bit, sometimes people feel ashamed that they don't know too much. So their pride and their confidence gets in the way. And they're like, nah, man, I know that it's whatever. But the fact of the matter is, it should be a self-reflection. At some point in time, you should be like, how do I know when they say that they landed robots on Mars, that there's actually something in the place where I don't even know they can go there? Like, I just trust it. Like, it's something that I believe. Though I don't know. Like, I'm just like everybody else.
Yeah. Well, what would you say to these highly educated people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who like studies astrophysics and astronomy and stuff, and like spends his entire life like in this field?
Yeah, demonstrate to because we got sound bites of him saying, when asked the question, "What is gravity?" Oh, gravity? Well, we don't know. Like, the quick question. But he does go into a little bit of like what he says the effect is. But as far as like the cause for the effect, he'll say, we don't know. Neil deGrasse.
Yeah, I think I've heard that before. Yeah. I've heard him say that.
You get what I'm saying. Like, he does on record that he doesn't have a dog in the fight when it comes to this. So to him, the Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space is a foregone conclusion. It doesn't need to be discussed in a debate forum. He doesn't need to confront any flat earthers. He doesn't need to. Like, he got what he has on his side. He's good.
He actually said, because I remember because I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, whenever like I Google anything about flat earth, it's just how crazy people are. But when I talk to people that are flat, most of them that I meet aren't like crazy people. You know what I mean? They're usually not like that. They're logical. So like, when Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked why come he doesn't like debate flat earth or anything like that, he's like, I don't even give crazy people any mind. I'm just like, like, that's the sort of thing, I guess, why for so long I didn't even like, even the videos my dad would send me, I didn't even like click on them.
Bro,
like,
that's by design. The system is meant to keep your mind locked down, brother. I'm trying to tell you, this is the way it is. And the more you know, and the more you critically think about things, you start to uncover things for yourself. Man, I don't have to twist your arm about reality. You observe it the way it is. Like, basically, you just have to challenge yourself. You have to be like, man, how do I know anything that they're telling me is true? Let me check it out. Let me research it. Let me figure things out. Once you start to do that, a free thinking mind is a dangerous mind, brother. I'm telling you, People are afraid of that because now you start to think for yourself. You're not accepting what everybody's saying, and now you're basically a danger to society because you can actually figure things out instead of just taking somebody's word for it. Now, am I saying just be completely oblivious, skeptical monster? No. I mean, obviously, there's things that we take for example, like every single day, you're going to get on a bus to go to work or whatever. You're not going to question the bus driver if he knows how to drive a bus. You know, he's driving the damn thing. You know what I'm saying? That's hyper skepticism. Not saying that. What I'm saying, though, is the questions that should concern you are the things that you should put on the table. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if something comes, if somebody says, dude, you know that we just discovered the nearest exoplanet like 2.5 billion light years away, and it would take 10,000 generations to get there. But it's cool, bro. We'll get there someday. And you're like, I mean, that's nonsense, man. Like, why? Seriously, that's nonsense. Like, we're gonna be like having these pointless conversations about nothingness. Like, that should. Anyway, you know, just to bring it back to the point of like the why would they lie question. It's a huge topic because it encases like a lot of things, and so the thing that it actually encases is your mind. Like it holds your mind. So any information that you can't verify that becomes unfalsifiable, it's going to keep your mind from progressing. Like say what is Jupiter a gas giant or not, and there's no way you can test it. So how would you know? How does anybody know? Now they have this idea that. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I don't know if you know the recent study that was done. The James Webb Telescope discovered that there was artificial light on Proxima B. They said that the light that they saw, and I know that when you look at these telescopes, you can't see anything in high definition, even if you're looking out. You're looking at it from like the past and not like actually like, because like light takes time to get to its destination or whatever. So like you're looking at it in the past. So like
that's a layer cake. It's a layer cake of deception, brother. Like they've told you what light is and how it operates. They've told you on top of that another narrative about what you're looking. Dude, it's so crazy. It's like a freaking.
I say you this one. Hold on, people are in my back. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like, all right, it's better now.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like they told you how fast light goes and how to think about it in a far distance, and you're actually looking into the past, and dude, they're saying mad shit to you, and it's like on top of what light does, and you know how long it would take, you know, for it to get there. They're telling you the distance of the thing you're seeing, Proxima B, and that thing there, man, we're talking about millions of light years away.
The DM I saw, I sent you like the DM about the Proxima B. Yeah, if you check your DM, bro, like they said that they found artificial light, and that would mean that if we took like the long travel to get there, we would meet like highly intelligent life, and like the planet is spiritual.
My God, yeah, I know, but it's a story. It's this space mythos. Okay, so everything that they're telling you, man, is shrouded in a myth. It's like a fantasy. Like a good lore, like, you know, some people love stories, right? Okay, because that's what it is. People like to hear good stories and space and all that kind of stuff. It's a really good story. People sometimes identify with that. No, we really are going to colonize Mars, bros. Like this was going to happen. Elon Musk's going to do it and whatever, right?
Mars doesn't even have an ozone, I believe. They don't even have like a protective layer over some like, you know. They say there used to be running water on there and things, but like. Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, I've heard that like literally. Even I hate to. Michio Kaku actually said that when you look at big bodies in space, that spherical is their natural formation. Is what he said. He said that like gravity makes everything into spheres. So I was like,
oh, and this is the same guy that he said they were actually when it comes to space, they're 98% stupid because they're.
Yeah, he did say. Yeah. He actually no. That's something quoted to the like majority of people. They say that like 98% of space we don't even see or understand because there's dark matter, dark energy.
Yes, dude. This is the most amazing thing about it is they could lie through their teeth and tell you a story and then double speak and say that they don't know about this information they're telling you. because the information is basically like flying from the seat of their pants, bro. It's leaps of logic. This is coming from the man's mouth. Michio Kaku says this, right? Leaps of logic. Flying by the seat of your pants. Like, I mean, if that doesn't scream or red flags to you, like, I don't know what else is, man. I think you love to be lied to, maybe. I don't know.
No. This is the. I know. I hate to take something to religion, but this is why I'm religious, because I understand that man doesn't know everything. So that's why I'm open minded. I'm like you said, you talk to me. I have a certain set of beliefs, but they're open. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm very open.
But I'm saying that, and it's the royal you, not actually you. So the royal you, the people that take this information from Michio Kaku or whoever, whatever scientific communicator is speaking, doesn't matter who it is, and they say some things. They double speak, bro. It's okay. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a double speaker. Bill Nye, all them. Michelle Thaler. There's a couple of talking heads when it comes to like who's speaking for science and such, right?
Yeah,
but you know, they say things, and then on the very next side,
Graham Hancock is where it's at.
Who?
Graham Hancock.
Graham Hancock. Yeah, he does ancient apocalypse, I think.
Fucking fingerprint gods and shit.
Or even the Earth's core, right? Isn't the Earth's core like super hot and like there's a bunch of metal down there?
Yeah. Have you seen the candy called Gobstopper?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know, have you ever broke into one of those, like cracked it open and seen like the inside? You know how it looks like it's got like little layers to it?
Yeah, but there's like it's layered, you know.
Right. So essentially the Earth, the way they display it, right, with the model that gets cut open, it looks like a Gobstopper when you cut it open. It's got like little layers and such, right? You got the crust, and you got the magma, the core, or the inner core, the inner core, and it's
outer
just
crust.
like the way they, right? So they're showing you a bunch of ways to look at the Earth as if it were in an oblate spheroid. Now, when you're doing this, you're not asking how they know it's a globe or how far down it goes or any of that. You're just looking at the picture, and you're like, well, that's pretty cool, right? I mean, as far as images go, I mean, that's a cool conception. But in no time does your mind ever stop to think, wait, how do they know this? You get me? So when you start asking those questions, Javon, you really start to dig into like, okay, let's try to figure out who's saying this, that this is what the Earth is. How do they know this, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Ask anybody, because this one thing to tell people information. There's a whole other to actually show them a demonstration of what they're saying is true. Because I'm telling you, as far as people have drilled down into the Earth, the furthest anyone's ever gotten to, as far as we know, it's only 8 miles. I think the Russians did it with this Kola super deep borehole, I think is what its name was. And I think the Chinese did something with the oil tanker that was actually drilling a little farther than that, if I'm not mistaken. Just a little farther, not too much.
They say it gets too hot to drill. They say that it'll get so hot to where like things will melt up and
their bits weren't going any farther past a certain depth. Anyway, do you get what I'm saying? So all of this information cannot be substantiated by a hard evidence. All we got is just speculations and diagrams of what they think could be, and a theory and such, and so on and so forth.
What's so crazy, bro? And I hate to think, somebody like Elon Musk, who's considered a free thinker and an advocate of free speech or whatever, he could easily spend the money and just dig. And I don't understand why people don't just like do that.
Because I'm telling you, Javon, this information is supposed to be taken as a foregone conclusion. We don't need to investigate this. We already know the Earth is a globe. Why do we need to invest? So you would get met with that information head on. Like if you were to tell somebody, dude, let's just dig through. Let's see what's down there. They'd be like, but why? We already know what's down there. And you would be met with that. You're not going to be. See, this is the beast that we're fighting on many fronts, and so that is going to be one of them. The one that thinks that it's a foregone conclusion. What are you going to take us back to the caveman days? And so we're going to be thinking like, like they were banging rocks and stuff. Like that's how they view flat Earth, because we're questioning the narrative.
I'm not gonna lie, bro, and that is, and I used to be guilty of that. I would jump in certain VCs, and be like, I'm a pilot. I know that.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of doing this probably like 2 years ago. So yeah.
Sure.
But then it took me to be humble and like really understand. I did it to myself. I was like, literally, wait a minute. Let me find out what my dad is sending me. He's my father. He's not a crazy idiot. Let me just see if I can find out what he's talking about.
Yep. And so this should be, like I told you, in the spectrum of the flat Earth conversation. There are those who are more esoteric leaning, who want to talk about speculations, and like I told you, this group really sticks to just the basics, right? The facts and the things people can ground themselves to, knowledge and truth. And so that's it. We're going to talk about the physical natural world just like the way it is, what we can know, and of course what we can't know. So if it's possible to know something, we're going to know it. If it's not, we're going to tell you we can't know that information. There's no way. And if somebody claims that they do, that means the burden of proof is going to land on them to prove it to you. You get what I'm saying? So if somebody's holding or advocating for a position, like as in the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, now they're going to have evidence to provide that that claim is true. Because we don't observe that, we don't measure that, we don't test that, we don't feel it. There's none of our senses indicating that that is the case. Furthermore, there's no test that can provide that we know that's true. Other than people's imaginations and things that they think people are doing via video images and, just other images NASA's providing.
Are you familiar with Billy Carson?
Name sounds familiar.
Okay, yeah. A lot of flat earthers people know that name. That's what I was asking. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of stuff, and maybe like as I keep joining the VC, I'll get to know like exactly what he's talking about. But like, there's a lot of different stuff. Like I hear from flat Earth, like they'll say like giants used to roam the Earth. A lot of them will say like just a lot of different stuff that like the Kodiak man and. I don't know. Like you said, I get what you're saying now. Yeah, I do get what you're saying.
It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum of people in the flat Earth community. I hesitate to use community, but in the group, that we're talking about flat Earth, that are leaning more esoteric, and they want to have those other conversations, bro. And I don't, like I said, they don't think they're really producing a mind to have a foundation. A mind needs to have a resting place, and it's not going to be talking about esoteric ideas of something the mind can't really understand if it's true or not. Right?
Yeah.
So let's get rooted in what is true and then find out what is not with discernment. And that's where your critical thinking comes into play. So
if I find out that this stuff is true, right? Like how would I present this stuff to say like an old 5th grade teacher of mine that I might see at Walmart or Kroger's, and I'm like, oh, well, you should look into this, and then they're like, oh my God, Javon, I didn't know you would turn out to be such a crazy nutbag.
Yeah, see, so here's okay, I'll put it to you like this: being an advocate for truth, it's difficult to have those conversations. I think what you should be concerned with is that when the opportunity presents itself, then talk about it. That's how I do it. Don't insert yourself into conversations that people aren't asking about, because that gives their mind too much of a defense. And I'm not saying that's not good. At some points you do want to speak out, but know your audience. Always know your audience. There's times where you could advocate for it in that way, but your discernment needs to go up a couple of notches to realize you got to know when to use the conversation, when to insert it, right? Like when to say it. So if the conversation's leaning that they're talking about space and you're like, you can ask the question, wait, okay, let me just say, how do you know any of this stuff? It might get people riled up because like, dude, come on, science told us, duh. And
I can imagine that, yeah.
You could almost hear your friends and family and just everybody responding that way. They don't know. A sign of somebody not knowing is responding with one-word answers. Dude, science. Like, and you're like, yeah, that's a cool word. But how do you know? Like, can you detail to me the exact way that you know this is true? It's most of what we're talking about, Javon, is psychological, right? And what it is like psychological warfare, because the mind at a very young age, and I'm going over this again, but you already know, is very impressionable. So at an early age, you start off thinking this specific way, and you grow up thinking that that's true. Just because you've been told at a young age doesn't make it true. So
was gonna
it's up to
say,
you. Yeah.
could you DM me any video that could like I could probably like look at and try to like see because in the if like I said I haven't made my decision yet. If this stuff I find it to be true, bro, I don't want to be looked at as a crazy lunatic, schizophrenic, fucking
I'm gonna tell you like this, Javon. Even if you were the most eloquent flat Earth speaker, you're still gonna be looked that way. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because the more you advocate for a position and you're really strong in your words, they're still gonna take you for a fool. Because the world looks at the information that we speak of as truth as foolishness to them. It's foolishness. So they're never gonna see somebody who's well spoken in flat Earth or truth as somebody that's well to do with information in academia. They're never going to do that. They're never going to accept that. To them, science is something that you're never going to know truth. You can't establish truth based on science because that's not how science works according to them. So we're always going to be in the realm of mystery and according to them, but they double speak once again and they say, well, there is a settled science. We know the Earth's a globe. We know that it's spinning. We know that it's in a vacuum of space. So they say all these, they double speak in essence. So they themselves would contradict the very motto for what they think science is.
That is a very interesting point.
Yeah. Because isn't that what they say? Well, science doesn't work like that. We don't know truth from science. Well, okay. So that means you don't know the Earth's a globe? Oh, we know that. Really? You just double spoke. You say you didn't know, and now you're saying you do. Bro, make up your mind. Like, so this is what we're dealing with in this arena right here. It's like
that is interesting, but I have to hop off. But I will I will join back, and I will like sometimes I'll just listen to try and like hear what you guys are talking about. But just know, like I'm not anti like flat Earth. I just want to know, that's all.
The temperature of the room will always be different when you're here. It could be a raging argument or just cool chat like we're having. So you never really know. I'm forewarning you right now.
Javon, I'd suggest looking at both sides before you make your decision. Look at some anti-flat Earth content too, and see which side is more.
I have, and they just call you guys idiots. Like I'm not really the one for name calling, so that's why it's a red flag for me. But
hey Javon, if I can leave you with something, I just put a link in the chat, tagged your name there. Take a look at this video. If you got a lot of videos sent to you, I don't know what you received. But this is something that I think Alpha was kind of hinting on, in the kind of 3-step process or the 3-category process of observation, measurement, and practical use. What I sent you, this kind of falls in the second category, where some gentlemen went out and actually performed some observations/measurements and came to certain conclusions that are pretty shocking to someone who's not familiar with the topic.
We got a lot of content, Javon. Just pace yourself, man. There's a shit ton.
No, that's all good. But I'm gonna watch this video. I already have it. Like I put it into my like watch later category. Well, I'm already looking at a little bit of it right now. It's saying that the 28-mile laser test. Yeah. So I'm gonna finish watching this video, bro. But I will be back in chat. But thank you guys.
Cool, man. Good time, and God bless.
You're 24/7. Well, some of us are anyway.
I think the best anyone can do is look at both sides of the argument and whichever one convinces them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't listen, dude. Here's the thing, though. He's been listening to that his whole life, so it's not like he's not hearing the other side. It's different if he came into this like, well, what is the globe Earth saying? What is the flat Earth saying? He's actually already heard what globe Earth is telling him, and it really isn't much. If it only takes me a conversation to last like 30 minutes with him to really start to question, then I think the globe is doing a poor job. Don't you?
Yeah, probably so. But most people don't hear hardly any anti-flat Earth content.
That's probably true as well. But I don't really care. In my position, let him hear whatever he wants to hear. He can hear that. He can hear what we say, and it's really up to him at the end of the day. But that's what I say. And if he's drawn to anti-flat Earth content, then so be it. Every mind should have the ability to make it up for its own self. Like, we can't be the ones to twist anybody's arm into flat Earth. Not how this works. I guess I'm a big believer in that, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But we do give Globe a run for its money. Whatever that's worth. Oh, shit. Because they have, like, as soon as he logs off of here, he's going to get bombarded with everything Globe. You know, whether it be, you know, media or people talking about stuff and what's happening in space. And so his mind is going to get, like, hit from all angles from, you know, Globe ideas. On top of that, he's going to also have the anti-flat Earth content. And then he's going to have little old us in here against all of that. And I would wager that if he's thinking right now critically, that we are going to probably win. Just being serious, guys. If he's thinking critically, then we're probably going to be the ones that are going to be the winner of that mindset. But he can listen. He can see whatever he wants, hear whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm. Do you think there's a future, or flat Earth becomes the predominant?
You can't.
No, absolutely not.
It's impossible.
You mean predominant? No, I don't think it'll be predominant. I think it's listen. Okay, this is true, right? People love being lied to. This is true.
Ignorance is bliss.
That is also true. That's also true. But people like being lied to. They do. They like stories being told to them about stuff that's imaginary. It's human nature, man.
That's where we get religion from.
Well, I mean, you could take it into that direction, but
well, you just said people make up stories to.
Yeah, but that's like I said, you could take it in that direction if you want. Like, I'm not saying that you can't. People make up religions. You can do that. Scientology and stuff.
You know, like Christianity, Islam.
Sure. I mean, you could think of it in any way, but that's your opinion. It doesn't mean it's true. It just means it's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
People like being lied to.
Right, but in that category, that doesn't mean that your opinion is true, that you're saying that religions fall in the category of being lied to. Well, it just means that some religions can.
I'm saying all, not just some.
Yeah, but that's your all or nothing fallacy you just fell into.
Like I said, it's my opinion. I'm not saying it's what it is. That's just what I believe.
Yeah, well, it's an all or nothing fallacy. So you have either people that believe that religion, any religion, is always incorrect because it's a story.
Well, obviously,
right? Is that what you
said?
There
could be one religion.
Then that's what I'm saying. That debunks your whole premise of saying that your opinion is that all religions.
Right, but until it is proven that there is one true religion, why should I accept that there could be one?
Because you can't because that's isn't that closed-minded of you?
Closed-minded.
It's you shutting every possibility that one could be right because you think that all of them are not. They're all stories.
Until I'm presented with
but how could that be
convincing information?
The door's shut. How could the information come in? The door is shut. You're not open-minded to think, well, there could be one.
I could be wrong. I'm not
I know, but you're not going to allow that if you say that it's not possible that any of them are right because they're all stories. I'm not denying
that they could be wrong.
Then, therefore, they're not all stories. One could be right. That should be an amendment to what you said about all of them being just stories.
Well, it's the same way that I don't believe that there's a unicorn behind Pluto. There could be.
That's not. Listen, dude. We're talking about religions, and you went off into another direction talking about cosmology.
I am a judge of no one's religion. I don't judge anyone for whatever personal faith
that's
they
not
have.
Even what was in the context of what you said, Goose. The context of what you said was, in your opinion, all religions are stories. And I said to you that one of them might not be. And you said, well, if it was presented to me. And then I told you if it was, you still would say they're all stories. So you are a closed-minded person when it comes to religion.
No. If it was presented to me, and I am convinced of the religion, then I would be open. Like I'd have to be convinced that it's true. I feel like that's
so.
A fair
Then you'd
statement.
have to accept the fact that one could be correct. Not all are stories. Then
obviously, yeah.
Okay, so that means you have to erase what you said about all of them being stories, and then say one could be correct.
Well, there could be a unicorn around Pluto.
That's not.
Should I remain open-minded about everything?
That's not
I
analogous.
think there are good arguments for the truth of traditional Christianity. I think that there are philosophical, logical, reasonable arguments for that.
I agree, but that's at the same time, if he's not open, if he says they're all stories, the door's shut. There's no information coming into that mind because he already made the statement. All of them are stories. Until he says one could be correct. I don't know. I'm just saying that they sound like stories to me. But if one is true, then I would be convinced. You didn't say that.
I would say though, I am currently convinced that they are all stories, but I'm open to being wrong.
There you go. That at least is the way you should have said it at the beginning, because it did sound a bit like you were closed-minded.
That's good. I mean, I would suggest looking into the claims of certain religions and see which one, if any, are rationally justifiable and true.
That would be the direction. Definitely.
Cool. Like, I'm not denying that there are good lessons to be learned from religions. Of course there are.
I mean, yeah, any story could teach you a lesson. That's
people who are religious aren't just sort of pretending for their, for their good luck or something, just so they can be sort of placated as nice people. They're typically believing it because they think it's actually true. At least that's true for me. That's true. I don't want to just sit around and pretend so I can sing hymns and live in harmony with people. I want to believe something that's actually justifiably true.
Yeah, there's a bit more.
I would say someone who lives a charitable Christian life is doing a good thing.
Yeah, no, but it's not just. It's more than it's too deep of a topic, actually. I mean, really.
Is it deeper than flat Earth?
No, I mean every topic has its depth. Religion is sure a deep topic, and we're gonna get way too far into it.
It's it's so deep that you can't find God; He finds you. But He finds you, and then He reveals Himself to you. It's not about a religion. It's not about you trying to find God. It's about Him revealing Himself supernaturally to you in experience, encounter.
I don't believe in the supernatural.
Yeah, I know, but that's the reason why we didn't want to talk about it, because then it becomes a debate. That's the reason why I didn't want to take this step into that direction.
It's not for debating.
I agree, but people don't. Do you think Goose sees it that way? I don't think so. I think he sees it more like a debate.
Argue with him. Yeah.
Anyway, so who do we got in here? Nobody really that's brand new. Anyway, the guy was at least thinking about it. He's a Muslim. He's contemplating flat Earth. It's a good start. And we do have some Muslim friends that come in here every now and again. So I haven't seen much about him though. I haven't seen them at all, actually. It's been a while. They have their own server. Oh wait, one just popped in here. What in the hell? Cole Murray, what's up, dude? I was just speaking about Muslim flat earthers, and you popped in. I was like, dude, I haven't seen one in a long time, and here you go.
Oh, really? What a coincidence! Subhanallah.
There was a gentleman. Indeed. There was a gentleman who was in here, and he was saying that he's Muslim, and he's contemplating the conversations about flat Earth because his dad was showing him some videos, and he's been putting them off and stuff like that. And it's been like 2 years, he said, that he's been dealing with that. So he started to look into it, and he wants to talk about it, the conversation of what it's all about. So I was just kind of having a conversation with him, just just a regular one, not really grilling him or anything, but just him to think about what we're talking about. And he really started off with saying that he understands that the Quran is speaking that it's on four corners, so he knows that from a religious standpoint. But I was like, "Oh, there's many more verses, but we don't have our Muslim friends in here to talk about it." But and I said I was just talking about I haven't seen Muslim friends for a while, so then he just jumped in. So I don't know, maybe it's timing. He said he was going to come back later, so I don't know.
Do you remember his name? His nickname?
Yeah, he was going by Javon, I think. 2000
I
and
see.
something or other. He had a number after his name. Javon.
Yeah, it was Javon, JAVOHN 2000.
Oh yeah, I see
2000,
him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a picture of himself, I think. That's him right there. Yeah, that's him.
Yep.
So you might want to have a conversation with him.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. We're all gonna fall on the fucking edge. Wallah, but watch.
Excellent. Anyways, you might want to have a conversation with him later if you're around. I don't know if he's gonna come back or not today, so I don't want you to wait for nothing. But
No problem. No. I just joined, man, and say like hello, see what you're talking about. But interesting stuff as always.
Yeah, drop him a line of some of the stuff, and maybe invite him to the server where you guys are.
Yeah, currently I'm looking for a file, like the text file I made about like all the verses in the Quran talking about the flat Earth.
Don't you have that in your server? Doesn't Shekel or MJ or any of them guys?
Yeah, but I made one myself. Like it's like a looking business, so I have to look it up wherever it's like locally or like online. I have to look it up to find it. So I'm seeing if I have it like ready on me now, and I will like post it for him.
Oh, there you go. You could even say in a DM to him, be like, "Look, no,
I found it.
Talk to Alpha, and I'll send you this stuff like that." Oh yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, so this is all like the Quran speaks about the flat Earth, like or the shape of the Earth, like in like very clear, unambiguous way. Like in more than like 7 verses, it's very clear that the Quran is saying, yeah, it's flat and made flat, on purpose. And also on the contrary, we don't have any other verse in the Quran talking about that. It's like like some other people try to claim, yeah, it's a egg-shaped or like an ostrich egg or all this nonsense. It's made up. It's not original to the Quran. And
well, some of the scholars might disagree with you, Cole Murray. You know that, right?
Yeah, let them do that, man. I don't care about them. And what's like the Quran also speaks about the planet having light of themselves, and the moon having light of itself. It's not like reflecting light as like some even Muslim scholars say. And the Quran speaks about the heavens basically being like built up, by hands, and made as a ceiling, as a roof, unpenetrable one. So yeah, like all of those like very clear evidences that like the universe the Quran talks about is like completely different to what NASA preaches.
Right.
Or any space agency.
If you got something that you could send him at least to look at, it would be compelling, I think, because he did want some videos or an argument to look to and talk about actually. So
yeah, I will message them.
Maybe if you could just message him or whatever, but
yeah,
that'd be good.
I messaged him the same like text file to him. Hopefully he can look it up.
All right, I'm gonna step out, so I don't know if anybody else is in here. They want to continue a conversation.
No, I'm fine, man. Like
By the way, I accepted it, Komari. So
Thank you very much, brother. My pleasure.
And when I know it's gone, I don't know, look inside of me. Yo. Oh my god. Oh my god, yo. Yo, chat.
What do you want, man?
Yo, bro, you're a mod, right?
Yeah, not in this guest room.
Yo, brother, bro, give me Batman role, bro.
I can't do it, man.
Wait,
Send them on mail about it.
Wait, so are you like a mod, like in the server, or just like a mod in the VC?
Yeah, server mode.
Oh, you're a server. Can you give me like a free role that you could give to other users?
No.
Why, brother? Come on, bro. I support Palestine, bro.
Yeah, well, thank you. There's like roles you can choose yourself, you know, in the like role section
Oh, no,
above.
I want
Look them up.
exclusive roles, like in the Christ-centered role.
I don't have them. I don't give them.
What, bro? Come on, bro.
Yeah, seriously, I'm sorry. I don't give them. I don't have them.
Ah, man. Liberation. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why?
Yeah, it's flat. It's like supported by evidence, basically.
What evidence?
If you open your eyes, everything around us tells us that Earth is flat and stationary.
And how? Like, explain.
Yeah, flat basically. You look at the like any like water surface, like water body, like near you, basically like a sea or a river. Like you can basically see further than you should on a ball, basically. So that's why much further than we have on, much further than we can see on a ball allegedly. So, which tells us that this ball is like does not exist. Basically, it's flat. Because allegedly they went to space and they have like accurate dimensions of the so-called like a planet, yeah, but like it doesn't work on like in the real world, and there is no evidence of Earth being like moving at all. Yep. And also you cannot have a pressure without a container.
Very interesting worldview. Well, it doesn't change my opinion, bro. I don't give a fuck.
I don't want to change your opinion, man. Like it's up to you, man. I don't care.
No, I'm not assaulting you. I'm saying like I actually don't give a fuck about if the Earth is flat or not. To be honest, I don't even know.
Yeah. And I don't like also like care if you change your mind or not. Like that's your business, man. See?
Base. Transgender girls, I'm gonna go.
Still talking about healthcare. Holy fuck. What's up, boys?
What's good, chat? Is this guy snoring? Dude, guys, this guy's snoring. Mods, where you guys at? Bro. 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 Come on, man. Mods? Are there any mods? Oh man, this is crazy, bro. Anybody out there? Echo. All right, then just. Holy shit, dude! I can't believe we're on YouTube with this.
snoring here.
Hello? Is there anybody out there? Hello? Hello? Anybody listening? Or are you all just like sitting in a room silent for unknown reasons?